And we're live. We're back at it, folks. Slave world solutions, sovereignty, social security, US corporation, Black's law, maritime law, admiralty law, et cetera, et cetera. See, these are some of the topics we're going to be going over today. You see something here. So we're going to be reviewing a stream by the Great Deception podcast. I'm new to this channel. I'm not sure if they're still putting out content. I think they are. Upon looking, they are. Let me see something here. And let me make something clear here. A disclaimer. Not everything that we will be addressing or looking over today will be in my knowledge bank. So I'm learning here with you folks in real time. That is kind of the point. I'm trying to free myself in many ways from the shackles of the slave system. So we'll learn together here, folks. So the name of the stream we're going to be reviewing is called United States Corporation, Black's Law, and Sovereign Citizen BS. So I don't know where everyone leans here in terms of their views. I briefly reviewed some of the stream, but it is 2 hours, just over 2 hours. And it looks like they go over a good amount of some US code, UCC. I put it in the description of this stream as well. But it's from episode 57 of their Monday Night MasterDebaters, I guess, series. It's got a guy from Dangerous World Podcast, a guy named Brandon Williams, a guy from Hidden in Plain Sight Podcast, another fellow from Reality Czars Podcast. So yeah, United States Corporation, legal system, definitions like citizen, United States citizen, Black's law, law versus statute. States are subcorporations of U.S. corporation in D.C., U.S. codes, U.S. national versus U.S. citizen, liens, roles of notary, signature versus autograph without prejudice, etc. So I will put another disclaimer as well that there may be some dangerous information here, folks. So we're not promoting, again, to anyone who may be listening, in the con of Chile, the valley of Chile cons, over there in Chile Con Valley. We're not promoting anything here necessarily. But yeah, there is a sovereign citizen movement banner here on this stream. So there may or may not be some dangerous information. So please beware. Let's get started. The panel is open. The link is in the description. And yeah, let's get to it.
And welcome to the Monday Night MasterDebaters. We got a good one, folks. We are going to go over something that's very important that not many people understand. I've covered it before in the Act of 1871 podcast. You can go check that out on my feed. But we're going to talk about a little bit about maritime law and this system that we're in, this United States corporation and the corporate system that we are a part of. And if you guys haven't listened yet, Ryan did a great interview with our guest here, Brandon Williams. And so I go recommend listening to that. Brandon, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. Thank you.
Dude, so I love your website, by the way. onestupidfuck.com. There's no better site out there, man. I was like, are you shitting me? I thought it was like a gag at first. And I'm like, I'm not going to click on this. Where the fuck is going to take me?
That would actually be a good idea to do.
I'm
in,
a
like,
mystery.
bio.
I'm the mystery man. You know what I mean? You don't know if you're going to a fucking porn site or if you're going to, your freedoms. You don't know where you're going. You know what I mean?
That's
It's
it, man. It's
Alice
like
in Wonderland,
playing with fire there.
playing with fire, man. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
Oh shit, that's funny. Bob, Moral Bob from Hidden in Plain Sight podcast. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? Thanks for having me tonight, man. This is going to be a good one. And to comment on Brandon's website, man, I used to own just a bunch of really random websites with just ridiculous names to see if they'd ever be worth anything. But then I just kind of forgot to update my GoDaddy the last time my card got compromised. But I had a bunch of stupid shit. When Bernie Sanders was running for president, I had Breadlines USA.
Oh my God. I love it.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh man. That's fucking funny shit. Right, what do you got going on down there?
Not much, dude. Same old stuff. Thanks for the kind words at the beginning. I always appreciate compliments from you. But yeah, man, just excited to learn more about this stuff. I'm really not educated when it comes to the idea of like the becoming a state national and then the United States Corporation. I've heard about it here and there, but I know a thing or two about it, Matt. And then Bob, this is kind of like something that you're pretty passionate about. And then I'm hoping that we can get the other guys on here too, because they're pretty excited about it. It seems like the topic at least. So
yeah, Nate's big into it. Nate loves the idea, the concept of it. Again, not many people are well versed in it.
Yep.
And the reason is it's complex, right? Like you said, Brandon, when you were talking with Ryan, you're like, it's not like you can go out there and get one book that's going to tell you the answer.
Yeah.
You'll get bits and pieces out there, and you have to put the puzzle together.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. There's two main barriers. The first barrier is making it linear. I call it, I think of it like an elevator, first floor, second floor, all the way up to the 80th, 90th floor, right? How do you get someone from the first floor to the 80th floor fairly easily, fairly rapidly, and fairly, for anybody above an IQ level of 80. It's kind of what I'm shooting for, right? And I feel like with my free contract killer course, I've been able to piece that together pretty well. And I think the big secret is the dancing and the silliness and the one stupid fuck branding and just all of it kind of combined together. I don't think it's just I think of it sort of like food or someone creating food, right? You can make food look really good to eat, and then you can actually get to a point where it looks so good you actually don't even want to eat it, right? It's the same idea with information. You can present information in a way that's so fun and engaging and interesting to consume. It's like I'm trying to find that point where it's just that perfect hot spot where it's like people want it, they want to consume it, they're having fun with it. A lot of that is making it fun, making it exciting, making it a song and dance, sexual jokes, the whole 9 yards, the cucumbers up the ass, all that shit. And then at the same time, on the other end of the spectrum, like very, very, very carefully clearing up and only introducing one word or phrase at a time. I think that's really, really important. Rather than going and saying 15 legal words, you talk normal, and then you introduce maybe one word, and then you talk normal about it for a while, and then you introduce maybe one word, and then you talk normal about it for a little while. That's kind of how I like to do it, because I think that allows a person to sort of like step into the water on a linear basis.
No, and I think it's effective, because listening to your interview with Ryan, I started getting it, and it started sinking in. And I can't remember the one term. It was like alliday or something like that. Allodial, yeah, and that was the one. And Ryan even said, "You're like, I don't know if I'm getting this right, but
yeah, the word. And anything with over 3 syllables, I get a little rocky on here. But that was that one definitely stuck out in my mind though as well. I asked you about it a couple times, Brandon. So
Ryan's just here for the free mortgage.
That's what I'm here for, dude. You get rid of my mortgage, man. I'm $100,000 richer. I consider.
Ryan's just here. I don't give a fuck, dude. Just give me also a free house. Get the fuck out of here. Like,
I suck your dick, dude. Seriously, that's a lot of cash for me. So.
Nate, what's there?
Hey guys,
how's it going, man?
I'm doing great. I'm fucking exhausted. I smell like shit.
So you had a little success.
Luckily, we can't
before you
smell
hopped
you,
on here.
Yeah, I went and slaughtered a hog. It was a 300-pound boar.
Nice.
Had my son and his buddies come and help me. And,
That's awesome.
I'm still covered in fucking gore, man.
Thank God it's not a fucking scratch and sniff show.
Hey, man, I had just enough time. I had to have a fucking beer.
Are those mountains blue on there, dude? Are those mountains blue?
Are fucking icy blue, man.
You got the Earnhardt
dude.
killer.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so for those of you who are familiar, I guess this would be like our lube ass. This is like the lube ass of the panel there at the bottom right. So again, for those of you who are familiar, which is probably most of you or all of you, Yeah, that would be the lube ass, talking about the roadkill stuff, talking about, holding up his Coors Light cheap fucking beer. If you're there, lube ass, we love you, brother. I'm sorry. I don't know why that happened, sir, but stop killing the hogs, man. Leave the animals alone, brother. All right? All right, let's continue.
The silver bullet.
Yeah.
Cheers.
So
guys.
we're talking with Brandon here, Nate, and one of the things I wanted to go over right off the bat with you, Brandon, and to clear up with people, because this is one of the things that bothers me, is that people cannot understand the concept that the United States is a corporation.
Yeah, the first like from my experiences, because I've gotten really, 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 really fucking good at this. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is you want to clear up the definition of the term United States, because it's hard to tell someone what something is when they don't even know what the fuck you're talking about to begin with. Okay, so you want to go back. You want to start at the very, very beginning. In my opinion, the very beginning, even before you start talking about U.S. citizen, because if you don't know what United States means, you aren't gonna understand that the United States, which what is that, is a corporation. You see what I mean? You're going down deeper. Same thing with U.S. citizen of what? Nobody gets it, right? So the first thing you do is you clear up the definition of the word United States, and then you clear up the location of the United States. And what that does is it instantaneously takes a person's mind, twists it, almost breaks it, and then they're like, well, wait a second, I've been lied to my whole life. What's going on here? And then as soon as you get that hook in, that's when you've kind of opened them up, and now we can move forward into answering additional questions such as what is a U.S. citizen, such as how is it a corporation, what is the definition of a corporation. You're starting again at the ground floor. The ground floor is Title 28, Section 3002, subsection 15, definition A, which is a federal corporation, which is the one you were talking about before, right? And then I think as soon as someone looks at that, or even before they look at that, you should be showing people UCC 9-307H, which is location of the United States is located in the District of Columbia. That's how I do it. And I don't really, I mean, look, the way that I do it and the way I explain it, people either are blown away and they accept it, or they emotionally reject it. And if
You just get that shutdown, right?
If they emotionally reject it, you just call out the elephant in the room. Look, I get this is a lot for you to confront and handle and swallow. Like you talk to accountants or lawyers about this shit, they'll actually full blown totally freak out on you, start screaming.
Hey there, Chris. Sorry you come up. Appreciate it, brother. Click the link again if you want, man. But you had some feedback. That's why I muted you. But yeah, feel free to, if you got some there you go. If you got some commentary or anything you think it would be on topic, which I'm sure you do, feel free to add. Any thoughts so far, other than the fact that the bottom right guy is Lubass and he's blowing his nose now, he's vaping. It's literally Lubass. Every panel has their own Lubass. Yeah,
Lubass, whatever. What are they talking about, and what's it going to do for me and Michelle? Right, Chris? That's me, Chris. What's that going to do for me and Michelle? Right? I'm thinking like, if Michelle could become a nationalist, she could get out of their jurisdiction, right? That's what he's getting at here, He's getting out of their jurisdiction, so they don't have power over you. You don't have to play by their rules once you step outside their jurisdiction, and you have to stay outside their jurisdiction because they're always going to try to drag you back in. That's the game. Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple explanation.
Yeah, that's what all this crap's basically about. So jurisdiction, and jurisdiction.
I'm just gonna stick to the regular layout there. All right. That's
jurisdiction means you got to play by our rules, because we have some kind of agreement over you. That's what that means. If you break that agreement, they can't enforce the rules on you anymore.
Now I forget that I'm trying to think of it, but the etymology of jurisdiction, I can't remember. But I know I've looked it up before. I've looked into it before. We could get to that at another time though.
What does jurist mean?
I have no idea, Mrs. Jeeps. I did not check it out, so I also am not in the know.
What does jurist mean, Jeeps? Do you know what jurist means? I don't know.
I don't know if etymology is really Jeep's strong point there. Not that it's mine either. But.
Yeah, we all have our strengths and weaknesses. Doesn't mean anybody's dumb or nothing like that. It just means you don't know. So,
the man who says the nexus to that jurisdiction is the Social Security number.
Nexus connection to that jurisdiction is a Social Security number. Nexus is a fancy word for connection.
Speaking of Nexus, Lexus, Nexus. I wanted to get in that too at some point.
Yeah, you can.
Again, I have things written down, and I often forget to get into them. So,
your hit list, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you familiar with that at all?
A little bit, yeah. You can like look up credit scores for businesses.
Right.
You know, you can do like record searches and stuff.
All right, what do you think? You want to continue?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, out of nowhere, like totally flip out, right? Now, what that means when they behave that way is they know this information, and this information scares the fuck out of them, right? And you got to be a little careful with that, right? Because when they start freaking out like that, I disengage because you're emotionally overwhelming them, and that freak out psychotic. They're literally having like a psychotic episode. When they do that, I recommend you have to really soften up. You have to it's like a psycho with a knife is in front of you. What are you going to do? You're in an alleyway. There's a psycho with a knife in front of you. How are you going to behave? Are you going to freak out and start screaming at them? No, you're going to be like, okay, let's just take a deep breath and calm down for a second. Or let's just take a deep breath. I'm going to disengage. I'm going to leave. If you don't want to talk to me about this, I'm going to leave. I don't want to make you so emotionally uncomfortable that, you know, this is probably not healthy for your fucking endocrine system or something. You know what I mean? I'm going to just eject myself from this conversation. If you would like to pick up this conversation in the future, let me know. I'm more than happy to talk to you. That's how I do. That's how so it's either they are accessible or they're not. And if they're not, if you just keep pushing it, bro, like these people could physically attack you.
Well, because you're essentially questioning their fucking country. It really depends on how patriotic these people are. You're questioning their identity as an American. Then you're also, you're pulling some shit up. Yeah, man, it's fascinating as fuck, dude. You're threatening them in a lot of different ways. You're threatening their identity, and they freak the fuck out.
Now, just to clarify, what I'm saying and what I'm talking about, I'm not referring to patriotic people. Patriotic people are the first people on board with this information. What I'm talking about is people who make their living inside the system, especially people who make their money inside the system.
It's always low-level people too that freak out the most. It's like school teachers and shit.
Yeah, they've kind of known that maybe what they're doing isn't the greatest thing in the world, and it's the idea that I work in the dental field, and it's like when you talk to doctors about placing mercury fillings, and they just totally lose their fucking shit. The reason why they lose their shit is because they're now confronted with the fact that they've been possibly poisoning children for the last 20 fucking years. Yep. And emotionally, it's so much to handle that the person themselves, it's such a crushing moral position that
emotional damage
defend themselves, and they freak out and go psychotic as a way of being like, no, you're wrong, because if you're right, I'm gonna go and fucking kill myself.
It sounds like all these doctors during the pandemic.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, this is an example people don't like to hear, but if you like talk to a lady that's had an abortion and you like fucking try to describe abortion as murder, they have to fucking deal with that in their head and in their conscience, and they kind of know that they fucking took their child's life.
That's it, right there.
And then you start to they start thinking about that, and those fucking gears start turning in their head. They realize they fucking murdered their baby, dude.
Yeah, and that's like, rough. I mean, I don't care where your position is on any of this stuff. At the end of the day, if you really stop and think, what if that woman was raped? And what if, you got a woman who's raped and then she's trying as hard as she can to not think that she murdered the baby, but then you're talking to her about it, and now she's like, it's something she's kind of buried under the sand really, really hard.
Trauma, dude.
And it's alcohol, and it's like, I never recommend that you just slam into these fucking people. Like, whether it's about this stuff, whether it's about abortion, whether it's about, you see all these videos online of these guys, and I don't like that stuff, because these people will go home and fucking kill themselves.
Yep.
And it's like, if I was talking to somebody and they went home and they killed themselves, it wouldn't really bother me, frankly, because I'm also not slamming into them hard as fuck, unless they're really, really going to have to push me. And I mean, like, really going to have to push me into that. And if they want to go that far, they're going to get the heat. And if they get the heat and they go home and kill themselves, I will not feel one fucking ounce of sympathy to that. That's how I feel.
Oh, fair enough.
Hey,
I kind of
themselves out.
Right. I mean, I don't know if there was anything that we didn't really cover, obviously, in the chat that we had, Brandon, but it'd just be kind of cool to just like get a little deeper, or expand on that stuff.
There's a lot to go over. There's so many different things we could talk about. I mean, we talked about the mortgages. We talked about, U.S. citizens. So
the capital letter thing is fascinating to me. The capital letters and names.
And Ryan, I'd like to hit on the citizen part too, because that part blew my mind. I didn't understand that at all.
So if you look at here, let me. Do you guys mind if I share my screen?
Go right ahead.
So let me do this. Pull up some Black's Law.
Yeah,
I was
there
going
you go.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is, to be honest, but that
Black's
sounds
Law
dope.
book is what all judges use as
It's like a law dictionary, law
definitions.
Bible.
So,
Yes.
so,
For
so
the
what's
judicial
funny?
branch.
What's funny about Black's Law is, hold on a second. What's funny about Black's Law is nobody even defines it correctly. What is Black's Law? Black's Law is this right here. I'm gonna wait. Tell me when it comes up.
Not yet. Also, nice to meet you, Brandon. I don't think I've talked to you before.
Yeah, this is Nate, Brandon, from Reality Czars.
Hey, Nate.
Cheers, man. Good to meet you.
This thing is freaking out a little bit on me. Hold on.
Uh-oh. They don't want us to know.
It doesn't
dude.
want us to know.
It doesn't even want us to know what the real definition of this black law is. What is it, dude? The suspense is killing me right now. What's the real definition of that shit?
Once you go black, you never go back.
That might be it, dude.
Wow, it crashed completely. Look at that. Let me try this one more time. Let me try this one more time. I got like a supercomputer too, so it's not.
Yeah. In the meantime, I always suggest people go get your state's law books. I got Texas criminal and traffic. Your state's law.
Like a supercomputer too, so it's not.
Yeah. In the meantime, I always suggest people go get your state's law books. I got Texas criminal and traffic law manual.
Nice. Do you have it on
That
deck
way-
there too? You have it on deck there too, Bob? Just right there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
I
yeah.
carry it in my truck.
Hey, it's good, dude.
So
Yeah.
That's
See,
pretty cool.
This is the type of thing where I know that there's some validity to it. I know there's some truth to it. It's just it takes a lot to fucking get your way out of things and like actually live by it and try to find people that'll fucking like recognize it. And man, it's a fucking pain in the ass, dude. Like I
Yeah,
don't have the
worth it,
type of
though.
money or time to like because I know I've known some folks that have like fought shit with them and they'll have to sit in jail for a couple weeks. They'll let them go and
yeah,
they'll drop it. But I don't have 2 weeks to sit in jail.
yeah.
Like,
I had
I'll lose my fucking house.
I almost got arrested the other day because I was standing up for my rights. Some fucking road pirate pulled me over and he started asking me questions. And I was like, nah, man, fuck you. Like, I'm not giving you my ID. I'm not my red vehicle's not registered. It doesn't have to be. Here's the law that says it doesn't have to be.
And see, I do that shit too, but I don't have the fucking law book with me. I do my car.
Well, this
Am
dude
I
ended up
incriminating
freaking
myself?
opening
I
my
haven't
door.
registered my car in probably like 5 years. It's like 5 years old. I don't give a fuck. Like someone was telling me, like, because I guess Oregon just passed some faggoty fucking law about like concealed carry and shit, where like you can't have more than 10. Well, first of all, you need a license to fucking conceal carry. Again, that doesn't affect me because I'm not going to get your license and I'm going to carry if I want.
Yeah, yeah.
Then secondly, they have like some law where you can't have like more than 10 rounds now in that fucking gun. And, and you can't even have like an extended mag at all. Like
Yeah, they
if
had
you're
that.
gonna
They
have
had that in
extended mag,
Connecticut too, Nate.
they just passed
8
some
rounds.
bullshit, man. Yeah, some fucking lame
Or
shit.
6+1.
And like my
I think
buddy's
it is.
freaking out, and I'm telling him like, what does it matter? Are you free or not? Like, I'm
Yeah.
gonna carry any fucking gun I want, whenever the fuck I want, and you can suck my dick. Now, I also understand that if I get pulled over, I could go to prison, but fuck you, dude. I'm free. Fuck your
Yeah.
law.
Yeah,
Now,
dude.
at least Bob is smart and carries the law book with him, and he can argue with him. I'm just like, suck my dick.
Well, these guys the other day, they weren't having it, man. And he ended up, this dude who was a supervisor ended up calling the district attorney to see what to do. And the district attorney told him to fucking arrest me. I was with my entire family, had $400 worth of groceries in the back, getting ready for Thanksgiving and shit. And this cop just was like, you don't have a sticker on your car. And I was like, dude, fuck you. No. And because I knew the laws and was reciting the laws, then he was like, well, then I'm going to arrest you. I'm like,
Shitty, man.
Does anyone else see Mitch on the top left, Lou on the bottom left, Boshene in the top middle? Like, am I like out of my mind here? I need help.
Yeah, dude, that is that's crazy though. I didn't know that about Oregon because I was talking with
Just
Adam.
happened, dude.
I
This
know.
last,
Okay, it must have.
this
Yeah,
last
because-
election.
Huh. Yeah, I was talking with Adam and he said that the gun rights there are pretty lax. So
Idaho. Talk to Buffalo and Legs, man. Apparently they have stores in Idaho that sell like guns, donuts, freaking beer and liquor all in the same freaking place. Like
Idaho's nice, man. That's what I've been looking at. That's like in our 5-year plan, me and the wife.
Yeah.
We got a house. We're paying it off. I'm working my ass off. I just got a second job. We're going to fucking get out of debt, take care of shit, and then we're going to get the fuck out of here.
man, I'm just gonna hunker down here and try to fucking beat these motherfuckers at their own game.
So I'll explain this
So-
to you guys if you want. The screen
Yeah.
sharing is not working. It just keeps crashing. It's something wrong with Zoom, not my computer. So
They
So-
don't want
so-
us to see it.
yeah. So the first thing I'll explain is Black's Law is essentially a dictionary. It's a dictionary of words and the definitions of words, but the definitions come from some sort of court case and it comes straight out of the judicial system itself. So when you look
Thanks, Matt.
inside of Black's Law, it'll have the definition, and then it'll have the court case and the date and the location of where that definition came from. Okay. So you hear things about like Black's Law is bullshit, blah, blah, blah on the internet. If that was true, that means all of law as a varsity and every single piece of case law or decision that has ever occurred from the judicial system since 1776 does not exist or hold weight at all whatsoever. That's not
Sounds
true.
good to me.
That's obviously not true.
Fuck your law.
Yeah.
You don't own me.
Well, sadly, that's not going to fly. So that means that Black's Law is true, and it's the truth, and it's exact definitions of words or ideas that come from various court cases. Now, the definition of the word citizen.
Talk about social constructs. Law and all this bullshit is a social construct.
Yep.
Exactly. Well, what makes it more complicated is before 1871, you had real law and real government, and then after 1871, it converted into all corporate structure. So you can ask yourself, law would be anything before 1871. Statute would be anything after 1871. That's kind of how I think about
Yep.
it. Okay. Now, statute or policy by definition only applies to particular groups of people, groups that you can be in or out of voluntarily. That's why the tax system is a voluntary system as per their own statutes state that, right?
It still says that, yeah, that it's voluntary.
It
And
is
try
voluntary.
to stop doing it. Yeah.
Well, it
And watch how
technically
voluntary it is.
It is voluntary. The problem is that what makes it voluntary and what makes it a system that you can step in or out of is extremely difficult to find the information in order to do that, right? Now, the definition of the word citizen does contain a lot of the secrets on how you can step in or out of these various systems voluntarily, right? So it says here in Black's Law 4th edition, under the definition of citizen, which is like multiple pages of definitions, if you guys want to check it out. On my state national theory page, I have editions 1 through 6 of Black's Law available for download for free. So it says here,
And just a side note, most judges use Black's Law's version 6, even though there are like 11 or 12 versions out now.
yeah, I only recommend the first 6 editions. 6 is good. 4 and 5 I pretty much use for everything. 6 is also really good. 7 sometimes has some special definitions you're not going to find anywhere else, but I use the 4th edition 95% of the time, honestly. So it says here, citizen, inhabitant, and resident are often synonymous. So like I was explaining to Ryan during the podcast that we have, the definition of resident means that so you have domicile, which means that you like totally 100% live in a location. You have the word resident, which means you're there, but you intend on returning to your domicile address at some point in the future. And then you have other terms like sojourn, which means that you're just like a nomad. And there's other terms as well. Okay. So citizen means resident. So resident means that you're in a location, could be temporarily or it could not be temporarily, but as of right now, you are living there and you are under the jurisdiction of that zone as per your own open acceptance. And basically the idea of citizen is I live in this area and I have allegiance to the government of this area in exchange for protections of my privileges and so-called rights. Now that gets a little more complicated because like I was telling Ryan, United States, by definition, is a private for-profit corporation within 10 square miles of the District of Columbia. And state of California, state of Montana, state of Arizona, all of these are all sub-corporations of that corporation that are also legally located in the District of Columbia. So when you sign any documentation voluntarily that says, I am a resident of state of California, city of Los Angeles, which is an incorporated sub-corporation that is located in the District of Columbia. Every fucking thing, everywhere, is located in the District of Columbia. And I can actually give you the exact case law on that point that proves that point. Just take me a moment to find it.
Because that's the one thing that people don't understand. They don't understand the significance of the establishment of the District of Columbia and the Act 1871, because that changed the game totally. Like you said, it went from natural law before that, or the law of the Republic, to this now corporate law.
Exactly. Well, the complicated part about all this is that if you don't understand the definitions of the terms, and you say that you are a resident of something that is legally located in the District of Columbia, and you say you are a citizen inside the District of Columbia, you're saying that you are a volunteer employee of the federal corporation. You don't live in the United States of America. You live inside the 10-mile totally foreign governmental zone known as the District of Columbia. How do you have any American rights? How do you have a constitution? How do you have a Second Amendment when you don't live in the United States of America? That's the secret, right? So 4 USC 72, all offices attached to the seat of government shall be exercised in the District of Columbia and not elsewhere except as otherwise expressly provided by law. So all offices attached to the seat of government shall be exercised in the District of Columbia and not elsewhere. That's for United States Code section 72.
And what's
So-
amazing about that, Brandon, is I pulled up here the Merriam-Webster dictionary, which the normal people would look at, and there's no mention of that whatsoever.
Exactly.
It's like, so people you have to understand is there's two sets of verbiage being used here. There's the maritime version, and then there's the, mainstream version of it. And it's all wordplay.
It's all wordplay. I mean, even the word spelling, it's like magic spells, right?
Yep.
Spelling. So
Our whole
so-
language is spelling and cursive and everything. It's
Exactly. So there's actually a status. If you look up, I want to say CFR 52.3, CFR 52.3. Shit. Give me 1 second.
and what's CFR stand for again?
Code of Federal Regulations. Let me see here. We get CFR.
I guess
So
good tip is gonna pop
22.
in, huh?
So 22 CFR 51.3. If someone can share a screen on a computer that will not crash, 22 CFR 51.3. Just type that into Google and just click the first link. It's called Types of Passports.
What are they, like different classes?
Different classes. 22 CFR 51.3. If someone can type that in. There you go. So here we go. So A is the one that I have, which is the one that almost nobody has. It's called a regular passport. A regular passport is issued to a national of the United States. It's called a 5-star passport on the card. It has 5 little stars in the center at the top of the passport. This particular passport means that you do not represent the United States, the for-profit federal corporation. You do not live there. You are not there. It's a non-citizen national of the United States. Now, a 4-star passport is subsection C, definition number 4, which is an official or employee of a state, local, tribe, or territorial government traveling abroad to carry out official duties in support of the U.S. government, right? So you're still tied, you're a state national at that point, but you're still tied into and representing the private for-profit corporation known as United States. Then it goes down from there. Your typical person has a 3-star passport, which is your section C, definition 1. An officer or employee of the U.S. government traveling abroad to carry out official duties and family members of such person. That's the one that almost everybody has. Now, the way that you get a 4 or a 5-star passport, the 4-star passport is extremely easy to get. All you do is just put every single spot on the entire application that asks you anywhere about U.S. citizen, you just say no. It's literally that fucking simple. And they'll give you a 4-star passport. The 5-star is a whole song and dance that you have to attach these documents that are notarized, and you have to do all this shit. And I teach you how to do it in my free contract killer course. Okay. Now, when you're driving and you use a driver's license, the definition of the word driver means non-commerce or commerce travel, right? You can use a passport for non-commerce travel, and you will not get any points on your license. You won't get anything. And actually, ironically and amazingly enough, Progressive Insurance will actually insure you with just a passport. It's called an international driver's insurance. Okay. It's more expensive because they don't want people doing it. But if you use a passport when you're driving your mode of conveyance, it's not a motor vehicle. Motor vehicle is a commercial term. When you're driving your automobile and you use a passport when you get pulled over, you can only receive tickets if there's a victim. If you're speeding, if you're drunk, if you're driving through stop signs, unless you cause an accident or you cause damage to people's personal property or their bodies, you cannot get any sorts of tickets or be arrested while operating your automobile. If you present a driver's license, what you're doing when you present that driver's license is you're saying, "Thank you, officer. I am currently engaged in commerce, and thus I am under your jurisdiction as a policy officer of commerce." And that's why when you're driving an automobile for personal non-commerce use, you want to carry your passport card or book. When you're driving for commerce purposes exclusively, you carry the driver's license only in those situations. So I actually don't even carry a driver's license.
So again, there are things that we're reviewing here that I'm not fully aware of. I don't necessarily have the ability to correct on. I do hear some things though that I don't agree with based on my somewhat limited inner and understanding of legal, lawful, and all things therein. But if you want to click the link, Emmanuel, no pressure. But I would appreciate to hear your, what you have to maybe counter, what you have to say on the counter. Chris, any thoughts?
Sure. What's your perspective on that? Where are you coming from? What's your idea about that?
Yeah, well, I agree here that he's still using he still seems to be somewhat indoctrinated by just some of the wording he's using and the language he's using. But again, I'm still sharpening my toolkit myself on my knowledge, etymology, just the words and terms in general and their meanings, let alone learning Black's Law and again, just all the words and terms and how they're being
Right.
used. So,
basically, with the passport, he's claiming that he pulled himself out of their jurisdiction, right? Which is like, since we have this over you, this agreement, whatever, we can now tell you what to do because of that. You agreed to that. Okay. Now what he did with that passport is he removed that agreement. Now they can't really tell him what to do because it's outside their jurisdiction, and it reverts back to common law because now in common law you need a victim to have a crime, right? Where statutory, if you're a citizen, you don't have that passport, they could charge you because you're under a different agreement. Therefore, you're under their jurisdiction. Therefore, they can tell you what to do. So
right, yeah, I don't necessarily agree. For one, on the needing a passport, just as much as I wouldn't agree on needing a license. So it's interesting how he agrees on one side and not on the other.
Yeah, he's going out of staying out of their jurisdiction. Did you have any other ideas how you can stay out of their jurisdiction?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, of course, one obvious way would be not be in their city centers, not be in their tightly packed, what are now becoming more and more as time goes on, 15-minute cities, smart cities, so-called smart cities.
Right.
So that would be, I guess, one of the most obvious. But I live in an area where not long ago, 20 years ago, I mean, there wasn't the majority of what there is here now. All these plazas, all these, I mean, especially a lot more law enforcement. I mean, there's just way more housing, way more stores and development. It's gone from a true suburb to more of a small city, really. Like most suburbs probably now.
That's more urban now than suburban, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. As long as you're under their jurisdiction, you're going to get a ticket or whatever because you have an agreement to follow their rules, whether you know it or not. That's what he's saying. So basically.
All right, let's continue.
When you're driving an automobile for personal non-commerce use, you want to carry your passport card or book. When you're driving for commerce purposes exclusively, you carry the driver's license only in those situations. So I actually don't even carry a driver's license. I don't need to. I'm almost never involved in commerce while traveling. So
now what would constitute commerce in traveling?
But wait, because the cops don't give a shit. They will harass you and throw you in jail regardless.
They can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want, and that's the enforcement end of the spectrum. So Title 18. So if you go into the United States Code, go to type in whoever has the screen share up here. Type in 18 space USC space 1545.
All right. Before they get to that, Emmanuel, did you have any thoughts? Anything you wanted to add that you were saying? Again, yeah, passports are used during times of war. Good point. But yeah, what were your thoughts on the counter?
I really don't have any other than, when you tickets, for example, you could always rebut the presumption of your corporate existence on a record. So that kind of, if there's any presumption that, that you're under some territorial jurisdiction of which they could charge you under, don't argue that on the street, just put it on paper that file your affidavit of denial of corporate existence. And then when they try to say, no, you're under our jurisdiction, they got to prove that you are. Right. And an unrebutted affidavit stands as a fact. So the
said
state
that was
of
the affidavit of what again? What did you say?
denial of corporate existence. It's as simple as saying, I'm not this name. I'm a living man. I'm the authorized representative of the all capital letters that was given to me at birth, et cetera, et cetera. I'm the holder in due course of the name and property, Social Security, everything that's attached. And that's it. You let them know that you're the agent of that name, but it kind of starts to create that barrier between, it's like a limited liability type of thing, but not. It just kind of rebuts the presumption that you're their slave that has to do whatever they say, right? It takes you back into the republic, back into America, so to speak, where they have to prove it.
Yep. There you go, Sean. He's saying he's pulling himself out of their jurisdiction by standing up for his rights. He speaks like what did you say that word is juris means? Emmanuel.
Juris means of law.
Of law, or to speak, something like that, or of law or right.
Yeah, of law or of right, exactly.
Yeah. So if they say what they say, Emmanuel, if you don't use your rights, you don't have any, right?
Yeah, if you don't use them, you lose them.
Yeah, so you have to put that down on paper or something that, hey man, I'm not in your jurisdiction. I'm not a corporate slave, like you said. That's enforcing your right. So that's your juris right there.
Right, because the spoken word flies and the written word stays. You can't, show up to court saying, well, I'm not part of your jurisdiction. Well, what evidence do you have of that if you're going to make those statements in a public court, right? If you're going to take those arguments to a public venue, then you better have everything that you needed to have filed on the private side, and that's just as simple as giving notice. This is what the cities do with you. They give you notice. Everything comes in the form of a notice. A ticket is a notice. Excise tax is a notice. A summons to court is a notice. And notices are just all offers, right? If you start looking at them, what they really are, they're just offers. Will you pay this ticket? Will you show up to court? Well, sure, I'll show up to court. I'll conditionally accept your offer to show up to court upon proof of claim that I haven't injured somebody else. Sure. And then here's also my schedule fee for the time that it's going to take for me to show up there, because everybody there is getting paid and so will I.
Yeah, $5,000.
Right. And then once you send them back that offer, this is the experience I've had, when entities from the state start sending me offers in the mail. Well, sure, I'm not going to argue. I'm going to conditionally accept your offer upon proof of claim, right? And wait for you to prove your claim. Oftentimes they can't. They won't, because they want to pull you into that venue to project things on you, like Paul says, right? And then you have to argue, right? And then when you go into arguing status, now you go into dishonor. It's a game, right? You're not there to.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So you have to accept rather than fight them. You have to agree with them.
Correct. Agree with thine adversary, right? That's what the Bible says. Agree with thine adversary on the way to court, lest he hand you over to the judge and the judge hand you over to the bailiff and the bailiff throws you in jail until you pay every last farthing. That means every last penny.
Fraction of a penny, actually, but yeah.
Right. So, that's why the concept of like taking things to court is kind of stupid sometimes. It's better to settle, right? Agree with thine adversary, settle that shit on the private side.
Right. So even if you could do it right there with the peace officer or whatever.
Right. If you're skilled enough to be able to, in viva voce, so to speak, get them to realize, hey, I'm going to hold you accountable for this because you're the one swiping the card here. Right. And the charge is going to come from somewhere. It's not going to come from me, because I know what I have to do to make sure that energy returns back to me. Because if there is no injured party, I'm going to presume the state is in need of my credits, because the state cannot make money on itself. It needs us to get the revenue from. So I send them a notice. Last time I got a ticket, I didn't even argue with the guy. I was going to kind of get it, but he was already irate. I just gave him what he needed. And then I told him, right, there is no injured party, right? You agree? And he just went into NPC mode and said, hey, if you want to challenge the ticket, the instructions are on the ticket, et cetera, whatever.
Yeah.
So the tickets always tell you how to challenge the ticket, but you're still kind of doing what they're telling you to do. What you really should do is return the ticket to where they want you to pay the ticket, and then send the ticket with an affidavit saying, hey, I didn't hurt anybody. I haven't caused any loss, injury, or harm. So I'm going to presume that the state needs 200 or whatever X amount of money it needs from me, and I'm willing to give it to them at interest. Here's my rate, right? And then the system is automated, so they're going to default on your not payment and all of that stuff. So you pay, right? But then once a human in the system receives that certified mail that you sent them with your affidavit and everything, you know, to rebut the presumption that you're operating out there and in commerce or whatever, then they read it and say, oh, damn, we just took a loan. And then the treasury of the state will send you a check. Well, this is my experience in Massachusetts. They'll write you a check, boom, and it send the money right back to you. But it's not the state sending you the money that you gave them back. They took that from the officer that pulled you over.
Well, from his paycheck, I mean?
Not from his paycheck, from his bond.
From his bond. Okay. Gotcha.
Right. So if more people started doing this, then the cops would start to get the idea like, oh shit, I can't just willy-nilly pull people over anymore. It affects their job, so to speak, right?
Right.
But
right. So you went in with your evidence. So you created some evidence, and then once they defaulted on it, you know, if they wanted to push it further, you could take it into court and show them their evidence that they defaulted, and here it is.
Right. So they understand to settle right away, and they don't want to take a loan. They don't want to pay interest, nothing. It was a big mistake. They don't even want you to pull it into a court, because if you did pull it into a public venue, the cat's out the bag.
Right.
And I think that's maybe, you know, some would say, right, that's why maybe a lot of what we're seeing with police lately, police brutality, you know, has seemed to escalate in many ways, you know, and I think it's because a lot of people are learning and are pulling themselves away from it. And of course, it's losing power. It's losing the system's losing the gasoline it needs to pump the engine. So, yeah, I think that they're definitely connected. You know, the spike in, again, not to say that you know, it hasn't been going on since the times of supposedly Jesus, and before. I mean, it goes back as far back as I'm sure there was any type of authority. So, you know, any type of manly authority, I should say, worldly authority.
Yeah, but if you stay in honor at all costs within the system, you shouldn't be gunned down by an officer, or, you know. And if they do take you away, you know, if you make a record of every time they trespass against your rights, then just go with it. You know, don't be mad that I'm here and they detain me unlawfully. And no, just go with it. You know, name and badge numbers, keep a record. And once you get out, and if you stay quiet, you know, and don't indict yourself, and just, I think it's 72 hours they could hold you max, right? And then that's when you start a process against them, because you've gathered all of your evidence.
So what do you think? I mean, were you enjoying? Were you getting something out of this?
No, yeah, the guy seems to be on point with a lot of what he's saying, you know. But when he said that, oh, it's as easy as just filling out your passport. Well, no, it's not just as easy as that. You're gonna get some kickback. It's gonna be a process to get that kind of a passport that he's saying, without the social security number and the address and all of that. Yeah, there is a process, but, you know, at the end of the day, what does that really get you?
Right.
Yeah, you still have to know how to maneuver in court, right?
You still have to maneuver in this whole world, pretty much, you know. And that's why you need a passport nowadays to travel because the world is in a constant state of silent war.
Silent weapons for quiet wars. Yep. I was actually going to do that the last night, and I decided something different, but I was going to restream a video on that. But anyway, we're about a quarter way into this, and it is late already. So, and I know you're on the East Coast, like Travis here, and like I'm not sure about Chris and others, but we're about an hour or a half hour into 2 hours. So I'm going to continue. Feel free to chime in, and yeah, feel free to chime in.
In jail regardless.
They can
and
do
you
whatever
can
they
do
want.
it
They can do whatever they want, and that's the enforcement end of the spectrum. So Title 18. So if you go into the United States Code, go to type in whoever has the screen share up here. Type in 18 space 18 space USC space 1545. Yeah. Now open that up. The first link, Cornell. Now go to on the upper part. Go up to the very top, and it says there, Chapter 75, Part 1, blah blah blah. Go to US.
I could have swore you said, Travis, I'm on the East Coast. So that's why I literally could swear 10 minutes ago you said I'm on the East Coast. So New Mexico's not in the East Coast, is it? Unless you mean New Hampshire. No, I don't know. Yeah, I'm confused.
Code where it says US Code. Now, this is the entire US Code, and it's divided by titles. So if you scroll down, Title 26 is the Internal Revenue Code. Okay. Title 18 is the one we want to go look at right now. Title 18 is offenses and penalties. Go up to crimes and criminal procedure. So
in all these
inside
codes,
Title
they
18,
do not
Title
fall
18
under the
contains
judicial
every
branch.
single
This is all
political
administrative. Just so you know.
Right.
These aren't like laws. They're not what is there's what is known as positive law and statutory law. This is what is known as statutory law, or what they consider a statutory jurisdiction, whatever that means.
Right.
So
Right.
this is it's of a different nature. It's legislative. It falls under the administrative branch. Article 3, I think, not Article 1.
Well, in this video earlier, they were saying that before 1871, they used to operate under law, and after 1871, they switched it to a legal system, law and legal. That's they're saying like legal is like statutes and codes, law is like the law, no victim, that kind of stuff.
Right, because the corporation fell under the legislative branch, and they are the ones that wrote all the governing rules to that fictitious entity called United States, right? Because that's separate from we the people.
Right,
That
based
was
in Washington, D.C.
Right, that 10 by 10 square mile district. That's the residing place of United States, and anybody who considers themselves a United States citizen is a resident of Washington, D.C. That's what the whole zip code and your address, that whole fictitious grid that they got you living on, it falls under the territorial jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. So to say that you live at, X number on Elm Street and, X number zip code, you're admitting that you are in their territorial jurisdiction. So when they pull you into court and say, well, where do you live? And what's your name? And your social security number? These are all things to confirm that they have territorial jurisdiction over you.
Yeah, would it be
Which
fair
falls
to
on
say
the
like your routing number to your trust, or not your trust, but your well, yeah, I guess that would be an appropriate. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, so like you got McDonald's Corporation, right? And every McDonald's, every individual McDonald's that can be owned by whoever is a franchise. So everyone that has a social security number and says, I'm a US citizen very proudly, well, you're just a franchise of the United States government, right? So the governing body of McDonald's can tell you how to run your McDonald's if you want to rep McDonald's.
Right. Well said. Well put. Well versed. Yeah.
Yep.
I like how you put that. All right, let's continue before I
Time that
get off
any
track.
police
But yeah, keep chiming in. I mean, that's the whole idea
officer,
of the open panel.
that any judge, that any treasury person, county recorder, etc., et cetera, et cetera, could be guilty of. Every single fucking crime is listed in Title 18.
So wait, I'm seeing here crimes, criminal procedure, prisons and prisoners, correction of youthful offenders, immunity of witnesses. Okay, I just want to.
There are financial penalties and there are also arrestable penalties. Now, what you do is you can file commercial liens. Now, this is not an area I recommend anyone who's new to any of this information to involve themselves in at all. You want to get arrested or die very rapidly, start filing fucking liens without knowing what the fuck you're doing. Everything else I teach, I really don't, in my opinion, I don't think you get in a lot of trouble unless you're being like a complete asshole and you're like creating enemies, basically. Lien.
Yeah, just start filing liens on just like tons of police officers, judges, you know, fucking courts. That's a great way to get.
This is an area where you can get in some trouble. Okay. Now, to answer your question, Bob, the way that you handle that is you let them arrest you with a big fat grin, shit-eating grin on your mouth because you're going to get fucking rich because you take Title 18 and you file commercial liens based off of the crimes such as kidnapping, which has a definition. You actually file a commercial
because you're gonna get rich, he said.
Yeah.
Is that the part you were grinning at as well?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. You know, if they're willing to take you in, just go go like a gentleman.
Right.
There's no reason to go out kicking and screaming, for what? So they could tase you, pump you full of lead, and say he's Richard. No, bro.
Yeah, if you're lucky, right? If you're lucky,
Yeah.
if they don't wipe you out. I mean, the way they're doing it, the way they seem to be doing it these days on some of these freaking police activity videos, and the stuff that Paul tends to review, it's fucking disturbing, man, to say the least. And I've been on that side, so I'm grateful to have survived it. Honestly, with a dog at my ear and my face being punched in. I mean, I was young and dumb, but still young, dumb, and full of cum. But anyway, let's continue.
Commercial lien. Now, a commercial lien is prejudicial, meaning it doesn't go to a courtroom. It isn't even approved by a court. They can't stop it. They can't kill it. The only way a police officer can remove a commercial lien is by a jury trial. So they would need to take you to court and put you into a full-blown jury trial, win the jury trial to remove the lien. When you lien a police officer, you can actually literally call the sheriff's office, take the lien in there once it goes for 30 days or 60 days or whatever, and you can actually get the officer fired. You can actually start taking the officer's personal property to satisfy the lien. You can do all sorts of crazy shit. Now, the problem.
I just want to be safe here. Is that really you, Damsel Medic? I just want to be safe here. Make sure. Is that really you? I should have screened. I usually screen. Well, actually, I don't usually screen. I need to screen more, actually.
Might porn bomb or something. Be careful.
She might be having, yeah, she might be having some tech issues. It's probably her. I think there's a way to check, actually. I'll do that.
Problem is, again, this is advanced shit that I'm talking about right now. And I do not recommend at all that someone do any of this unless they understand everything else under the sun, moon, and stars. They've handled all their shit, their IRS shit, all their shit is handled, their passport's handled, their driver's license is handled. If they have a marriage license, that's handled. Everything else has to be done before you start getting into liens, because if you have chinks in your armor and they find it, they'll burn you. Okay. So now go back to 18 USC 1545, the first one that I had to go to. You can just type it in or hit back a couple times. So 18 USC 1545, safe conduct violation. This one is sexy. This is the one that you're going to use to not get arrested by police or even get fucked with at all whatsoever, right? Whoever violates any safe conduct or passport duly obtained and issued under authority of the United States shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 10 fucking years or both. So it's not saying it's a 10 years. You got to be very, very careful. The wording here. It's not saying imprisoned for 10 years. It's saying imprisoned not more than 10 years.
Well, hey, that's better than not less than 10, right? So
that could be 1 year.
That's up to 10 years.
Yeah,
up
up
to
to.
10.
Right.
Okay.
Better than minimum. Damsel, if you want to come back up, I'm pretty sure the link is pinned. I'm not sure if you were having tech issues. If that was really you, I'm pretty sure it was really you. I've never seen anyone pretend to be Damsel Medic. So anyway,
that could be 1 month. That could be 5 years. That could be anything. Up to 10 years maximum. But there's also a massive financial penalty associated with this. So the commercial lien is the financial side. Then once you file the commercial lien, you can also file a criminal case for the 10 years imprisonment. So you have two different ways of attacking these people if you want to. Okay. So the lien is completely unstoppable. The criminal case they can stop and they can throw it out. Okay. Now there's a lot of ways to get around all this because you can lien, you can lien anybody you want. I don't recommend that people run around and start liening everybody. And the reason why is because the enforcement of liens, when you start taking people's property away from them, is done through the sheriff's office. Why you would make all these fucking self-proclaimed retard sovereign citizens that are going around and liening people in the sheriff's department, you're shitting where you eat. You're burning your own house to the fucking ground.
Did I just hear that correctly?
You did.
Did I just hear that correctly? Let me go back really quick. Hear that one more time. Might have a tard amongst us here.
All these fucking self-proclaimed retard sovereign citizens that are going around and liening people in the sheriff's department, you're shitting where you eat. You're burning your own house to the fucking ground. You're fucking retarded. Who's gonna fucking enforce this now? You just killed the one fucking guy who's gonna enforce any of this, and now you're gonna fucking complain that no one's fucking enforcing it? You're retarded. You're fucking retarded. No, the sheriff's office is your best friend. They are your peak.
Okay. So all right. So this guy got obviously a police officer as a daddy or something, literally maybe and figuratively. Wow. Just I got to hear that one more time. I'm amazed.
Why you would make all these fucking self-proclaimed retard sovereign citizens that are going around and liening people in the sheriff's department, you're shitting where you eat. You're burning your own house to the fucking ground. You're fucking retarded. Who's gonna fucking enforce this now? You just killed the one fucking guy who's gonna enforce any of this, and now you're gonna fucking complain that no one's fucking enforcing it? You're retarded. You're fucking retarded. No, the sheriff's office is your best friend. They are your peeps. They're your peeps that are going to be with you side by side when you're serving that lien, when you're collecting, when you if you lien some government agency for millions of dollars and they don't pay you, you come in, you start grabbing computers, cars, whatever. Who's going to do that with you? It's the sheriff's office. So, understanding all of this and really getting it is so fucking important, because when you really, really get it, you're not going to have them just coming down on you and putting you in jail and doing all this stuff to you, because you're not being combative. What you're doing is you're simply saying, look, Officer Bumbledorf, ID badge 15646, violated Title 18 1545 safe conduct violation, and he kidnapped me. The violation cost of those two things from Title 18 is $520,000 to cure his criminal activity. I'm not mad at the fucking sheriff's office. I'm not mad at the U.S. Marshals. I'm not mad at the deputies. I'm mad at Officer Bumbledorf specifically. Okay. And that's how you handle it without causing yourself serious fucking problems. Basically, that's how you do it.
And that makes a lot of sense, because I hear a lot of people out there pushing the whole sovereign citizen thing, and I never understood it and kind of thought it was horseshit. And then I heard you talking about it with Ryan and saying it's a total oxymoron, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So once you know your laws, and once you correct your status, obviously you got to correct your status, because right now, legally, most of you guys, I assume, are probably filed as U.S. citizens in multiple areas of your life. That's a big problem. That's a big fucking problem. That's like having no defenses around your home at all whatsoever, and a big sign says, "Come fuck me in the ass." Okay, so you got to go and clean all that up first, and you want to get your passport, you want to get your driver's license sorted out. I teach you everything on the free course. You want to get all that shit sorted out. Now, once you sort all that shit out, you've got a fucking fortress. They can't touch you. You actually literally type this in. Type in 18 USC 112, and I'll show you guys where you land after you correct your status and get all your shit straightened out. Click on that now.
All right. Hi guys.
Once you clean up.
How you doing, Dan?
So, I'm doing great. How you doing, Sean?
Good. Been a while. Good to see you.
It has been a while. It's been a while since I caught one and actually had time to actually talk. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through all right?
Yeah, you're good. You sound great.
Yeah, here loud and clear, damsel. Welcome here.
Yeah.
Welcome to you guys too.
Thanks.
I've been listening in, and this guy, I've already signed up for his free course and I've been going through it. So
okay.
It's actually really
what's
pretty
his name?
good.
Brandon?
This is Brandon Joe Williams Jr.,
Right.
I think. But all you need to go look up is onestupidfuck.com. That is the website that he's going to tell you about. And I would recommend it because it goes through the history of all this, how it happened, what it really means, definitions, free Black's dictionaries, all the different editions, all the way up to, I think, it's for download. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that he's got on that page. And you can read the whole page and do the course. They send you a video once a day. by email. And so it's
Okay.
very easy to go through step by step what you need to do to get yourself removed.
Yeah, well,
So
I'm
I
gonna
would,
drop the link to this video because in the description it has all their links and his included. I'm pretty sure if I remember when I looked there. So yeah, I'm gonna
yeah, you
include that.
should.
But yeah, it's a free sign up and a free email list and all that, right?
Everything is free. Everything is free.
Love it.
The only thing he ever has charged for is his books. He's written a few books, one on relationships, love and marriage, I think, or love and not marriage, just love, I think, and some other book he's written. So this guy has some pretty good skills out there. But no, it's easy to sign up, easy to get going on it. Very fun to watch because it's like he is right here. The courses are done the same way. He's quite vulgar for some people, but for me it doesn't. I don't care. But a lot of people
Yeah,
get
I mean
upset
it's
about it.
it's right. It's the same thing people will say about Paul Unslaved or Wizard,
yeah.
Word Wizard, or many others. So some people want to be more refined and appropriate and PC, if you will. The Aaron Abkeys and Jay Griffs of the world. I'm just realizing
Well,
how
the
much his name
nice
sounds like Grift, but I enjoy a lot of what they bring to the table as well. So
the nice thing with that though is it's entertaining. His teaching
right.
in his courses is all very entertaining, so it's easy to listen to. Whereas if you are not used to heavy language, Wizard can be very, very complicated for some people because they just don't get what he's saying.
Oh yeah.
They don't.
I would
I'm
know.
always
Yeah.
surprised how many people say he speaks word salad. Well, if you've been to university like I have and done the courses I've done, he speaks perfect English, better than most people I've ever heard. I can't even compare him to somebody else. And actually, I understand him really well just because I have a background in philosophy and languages, and being a medical provider, you have to go through a lot of Latin and all kinds of stuff. So I've got a grasp of what he's doing and what he's saying, and I agree with a lot of what he has to say. So I kind of laugh when people like Snaps comes up and doesn't get it, just doesn't even understand what he's saying. Calls it word salad,
Well,
which is not even true.
Yeah, I won't hesitate to admit, I mean, that a lot, I don't want to say the majority, but, I would say almost half of, a third easily probably of what Wizard says is going over my head, especially when he's, going down the UCC route and, all that stuff I'm just starting to learn,
Yeah, so
I'm
it's
really,
hard.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
If I had listened to him maybe 4 years ago when I was beginning my journey on this stuff, I might have had more trouble with it, maybe, but not, I don't know, because I have a big Bible background too. So I was raised in a Baptist church 3 times a week, lots of study, even 2-week courses on different things. I mean, just lots. So a lot of the stuff that he's correlating, I get too, and a lot of people just don't get it. It's just really hard for them because they don't have the background they need to be able to understand what he is actually saying is accurate and more precise than most people realize. We speak terrible English. All of us do. We're terrible. We don't understand what we're saying half the time. We really don't. And so he has got the language skill down better than, just like I said, I can't think of anybody else that I've met that's got the language like he does. So,
yeah, well, it definitely doesn't help that it's a malevolently crafted, some might say, malevolently crafted spell book, the English language is. So,
well, yeah, it's meant to deceive you. The whole language
right.
is set up to deceive you. It's easily used to do that. It's worse than statistics, I think, in some ways, because it can be twisted so easily. So you have to know the basis, the foundation to be able to play the game well. If you're going to do anything in court, you're going to have to know your language much better and actually get a concise English handbook and actually learn language structure when you write. Because you'll
Language
say
structure,
things in
right.
your writing. Yeah, you have to know what you're actually saying.
Yeah, there's many
because
layers.
they will
It
interpret it.
isn't. Yeah, it isn't as
Which,
simple as just learning the words and terms, even. So it's a lot more to it.
no, it's an art. It's just like any language, though, that you learn when you're in a specialty, like in the medical field. I speak a language when I speak medical that you guys wouldn't understand a lot of things I said if I spoke the way I do to doctors. You just wouldn't
You
get
could say
it.
it's an
Most
art,
people would have no idea.
yeah, you could say it's an art, a science, and a craft, and much more. So,
Yeah. So it's a real study. If you're going to do this, you got to be dedicated. You can't do it half-assed. It will bite your ass, the whole ass, as Wizard likes to say.
I mean, it is magic, you know. Well, it can be.
It can be
I would
used for
say
good or bad.
Right, right. And magic, you know, well, some might say all magic's evil or bad or whatever, but yeah, I could see how it's all magic, really. To me, seems that way. You can
Well,
completely speak yourself into power or out of it using your
yeah,
language. So
it has
I'm not
it
sure
has
about other
power.
languages, but
All languages
go
are
ahead.
this way. All of them are this
Right,
way.
it does
Every
seem that
single
way.
one of
Yeah.
them. It is. It's not just ours. English is one of the worst because it's a combination of all the languages. That's why I'm saying it's all the languages, because ours is a combination of them all. So
Right. Well, I'm not
it's
sure
pretty
about
obvious.
Swahili or Sanskrit or, you know, any of the ancient languages, but
I would guess that it's just like on the different specialties I've worked in. When I speak military, if I'm in the military, I speak differently and say things, and that's how we know if somebody's lying to us that they're military experience or not. That's why I questioned Tommy when he dropped some hints that he had been in some kind of military training. I was trying to figure out if he had actually made it through basic or if he had just not even gotten through it. Some of the things he dropped was incorrect, but at the same time he had some knowledge. So, but
or
that's what it is
possibly
in
he was.
all specialties.
Yeah, hopefully he wasn't in the PSYOP division there. So
I don't know. It's just interesting. He dropped it, but then I and some other chatter, I can't remember his name right now. He's at odds with Paul, though. He's one that Paul, he's called Paul out and wants to beat him up. But he challenged Tommy on it too, because I guess he may have a military knowledge or background. And Tommy hasn't dropped those hints ever again. I've never heard him speak of it again after we both questioned. So, where did you go to basic training, and when did you complete it, and things like that? Because yeah, he shut up about it. I haven't heard it since. So
I mean, it's
kinda
as simple as pull out your DD-214.
yeah,
Show me some receipts.
exactly. You know it,
I don't
dude.
I don't have a problem showing mine. I'll redact my social and any, sensitive information. I'll show you where all my campaigns were and the dates and all that. I got receipts. But a lot
Me
of these
too.
people, it's funny. They come out like, what was his name? He used to talk a bunch of crap over Paul, and Paul would just have him like talking to
Oh,
himself in the back.
yeah.
He disappeared.
What's his name? Harlow.
Harlow, yeah. It's like, come on, man. How long ago could you have shown a DD-214 and just put
I
everyone?
laughed so hard with that guy because I've dealt with so many Navy SEALs, the real ones, and then I've dealt with so many fakes. I'm dealing with a fake right now, but it makes me just laugh because I knew he wasn't real. He had either gone again. He was another one that probably washed out, tried to get in, didn't finish or something, because there was too much stuff that didn't make sense with him at all.
Yeah,
made
or
me
they
laugh,
hung out
though.
with somebody that knew something, or sometimes these people just hang out with military people that talk about a lot of military stuff and they soak it all up and then they just parrot it all.
Well, that's
then
Tommy does some of that. He says he's got lots of veteran friends. Snaps, at least he's really anti-veteran fraud, so it's not a problem with him. But he says wrong things all the time about the military too. It makes me laugh. It's like him telling us that he was going to get a commission with having just gone to ROTC.
yeah, it doesn't work that way.
I'm like, dude, you are so wrong. ROTC means shit hardly at all. I mean, you might get an extra stripe. Back in the day, they gave an extra stripe in the Air Force anyway. If you came into basic with the ROTC, they gave you one stripe. But yeah, I just laughed hysterically when he said that. It's like, you don't know the difference between an officer and enlisted, then.
Yep.
You don't know what that is.
To clarify to the people out there, officers, they have a degree. You don't go into you. First of all, if you did have ROTC, you have to have some schooling to go into cadet school before you could even wear a bar or even call yourself an officer, right? So there's some steps involved. You're not just gonna go right from ROTC into
No, you can go ROTC right into basic training for enlisted if you want.
Right.
And they'll probably make you a leadership position in the flight or the platoon or whatever you're dealing with your service.
Yeah,
But
they
the
make you like
thing
a
is,
platoon guide or something. Yeah.
most of those guys, I had a laugh. We had a few of those ROTC newbies come in, and they were made leadership for just like a couple days because they failed so miserably.
Yeah. That's how it is usually.
Yeah, it was good stuff, man.
Oh,
There's
yeah, I
something
just
about-
laugh.
Mitch,
There's something about-
mounting Paul. I mean, mounting snaps today, like Pale and Sand down here. You guys catch that?
Nah. I
Which
didn't- I
one?
didn't-
Well, Mitch kind of mounted snaps. I think that was on, what was that, on OTW? Anyway, it was fucking hilarious.
I missed it.
Oh man, you can't. It's never a dull moment in these.
Mitch is out to get
battle
anybody and everybody that's I don't know. Anybody that
yeah,
he
anybody can
feels
get it.
is anybody that he feels is I guess better than him. I don't know. He just has to. He's like, I gotta knock him down, and I guess that makes him feel good. I don't know.
Anybody who
Well, there's-
challenges the metaversal jurisdiction,
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how well you know Mitch or have followed him for a while. He's just interesting to me. Let's just say, as a medical provider, I understand more about what's going on than most people do, and that's all I'll say. If you understand Mitch's background and what's happened to him physically, you might understand what is going on a little bit better.
Yeah,
No,
I
and
know.
that's why I don't judge. I'm sure of it. But it's interesting. It's funny. I've been watching for over a year now, so I've gotten to know some of the regulars. I've been in the background, but yeah, it's a funny dynamic.
Yeah, you love to hate him, that's for sure.
Mhm.
He's an interesting guy. Hey, so he comes up with, he's like Snaps, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. He has really good insights at times and does some really cool things. And then other times it's like, why are you doing this to yourself? Why do you drag yourself around with these people to drag them? I don't get it. It's a waste of his time, but he's not a bad person. So, and I have some respect for what he has done and what he's gone through, and especially when it comes to his medical issues. I'm very impressed with how far he's come from what I understand of his background. So what he's made public anyway. But yeah, funny. But anyway, like I was saying with language, though, it's dependent on your specialty. And if you're just a layman, you're not going to understand a lot of these things until you start to study and relearn your language, because you don't get it. They didn't teach us it in school properly. And if you weren't a big reader of classic books and the Bible, especially, because a lot of this is based on Bible stuff. It really is. For somebody like me who has that Bible background, I see it so much and so deeply in the law. It's weird. I think it's very strange. This is one of those things that just like been weird for me, is looking into it and going, so did the Bible get written because they wanted to set the system up? Is that what's going on here? Or what? Because that book is really strange when it comes to this law stuff. You'll find it's correlated everywhere in it, every part of it. So why exactly is that book in particular? I don't know. Is that just an American thing or a Western thing or an English speakers thing? I don't know. And it's really specific which Bible. It's the 1611 King James. It really
Yeah,
is.
That was what you would carry under your arm as an attorney back in the day. That was that was your
So
reference.
that's why I'm like, how did this all come to be? And was it planned that way, the way they wrote the Bible? I mean, was the Bible, written so they could set the system up? I sometimes wonder. I don't know. It's
You
just
just gotta go
it's
on
a
the
weird.
statute. Is it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's just a weird thing. It's strange.
Yeah, it's the religion of the books, right? All the Abrahamic religions are the religions of the book, and that would be the religion of the law. It's all law, really,
Well, that's what the Muslims even call Christians. They call them the people of the book.
Right.
So it's just one of those odd things that's going on in this realm that I'm not quite sure how to put it all together yet. But it seems like that Bible is the playbook that they're absolutely using. Whether they wrote it specifically for that, I don't know. It's just, or did it come to
I
be and that's
question
what
that
they
too.
based it off? I just don't know. I haven't. I wasn't there. And so it's really difficult.
Right.
Yep. I question that too often myself. I say, is this their little personal black ancient book, with their little, like, how old do your plans need to be before they become prophecy?
Exactly. So is it really prophetic, or is it postdictive? What do they call it? It's not predictive. It would be like they've already know, because they've had this happen before and they've used it. Yeah, it's weird. Is
It's
it
like
really
how people call
prophecy?
the
It's almost-
predictive
it's-
programming is really preemptive programming.
It's
They're
almost
letting
like
you
they,
know.
they wrote it in a way for them to have the total plausible deniability of conspiracy and premeditation and thousands of years of work in the process. It was a prophecy by some ambiguous
like-
person that we can't really
Some kind of excuse. Yeah, like an excuse to do it. And I think the prophecies are actually being made by man at this point, that they're actually all, so far as I'm looking at them, I see them all created by man. So is it God doing it, or is it man doing it? So it's one of those things, especially somebody like me that was raised in the church. You too, Emmanuel, you said the same thing.
Yep.
That you came up in a religious background, so you understand what I'm talking about, that it's ingrained in me enough that it's really hard for me to separate it from the old beliefs I had to what I have now and the understanding I have now. To sort it all out, it's going to take even longer than I thought, so maybe a lifetime. So, but I definitely have less fear of the world after learning all these things and figuring it out, and I don't fear the coming crisis as much as more this now, because I understand that you can remove yourself from the system, so I can keep out of the fray of it better than just going and hiding it somewhere in the woods. Just going and hiding in the woods is not going to be enough. I think this was the key that I was looking for a long time, was this information, how at least give them notice, at least stay in honor, at least not look like a combatant. Because I realized that pretty quick as a military person. You probably did too. It's really easy to become a combatant and be an innocent person.
Especially when you're on someone's land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When anything's
Especially
criminalized. Go ahead. My bad.
No. I would just wanted to say, when you're on foreign territory or in someone else's backyard, that's when you really got to play nice, right? Because they can pop off. They have every right to.
Well, yeah, and then because we're operating in a system where everybody is actually very confused and don't realize that they are in a martial law situation already, and that they are literally the ones that are like the Iraqis. I see us like the Iraqis, just in a little lighter hand way, but it's not far from going to that. It's not. It'd be very simple to slip into the same kind of situation I was seeing over there.
I always would think while I was out on the streets, I'd say, am I gonna live to see the day where I'm back home and I'm seeing some kind of foreign occupation patrolling my streets?
Yeah, it made me think that a lot too.
And America is very ripe for that happening.
Yeah, and I think that is a coming setup. I think that some kind of Hitler-esque 2.0 kind of thing is about to occur. That's my opinion on these coming elections and things. I can see the setup coming. This is the same thing we saw at the beginning of the Weimar and how that all came to be. It's almost exactly a repeat, just with more technology, a little softer play to it, I think, in some ways, but not in others. I mean, look, like Sean and you guys are saying, the police, look at the police. Really? How different is it than how that all started? The first thing they did to get everybody under control was start asking for their papers everywhere. Every time you went on a public transportation, every corner, the cop saw you, you better have your papers on you. And that's what we are in already. And people comply. They wonder how the Nazis came to be. It's the same way we're doing it. We're doing it too. We're complying.
Yeah, they're going to apply the same model, right? They're going to ask you, are you a U.S. citizen? And most people are very proudly going to say, why, yes, I am. And they're going to say, here, put this on your arm, women and children to the left, men to the right. And everybody's just going to be like, okay, do whatever government says because they have us in our best interest, right? No. Just look back at history. They didn't, you know? And it was the more cunning ones that said, yeah, I'm not going to be proudly claiming to be anything that is identified as something that's to be, you know, numbered, labeled, stockade, and then done away with at the end of it all. Those were the people that left and fled.
Yeah, or they ended up dying.
Right.
Well, yeah, they weren't too proud to leave.
Yeah, it was supposedly IBM that was doing the
labeling.
The labeling back then.
Mhm.
So interesting to
Yeah,
consider.
they kept track of all the stats. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of American companies made money off of all of that. A lot of people didn't know that Ford had, you know,
huge contracts. Huge.
Yeah, Standard Oil paved the Autobahn, and Carnegie Steel laid down the railroads that brought all the people to the concentration camp. So it's like, come on, who's really to blame there? Was it really Hitler, or was it just corporate interest saying, I can't get enough of this money?
Well, what do you think the wall's about? It's the same kind of stuff going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it's
yeah,
the same thing we're setting up here. It's the wall, you know, that we're putting on the border. Is it to keep us in or to keep somebody out? Kind of both, but it'll be switched when it's appropriate. Just like they thought they were just building the Autobahns to have fast driving, you know, to one city to another, when it turned out that was used for tanks. That's all it was for. It was a military movement, that kind of thing, and to be able to land planes onto if you needed to in a pinch. So, yeah, crazy stuff that we're about to go into the same thing. So I get Sean's fear of the police after going through what you did, but the difference would be here that hopefully you would not be doing anything what they would classify as absolutely criminal, and you would stand in honor and not do anything but comply with the demands to take you away, as long as you do the questioning the correct way. Just ask lots of questions and don't give them any answers. So, and let them take you nicely away. Even Paul said that's what he'll do. He'll never fight.
Yeah, the last time I had any interaction, well, not the last time, but the last time that resulted in, actually, if I'm not mistaken, the last couple instances run-ins I've had with law enforcement, so-called law enforcement, policy enforcement rather, they were very positive. So I was let go twice while moving my property, and I think there might have been another time where I was approached in a public setting, but yeah, so it might have been actually 3 times. My last 3, I think, interactions, if you will, with policy enforcement were positive, but the last time didn't go so positively. Yeah, I just complied, really, so to speak. So I don't know who Jeff, I'm not sure what he's talking about. Anyway, so where are we at here? We're about 42 minutes in. So let's knock out some more of this. I'm going to speed it up. I think I already, sped it up a little bit more so we can get through this.
Status and everything.
Whoa.
That's a little fast.
It's a little too fast. Hold on.
Where you land after you
there we go.
Correct your status and get all your shit straightened out. Click on that. Yeah. So once you clean up your status and everything in Title 18, which is criminal offenses and penalties, you become this. Okay, so scroll down, and I'm going to read this to you. Scroll down a little bit more right there. So here are the different terms that are used to describe a state national in Title 18 USC Section 112. Definition A, this is from Section 3. Definition A is a foreign government, an international organization, a foreign official, an official guest. Now, another term that I find really, really fascinating that none of the self-proclaimed retard sovereign citizens are talking about. If you scroll down, Section C, internationally protected person is one of the terms. And then you see there, national of the United States. So whenever I'm writing documentation, I can legally use any of these terms to describe my nationality. I can use someone says, are you a U.S. citizen? No, I'm a foreign government, or I can say I'm a foreign official, or I can say I'm an internationally protected person, or I can say I'm an international organization, or I can say I'm a national of the United States, or I can say I'm an official guest. Those are the legal terms that I can use to describe my nationality, and I can use any of them anytime I want. So if I decide, official guest is an interesting one, because you tell someone you're an official guest and they think, what are you, a diplomat?
You're fucking royalty.
Technically, you are a diplomat by definition, and it literally in this Title 18, Section 112, it describes that you are literally a foreign diplomat. So the thing is that you actually have diplomatic immunity, and and you've heard sovereign citizens talk about this, but they can't tell you where it comes from. It comes from Title 18, USC, Section 112. So if you scroll back up the top, it tells you what happens if someone fucks with you as an internationally protected person, right? Right there, Section A. Whoever assaults, strikes, wounds, imprisons, or offers violence to a foreign official guest, or internationally protected person, or makes any other violent attack upon the person or liberty of such person, or if likely to endanger his person or liberty, makes a violent attack upon his official premises, private accommodation, or means of transportation, or attempts to commit any of the foregoing, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years, or both. Whoever in the commission of any such act uses a deadly or dangerous weapon or inflicts bodily injury shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both.
Yeah, but I mean, it's as simple as knowing that, the living man is foreign to that straw man, right? Because they created that straw man. You're just simply the agent of the straw man.
Right, an alien, if you will.
Right. You, the living man, are the official guest, the foreign official, et cetera, et cetera. You just have to constantly remind yourself that, or if the system forgets because it's very presumptuous, rebut that presumption with an affidavit of denial of corporate existence, reminding them, hey, did you forget? I'm not, yes, you might have jurisdiction over that entity, right? That I administer. However, I'm here to respond as the authorized representative and agent of that, so they can't. That's when you're the special guest in the whole matter, right? And you're just kind of answering on behalf of that thing that can't talk because it's dead, right?
Special guest. Interesting. I guess that's outside the jurisdiction of the United States. Is that?
Yeah, if they're saying an official guest, right, or foreign official, then the foreigner is the living man, because the thing, that dead entity, it can't speak for itself, right? If you notice, a cop never wants to talk to you. He wants that dead thing in your pocket.
Got your ID?
Yeah. No, but sir, I want, and he just defaults back to, I'm going to need your ID, right? Well, I'm here. I'm proof of living, of life right here before you.
Changed. It's right here.
But they don't want that. They want to speak to the dead guy in your pocket. So give them that.
And if you're going to use the scriptures, then again, you would talk about how you're a citizen of heaven, not a citizen of this earth, that you're just sojourning. In other words, just visiting and traveling. So you can back it up with what they actually have based all this on, too, by just saying things like that. They ask you where you live. Well, I live in this body.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's your spirit, soul, whatever you want to call it. And you're a citizen of another realm. You don't actually come from here. The person that the body comes from here. The actual you, that's the living soul, the God-breathing, the inspired breath of life. So if you speak like that, they're going to take notice, and they do take notice of that. You got a different point immediately of how you're in this world but not of it. So be the living thing, be the spirit, the breath.
Right. They do. It's like you say, they take notice of certain things you say. They have to. I experienced this one of the last couple of times I went to court, where I started noticing where they give you two options. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Instead of saying I swear or I do, I started using the I affirm. And then I started getting this weird look from the judge. Like, as soon as I said I affirm, he looked at me like very piercingly, like in a studious way. He had to study me for a second. And I just kept looking back at him like, yeah, I said it. I affirm. I'm not a heathen in here swearing and shit.
Yeah. You didn't swear.
In your
You
temple
didn't-
with black robe priests. Yeah, I'm not
Mhm.
part of your temple worshiping liberty or whatever it is, justice that you call it. Whatever that God is, justice.
That's right.
Sorry.
You'd be taking an oath at that point if you swear. Don't take their
Right.
stupid oath. You know.
And the Old Testament
Wow.
scriptures say you are not to take any oaths unto men or anything, because then you may not be able to hold up to it. The only oath you're supposed to take is to God, if anything.
Wow. That was a wise move.
So if you
Manuel.
Chronic says or asks rather, so if you say you're a foreigner and they ask what country you're from, what would be your response?
I'm an American national.
Well, I would ask them, what's the definition of a country? What defines a
Yep.
country?
They would say, "Oh, come on, you know, I don't have time to explain the law to you."
Let's
That's
break
what
it
they would say.
down. You know, you have cunt tree. So you're talking about you're talking about, you know, Mary, like Maryland, Virgin Mary, Virginia, Maryland, DC, Virgin Mary's cunt. The tree
But they're
that
pulling
grows
you
up.
into their. See, I asked the question, right? Because they're pulling you into their imaginary world of countries. You know, the countries are imaginary borders. You know, they're just a description of, this is a spread of land that goes from this river to this mountain ridge.
Maybe you could say something like, "I'm a sojourner upon the land known as Hollywood, Florida," or something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to give anything, but always questioning is an excellent way to go through the whole process, is never actually answer.
Right.
He's right. You can
Right.
ask questions.
Socratic.
What do you
Socratic is a
mean by
great-
that? And
Right.
so, you know, do you
Socratic-
mean the dirt I'm
Soc-
standing
Soc-
on?
Yeah, the Socratic
Mhm.
approach, from my experience, will really fucking piss some of them off, though. But you know, sometimes
Yeah, and then they'll
it'll
hit
take
you with.
right.
And then they'll hit you with, well, if you need to ask all these questions, maybe you need legal advice. Well, no, I'm not asking legal questions. I'm trying to seek legal intent, right? In these venues, that's what you're supposed to ask, because you have a constitutionally Sixth Amendment protected right to ask the nature and cause of any action brought before you, right?
Right. For jurisdiction.
What is
for
this?
juris-
Why? Nature and cause, right? What exactly is this and why? That's what that means.
Exactly. And you have that right to know. That's part of due process. But most people don't know what to ask in those venues. That's why you shouldn't even be getting caught up in them. But, you know, if any action in a venue like that is being brought before you, what you should be asking is, you know, is this criminal or civil? And they might say, well, it's criminal. Okay, well, under the Constitution, there are two criminal jurisdictions. One is under a colorable admiralty jurisdiction, and one is under a common law jurisdiction. Now, which one of those two are you trying to try this action today under? They never want to answer that question, because if they did have to answer that question, it would put them in a situation where you could say they're acting very treasonous. And often when you do ask this question, it gets them to behave, right? Because they're not going to answer that question. They're just going to say, well, you know, or they're going to push you into, you need legal counsel. But you have to.
Or they're going to push forward with the trial and pretend you never even asked it. You got to be very careful, because they get very tricky and slippery. So you got to keep
they'll
asking it,
railroad you.
because you can challenge jurisdiction at any time through any trial. At any time, you can challenge it.
And when somebody's talking to you, do not get too comfortable answering them. You listen to every single little word they say, and pick that apart and ask questions about it. You don't just get too comfortable with casual conversation, because that's how they trap you a lot of times.
It's a trap. It's a chess game. If you look at it as chess moves, you gotta look 5 or 6 steps ahead of why they're asking you whatever they're asking you or telling
Right.
you.
Good
So
analogy,
you have to
really
be
good.
very, very cautious. Yeah, if you go into court, you're really putting yourself at risk. The best thing is to never even have to go to court. Do it all by paperwork.
That's what I do.
Challenge jurisdiction by paperwork. Never allow them to argue with you. Agree with everything. Make them an offer if they haven't offered you something already. There's a lot of things you can do.
So a lot of this would be like the setup. I think, like let's say traffic ticket. You take your traffic ticket at home or wherever you go, and set it up that same day. You know, get on your computer or write out your PIN, whatever, and fill in whatever you have to fill in and write out your affidavit, like right there, and send it off that same day if possible. Get it on set up and get on top of it. You know, don't just sit there. You should be prepared for this kind of thing. Like set it up in advance. You know.
Yeah,
I know
I
that's
think you're
just sort
supposed to
of
do it
outstanding.
within 3 days, if I remember
Yeah.
right. 3 business
have-
days. Is that
Yep.
the limit? I think currently on
Yep.
traffic tickets.
Well, that's any commercial transaction, right? You have 72 hours to rescind contracts.
72
Right.
hours, okay.
Right. It's like lemon law. It's the lemon law.
So like just like they do in like offices, like for professional people, they have all this stuff set up, like the billing and all this stuff, and so like they're ready to go. They're on top of that, This
Yeah,
That's
you send them a rescission, you get them to respond within 10 business days. If they default, you get with your notary, you write up the notice of non-response, you follow up with that. Now you're in the evidence collecting phase of your end, right? Just to make sure you can prove your claim whenever you're ready to present it. Because the burden of proof is on he who asserts, right? So if you're going to assert your rights, you need to have a paper trail of where they trespassed on any of those rights, because he who brings the controversy must also bring the remedy. That's a maxim of law. You can't go to court and say he punched me, and the judge is going to ask you, well, what do you want? And you're just going to stand there and be like, I don't know, I thought you had that figured out. No, you're supposed to come with the remedy as well.
Well, that's equity. That's where equity comes in, is that you already have provided a remedy
Correct.
before you go to controversy.
that'd be like a fix or a solution, right? A remedy.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to cure is what you're giving them.
Okay.
Giving them an opportunity for everybody to come out equitous and in honor.
That's like fair dealings among men, right? Equity.
Yeah, that's what it always should have been.
All right, well, that seems like a good place to pick it back up. Country is defined as a as a cooperation of nation states, provinces, etc. Right. Okay, let's continue. Feel free to chime in again. Really good. Really appreciate the again, I'm learning from you guys more than you're learning from me here today. And I'm humble enough to admit that as your humble narrator here. And
We all learn from each other,
streamer.
Yeah, I think we all have something to learn from each other.
Even these people with fancy degrees and stuff, they either they're humble enough to admit it, that they learn from people too, so.
Sure, I'm just saying, for the most part, when it comes to this arena, so to speak, I think the three of you could most likely, in most areas, be the one educating me. So, again, I'm really only a year into this area of research. So, a year and some change. It's not to say I haven't been looking into it somewhat for years, but I'm trying to really get it in my tool belt. So it is.
Sounds just like my start. It was hearing about it at first and kind of wondering if it was even true, seeing more proof and evidence that it was, and years of kind of looking at it and going, I don't know, and then really diving in deep the last 2 years, especially when I realized it's a key to how to make it through this realm without the troubles that I've already dealt with, and starting new troubles, of course, but a different type, where at least there is, well, like I said, there's remedy. There's a lot of remedies here, and I searched for that in the medical field and couldn't find remedies for hardly anything. And so that set me on a search, and I have discovered a lot of stuff that really works. And this is the same kind of thing. This provides actual remedies rather than going through lawyers or trying to just pay the fines and whatever, and just accepting whatever they do. So it's the same thing in the medical field as this. And that's the way I looked at it. It was like, oh, okay. So this is the way you do it if you really want to get healing out of this realm, and recovery.
Yeah. And learning so much now, I look back on when I was younger, employ a lawyer, so to speak. And it just, I see now what I was really doing and what they were really doing, including the time when I hired a lawyer whose office literally looked right over the courthouse, the Fort Lauderdale courthouse, and who dealt with some of the one of the cocaine cowboys and Leonard whatever that guy's name was who robbed the pizza guy or whatever, that famous story.
Yeah, a
Anyway.
lawyer's duty is first to the court, right? That's what Corpus Juris Secundum, Volume
Yeah.
7,
Something, right?
7th
I'm just
edition.
saying,
somewhere in there.
I would say a lawyer whose office looks over the courthouse is extremely extra suspect, and so.
Well, they're all suspect. They're all taking
Right,
an
I mean,
oath
right,
to something that's not even what you think it is, and they have a bar card, so they're related to a foreign corporation, and
When
they
you
have
hire-
a duty.
few and far between though that are in it for. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's lawyers who are infiltrating who are really the good guys. I'm sure again they're the very small minority, but
The way you
ones
find
who
a good
want to-
lawyer,
Yeah.
the way you find a good lawyer, the way I've found a good lawyer is by writing up a letter of rogatory. And a letter of rogatory is instructions for an attorney that you are looking to hire, right? Because most attorneys, they'll just shaft you, right? They'll just they're smiling, right, as soon as you come in the door.
Oh, absolutely.
But
they grin.
right, and then you could kind of be enamored by that and be like, this guy really wants to help me. Sure, he does.
Yeah.
Right, but if you give him a
Is that
letter of
derogatory like that, like out there, like
I
derogatory
think-
without the DE.
I know, I think it's rogatory. It's not derogatory, it's rogatory. It's giving him
Right.
instructions of how you want your legal counsel to be representing you. And if he steps outside of that, then he's going to have to remove himself as counsel and you're going to proceed to the next one, right? If you don't do this, they're just going to have their way with you, right? Or and this is how you find the attorney that's going to really work for you, because he's going to take that rogatory and say, sorry, I can't represent you. Or until you find the one that finally says, yeah, I'll take your case. But a lot of them did.
A lot of
They're
them
just
don't
out
even
to-
know this is what's going on. They don't even know. They've been taught, just
Right,
like in the medical field, policy and procedure.
And
And
procedures,
that's
yeah.
all they do is policy and procedure. So they make deals. They've been taught how to make plea deals because everybody wins. The court wins, everybody but the client wins. So all the lawyers win. Prosecution, the judge, the county clerk, everybody wins but the client. And that's okay with them because they don't see it that way. They see they got you out of less than you might have gotten. That's
Right,
all that matters.
And that's how they pimp and mac on you, like Paulie says. They get you to think, oh, well, if you fight this, you're gonna face the maximum. So it's better if you just take a plea bargain. And what's crazy? A guilty plea nullifies all defense. Like there's nothing for prosecution to prosecute once you say, yeah, I did it. There's no recourse to that. So they want that. They don't want you to take it to trial. It's too much work, too much money for them. It's better to convince you into taking, that deal, so to speak.
It's like they almost gaslight you with going to trial, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yes. It's a fear-based system.
Mhm.
It's all about gaslighting and narcissism. It's all there. This is all about money, and narcissistic personalities love it because they have so much power and authority that they think they have, and people give it to them. That's the funny thing is we give it over willingly.
I wouldn't say
Funny
willing.
would
I
be
say
the word I would-
more
I would-
ignorant.
I know you're being
ignorant, right?
tongue in cheek.
Sure. But that's still willingness. To be ignorant is willing to be ignorant.
Right.
Yeah, there's a maxim of law that states, let he that allows himself to be fooled. He that allows himself to be fooled, let him.
Yeah, they don't have any problem. They don't see any guilt behind it. They don't see anything. It's literally voluntary choice in all of this. And that's what's crazy. Again, it's biblical. You choose the path. You get to choose if you play their game or if you play the other side of the game, the other side of the table. Say it's a chess game. You get to choose black or white. You might want to be on the white side if you consider that the good side. And keep in that game, because that's the problem is people are playing the wrong side, I guess is what you could say. But yeah, it's all voluntary, all of it. And
Yeah, and
that's always comes down to the question: is it voluntary that we're here?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think it is. I think
Yeah.
we chose to be here.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. And they say there's like that allegory that when you go to hell, you'll be judged or something, right? And that's what it feels like in these courts. If you're on the wrong side spiritually, you'll have hell to pay in these systems, and it'll treat you that way, right? Because this is a hell in a sort of way.
If it is a hell if you can live that way, but you can also be a heaven.
Right.
It's dualistic. You can, but it's choice. It's kind of like those old books that we were so enamored as children that, you know, choose your own ending. That's kind of what it is, and there's consequences to whatever you choose. So, whether they be good or bad, it's when you start to get really into all this stuff, it's all the same kind of stuff. It's all voluntary. You get to choose.
Right.
So did you choose your lot in life? Well, sort of, you did. You chose to allow yourself to be put in this game. So you're here to play it very well. So play it to your best. Give your best effort to figure it out and play it really, really well on the good side.
My whole journey with this started about. Yeah, my whole journey started like in 2016, you know, through family court. Before then, I was just like, whatever, paying tickets and getting, but then to sit down and have to really deal with the system. And I realized this, and I was mad at it. I was like, this is all corrupt. No, it wasn't. The corruption started within me first. And then once I realized that and realized, no, that I have to change something within me for me to be able to navigate this, you know, successfully. And once I made that change in my mind and in my heart and in myself, then that's when everything changed. That's when I realized, bro, there's nothing wrong with this system at all.
No, you're no longer mad at it. Yeah, I stopped being mad at it.
Yep.
Right. It's doing exactly what it's designed to do. And it's all, you know, spiritual, metaphysical versus physical, material. So
well, and that's why it's so important that you walk in a spiritual way in all things, because it does affect it. You literally are giving up your power when you leave the spiritual to the side and just do the normie thing of, oh, just follow the science. You know, because that's the new religion. It's really that. So you're choosing a religion, or religious. I wouldn't even say religion. I would say,
well, it's a good way.
Action.
It is a good word to bind.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, to bind.
But a lot of people have bad connotations with it. But it's not organized religion. Right. It's your own personal religious walk on that trail, whatever you're going to follow, and it does have consequences.
I like the word transcend to replace religion, right? Because if you transcend the material plane, so to speak, right, then you're in the spiritual world, right? Whether it's through religion or whatever. So if you live in a transcendental way where you're transcending all of your material trespasses, desires, faults, whatever, then you're kind of already placing yourself you're transcendentally situating yourself. You know,
yeah, so you're above it all, above the fray, above all of it. You can actually oversee the whole board and see what is actually going on. It's a godlike position. It really is. That's what this gives you, is the godlike view. Doesn't give you godlike power, but it does give you a godlike view, to be able to see the board and be able to play the moves in a way that because you're getting to see the player's hand. You're being shown the card. And it's pretty neat when you start to walk in that way. And it takes a heart change. It really does. Anybody who thinks they can't do this without actually really going in and looking at their heart and repenting for what you participated in, that's the first step, I think, for most of us, is figuring out, yeah, I screwed this up. It was all me. It wasn't anybody else. It was me. I made all the choices. Everything that happened is because I chose certain things. Even if you want to even go down to as a child, I can remember choosing things as a child, but it starts from, you know, the basis of you probably chose to be here too. So there's something to learn about why you do the things you do. And you need to fix it a little bit, find the right path through it, because there must be something beyond this that needs this experience to be able to base it on, to give us another foundation, to be able to do whatever the next amazing thing is. Whatever it is that our energy goes to next, it's got to be meaningless in some way. I don't know why, don't know how, but that's my feeling, is that there is lessons to be learned that have to be learned.
Absolutely. And now I want a bowl of Fruity Pebbles or whatever the hell Flow State is eating.
Fruity,
right
Fruity
Yeah.
Pebbles, right? Let's try to make it slightly healthier with some almond milk.
Man, those are
all the
so
artificial colors and sweeteners aren't.
those were so
Dude,
popular.
this is what's
Boxes
funny
of
too, is
cereal.
that I'm
like
just
one of the worst
gonna
things you can eat,
go out on
health
a limb and
standpoint.
say I don't think it's a coincidence that he's doing a stream on capitalism, federal. I tuned in for literally about 2 minutes, and he's talking about legal. Legal. I'm not gonna say legal, lawful. But yeah, I had this stream set up for about a day. So anyway, I thought that was highly ironic and coincidental. Anyway,
You're an inspiration to others.
let's get back. Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad. So where were we at? I think we were at the 44-minute mark. Let me rewind here for a second here. I have it muted, so.
All I can say is
shout out to
Flo,
the
I
chat.
won't
Let's
even
continue.
talk to about this stuff because he is so caught up in policy and procedure from his banking education
Oh,
that
yeah.
he can't see this, and his heart is so hard still. It's still so cold. He's just not, his heart's not in the right place for it yet. So yeah, I've sent him a few things and written a few comments after some of his stuff, and told him to go look some things up, and he just, yeah.
I'm sure he didn't. If he did, he'd probably brushed it off with a laugh and a scoff. So
Well, part of the problem is he doesn't understand. He's not speaking the language correctly at all. He doesn't know that he's probably stuck on banker speak more than he should be. Still, I would think some. And
well,
when
he
he
was a
reads
banker.
the codes, exactly. And when he reads the codes, he reads them as a policy procedure guy that doesn't really understand even what he was doing, because it's just like in medicine. I didn't understand what they were teaching me exactly until I got into it and really started thinking about what they had taught me was just mostly policy and procedure. And you have to really force yourself to get out of their programming to be able to see what you're actually involved in. It takes a heart change, just like he was saying. It's just, if you don't get that heart change, I don't know if you'll ever see it. I just don't know.
No,
And some-
the thing,
Go
the
ahead.
supreme, the whatever it is, the universe, it knows when you're being sincere, right? It knows when you're being sincere to first. You have to be sincere to yourself before you can even be sincere to it.
Yeah.
And until then, you'll have hell to pay.
There's
Yeah,
people aren't really
brutal.
sincere. Like you look at, like you say, you go to a hospital or something, right? And you see, you go look in their cafeteria, right? They have all kinds of bad stuff in there for sick people. Like, what is that? Like, you're supposed, isn't the hospital
It's even
supposed
worse than
to be
that.
able to get healthy? Like, come on,
It's
You
even
should have
worse.
like organic.
Patients get the same
Yes.
kind of food. They don't feed the patients any better. It's terrible. It's like, are we trying to kill them while they're here just with the food? Because it's literally that awful. Even the patient diets don't make any sense. It made me
Yeah, I've
laugh to watch them give
procrastinated.
certain things to diabetics and heart disease patients that shouldn't have. If you're really going to do the diet, why are they giving them all the things that they're not supposed to have? It was funny.
Well, that exact thing is happening right now to someone extremely close to me, and it's rough. And there's an episode that there's a stream I wanted to cover with commentary and whatnot. I think it's called "Never Go to the Hospital," something to that effect. And yeah, it's just disturbing, to say the least, and very frustrating, to put it lightly, to have to. Again, this is a type 2 diabetic that I'm referring to, and
Sure.
It's just rough because everything you said to the T, yeah, is exactly what's going on. So it's frustrating, very. It's
Yeah,
disheartening. It's yeah.
And it's sad because people won't listen unless, again, they've had enough of their illness and enough of being treated and not getting any remedy before they'll actually finally go, okay, I've had it. What is really going on? And start really looking. 'Cause that's what it took for me. I had to get sick enough to actually really look at what was going on, and why the system wasn't working. I'd already started to go against the system while I was working in it and providing care and changing it. I was getting in trouble for that, so I couldn't figure that one out. And then when I got
But
sick,
again, like the man who said, it is working. It is working perfectly, right?
oh yeah, because
So,
people want it. They demand it. They demanded that vaccine, don't you know?
right. Well, I'm saying even more so that like Emmanuel was saying, it was designed this way. So it's not that it's not working. It is working. That's the whole thing.
And then most people forget that, from cradle to the grave, a hospital is a foundling institute. When you're stepping into a hospital,
Jurisdiction institution, right, exactly. And when I brought that up, the response was hilarious. So again, it's just like anything, where their first go to, of course, is the ad homs or the the catchphrase is the whatever conspiracy theorist, sovereign citizen, whatever it might be, anti-V word, anti-mask, whatever,
Anti-science.
anti-science.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't trust the experts. So.
I love that one.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I have
Soy.
3 science degrees. I think I'm okay with science.
Yeah, I got a perfect one. Before we continue, just to break the not even break the there's no tension, but just to kind of bring a little energy before we can go back to the stream. Gaslighting me with psyops is something that I think we've all had to experience. So enjoy. Short musical interlude. If you haven't seen it, it's a great one. If your opponent is of despotic temper, speak through ridicule.
It's tyranny in motion.
4th generational warfare.
That's terrifying you and me.
Manipulating someone online.
Manufacturing emotion.
I like that.
Propaganda is persuading me. They guided me with psyops.
Psychological operations.
They guided me with psyops. They weaponize psychology. Yeah.
201 mass shootings, and it's only May.
The truth.
This will be.
I didn't even catch that part where they say 201. That's perfect. You see, and yeah, it's not about the numbers though, right, guys? Yeah, 201. Like the Jesuit order equals 201. Like the Pope lives in Suite 201. His name's Jorge Mario Bergoglio, which equals 201. On and on and on and on. Event 201. Let's continue.
The truth.
This will be weaponized.
2 towers became 0, became 1, which is perfect because what was he right behind? What was he right in front of there? Go back there a second.
This will be
It kind of looks like 2 towers on his left and right. Anyway, let's
weaponized.
When I'm watching news of war.
That's
Disinformation. False flag operations.
Internet trolls.
Disinformation.
Psyops.
A psychological operation. Accessing and affecting the brain.
Unelected criminals.
Now, if you really want to see some interesting stuff, check out this guy here's stuff. James Giordano, I think's his name. And that guy too, that admiral, what he has to say.
Unelected criminals.
Psychological operation. Accessing.
This guy right here with the scar on his cheek. Yeah, he didn't used to have that scar on his cheek, but yeah, shout out to all those getting the Neuralink and whatever the hell else is getting passed around these days. James Giordano, I think's his name.
Affecting the brain.
Unelected criminals.
Propaganda. It's become a tool of war.
Psyops.
PSYOP.
Psyops. Well, now I gotta drink the potion. If I want normality, they lead me by emotion.
Painfully evident.
I must obey the TV screen.
Psyops.
They guided me with psyops.
Voice the skull, that's a real thing.
They gaslight me with psyops. I'm following the programming. Hey. Just look at my Twitter feed.
Fighting misinformation.
Psyops.
dagger activity Hollywood style.
They control what's happening.
Psychological Operations Group.
PSYOPs. A problematic notion
Psychological operations.
in reaction to the thing. Now here comes our solution. Your brain is a commodity.
The PSYOP
They're
soldiers.
guiding me with PSYOPs.
She's playing within the rules.
They're guiding me with PSYOPs.
That seems dishonest.
And hit me with technocracy.
PSYOP's troops had been placed in CNN's newsroom.
I'm not sure who opposes that effort.
I think you're describing a different channel than the one that I watch.
Good heavens, misinformation. You're beautiful. I don't believe it. Here they go again. They've scrubbed the web, and now I can't find anything. My attitude, my desires, more pamphlet notes. They've radicalized my notions. But it's weaponized emotion.
Disinformation boards.
You're calling it conspiracy. Asleep in the commotion. Your silence is alarming me. Oh, gaslighting me with PSYOPs. Gaslighted me with PSYOPs. Gaslighting me with
Psychological operations.
I could only get inside that brain of yours.
Shout out to Media Bear. I actually was talking to him in a chat the other day, about a week ago. Not even a week ago.
I've never talked to him personally, but I've watched him since he started.
Yeah, I think I was over there in either Days of Noah's chat or either Days of Noah. Probably what Days, because I can't think of who else it might have been. Maybe Conspiracy Music Guru. No, it probably wasn't because he doesn't do live streams. I think it was Days of Noah. Anyway,
Yeah,
all right. So
that would be pretty likely.
Yeah. You ever watch his stuff or no?
Oh yeah, not as much as I used to during the 2020 thing and on. I did quite a bit because there was just nothing to do much. I was still learning to walk and couldn't drive yet, and so spent a lot of time online during that period of time, and got caught up with those guys because they were on the same track and trail that I was with the whole 2020 issue.
We are very, very grateful to be able to spend time making fun, free-thinking stuff for fun, free-thinking people. Thank you for the stay positive and asymptomatic. I like that. Yeah, it says together we are unstoppable. I would say that wording's a little. I'd have to tweak that wording there. Together we are. Let's say together on our own, or individually on our own. But then together, yeah, it's a force that's unstoppable. Which again is why I think you see the police brutality ramping up in a lot of ways. It seems Chase Allen optics, if you will, etc. Anyway, let's continue here on United States Corporation Black's Law and Sovereign Citizen BS, as they so eloquently put it in the title there. Monday Night MasterDebaters. I think this is about where we were at.
If likely to endanger his person or liberty, makes a violent attack upon his official premises, private accommodation, or means of transportation, or attempts to commit any of the foregoing, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. Whoever in the commission of any such act uses a deadly or dangerous weapon or inflicts bodily injury shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both.
Now, is use and possess a synonym in this case?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, going through here and really taking the time to tear apart every single word is not necessarily something I have done that thoroughly, right? I mean, you could take this as far as you want to take it.
I was just interested in that.
Yeah, I want to say something about that license thing
45,
to
right?
to kind of double down on what
So it's
Damsel
basically
Medic said
arresting you,
there.
He has a gun on you. Then
Well, now hold on a second.
So the license, it's a contract. It's definitely a contract. I don't know what people are not understanding about that. You sign your name at the bottom of that paper, so it's definitely a contract. And when you sign that contract, you're actually pledging yourself as surety. That's why the Bible says he who pledges himself as surety will surely smart for it. That's why that contract gives them the right to pull you over and clock you over the head with a speeding ticket or whatever kind of charge. So make sure you know what you're signing before you sign it and how to sign it.
Nobody really understands what they're signing with that traffic ticket to a granular degree. There's probably people out there, but I mean, who really does?
I mean, you don't have to sign a traffic ticket in certain states. You signed it. You signed that traffic ticket when you signed the application to renew your license or whatever, or when you got the license, right? That was the contract you entered in with the state, giving them the jurisdiction over you. If you didn't sign it the right way, if you signed it willy-nilly without reserving any of your rights and supplementing that application with some type of affidavit, claiming and stating who and what you really are, then they have jurisdiction over you.
Makes sense. So you got to, okay. Yeah.
Well, is it Chronicle Enlightenment? It's the word from, or the avatar's name. I don't know who you are, but if you don't understand that you're actually complying with something that is violating your rights by getting the license, if you're not doing commercial, I don't understand how to explain it to you other than that you're actually helping the system do its job really well for you, I guess. I don't know how else to say it other than you're not free. You've contracted in, and you're not a free person at all. You're complying due to fear, not due to reality. Reality is that the law, not the legal system, protects you from having to deal with a ticket in the way that you have been by you supposedly paying with Federal Reserve notes, which you're actually not even paying that debt. You're actually creating a debt against yourself by doing that. You can't use Federal Reserve notes to pay anything. So the word pay is a crazy word too. You should probably go look that up. Problem is,
It's more
you're
like
actually
offset or
you're actually making this place less free for others, because the more of us that actually use our rights correctly, operate as free people, follow that natural law, which the Constitution is meant to protect. So I don't say I follow the Constitution, I follow natural law, which the Constitution is supposed to protect me from. You're helping to encourage the loss of that to the public knowledge and then the private use of those laws for ourselves. You're not helping the situation. It's kind of like the people that went around and wore a mask when just told that it was a mandate. That wasn't a law. That wasn't anything to do with anything real that you needed to cover your face for. But those who complied and knew they didn't need it were also helping the system take over in ways that would make it even more difficult for us to get out of the conundrum we're in now. If we had more people operating the way that we're talking here, the freedoms would be able to be spread to our children. It's a generational inheritance that we're supposed to maintain, and we're giving it up by all these little acquiescence because of fear. So you're acquiescing to a license because you're fearful that you'll get a ticket or you have to pay money, and you're fearful you can't pay it or whatever. When you can do all this stuff lawfully and be free and not have that encumbrance. So it takes work to do the system that you're doing, but it also takes work to do this system. But which one's more freeing? Well, I would want to work as a free person, not as a slave. A license is a slave card. Basically, you're carrying around an ID as a slave card to show you're a slave, a good slave, a well-behaved slave. And that's okay if you want to do that. That's okay.
Excellent comparison. Yeah, excellent comparison with the consenting and complying. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and all this paperwork that people fill out and just put their information in a compulsory fashion. Like, you don't have to put your social security number everywhere they ask for it. You know that? Like, people think that that's something that they use to identify you, and it's not. It places you in a territorial jurisdiction. It's not. It has nothing to do with to verify who you are. No, it's to verify that you remain in their territorial jurisdiction, because you have the right to opt out of benefits and privileges, which is the only thing the social security number is tied to. You know, it gives you access to the benefits and privileges of the United States corporation, right? But you could not use those. You could return them back. You know, instead of putting that number everywhere you put an application, which just wraps you up even more and more in their system. You know, that's one of the things that people need to become more astute about, you know, and learn that, hey, don't just be using that social security everywhere they ask you for it.
It actually says right on the well, it used to say on the back of the card. I don't know if it still does, but it did say in the laws, or not laws, but the statutes for the Social Security card, that you're not supposed to give it to anybody. It is only supposed to be used with the Social Security office only, and nobody else. You're not actually supposed to give it for licensing or anything else, or a credit application, or all these things they use it for in the hospital. I mean, I can think of all kinds of places they ask for that nowadays. Your bank. Those are not required at all. And the thing is, you're the one that's not being, I would say, genuine about actually listening to what we're saying and going and looking it up for yourself. If you think that we're not being genuine up here, we've actually spent time trying to figure this out and using it. It's the truth. It just is. You can choose one system or the other, and if you comply, then you bring in what the cause and effect will happen from complying to things that are not needed to comply, nor are lawful to comply with if you want to operate lawfully.
Chronic says that it's insane comparing complying with 2020 with a driver's license. And I would say what I always say to people who say things are insane, to do something insanity with insanity in an unsane world, to me is very sane, hence the term insane. But I digress. Shout out to Justin. Good to see you, sir. I you know, speaking of Mr. Zachary K. Hubbard, I have some questions for him, and I would like to know, you know, on this topic, his thoughts. And again, that's something that I just haven't done yet, but it's been brought up in the past. I would like to have a more in-depth conversation with him on it. And when he did come over to Mr. Paul and Slave's channel back in the end of 2022, it wasn't a very productive conversation. But then again, I didn't necessarily disagree with how Paul handled it. That being said, I would definitely like to see that conversation happen, even if it wasn't between Zach and Paul, even if it was between someone with a more limited understanding of the knowledge, like myself. But even more so, I think I would actually like to see it between Paul and Zach, and that's something I wanted to facilitate quite some time back and never did. But anyway, I digress. Chronicles of Narnia is skirt. Yeah, it,
you know, when I hear people talk like that, you know what it tells me is they have no rights. They contracted all of their rights away.
Yeah,
because a person that has rights does not speak like that.
And who's saying you can't continue doing HVAC? I mean, who is saying that you opting out of contracting with the slave system entails you no longer being able to do what you do? I don't see how you're getting that.
I do HVAC. It's not stopping me from asserting my rights.
A productive member of society. Are you freaking kidding me, man?
Well, there you go.
You are indoctrinated. Oh my word, you are so indoctrinated. That is the slave's term for be a good little boy, sit down, shut up, and color.
I would say that's worse than the just get a job. That's worse, because I mean you're identifying them with the cult, I guess is. And again, I'm not saying that there's, I try not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and paint it all black, but that everything about society is negative or anything. But you see after 2020 what the majority of people are about and who and what they serve. You know, so
Roasted, salty, sweet. What kind?
Yeah, I love nuts. I love nuts.
Me too.
All kinds of nuts.
I'm not gonna disagree there either. You know, when if someone says you're crazy.
Yeah, I've been called crazy many a time, and it doesn't bother me at all. And I always like it when they throw back at me, you just don't know what you're talking about, and you're not educated, and whatever. Fine.
I mean, look,
it's okay.
I'll take their conspiracy theorist, anti-mask or anti-vax or any of that, sovereign. I'll take any of that over, sheeple, lemming, useless, whatever. So
please just pile it on. I'm good with it. It's all good.
I think
I would rather be insane here. I would rather be an insane person in this world if that's what they're going to call it. It's okay. It really is. So if that's what you want to think without even doing a bit of research for yourself to prove whether you are in the right or I'm telling you something that's really true. It's just the truth. And you can call it lies and all kinds of stuff like that. It won't change the fact that it's the truth. There is two systems.
All you need is an EPA.
You can choose one or the other. You can choose one or the other. And that's all it is. It's a choice. You can go look into it really deeply, and it's not that hard even. Like I said, if you go to this guy's free course, he'll give you the down low on it, and he'll show you his own life that he's actually done the same thing, where he's gone all the other direction from having all the licenses and all the things that he thought he had to have, and choosing to opt out and still making a great living. You should see what this guy lives like. It makes people wonder how he's doing it, but it's because he's actually really gotten blessed, he said, from going the lawful direction rather than following all legal policy codes and procedures. You'll find out you may be way more blessed. You don't need a driver's license to drive. Well, to travel. Let's say to drive. If you're a driver, are you a taxi driver, bus driver, plane driver? I don't know what you drive.
I mean, I use a driver's license when I drive my work truck around because it's in commerce. It's appropriate, but I don't just give it out willy-nilly when someone asks me for it.
You need to ask yourself why you think we would be lying. What would we be lying about? Why? When you can go and read all this stuff for yourself. Well, free information is available. It just takes a lot of time and research. So there's a lot of people out here now talking and educating on it because we want people to know there is options. There is a solution to some of the issues that you may have that are revolving around all this commerce stuff that you don't understand and the contracts you're in. So it's up to you. You can.
Yeah, nobody here said we don't have licenses.
I never
said
that. I never said. Yeah, I never started this. I didn't start the stream off by saying, "All right, well, let me." I don't have a license, a social security. Look, man, I'm very new to the knowledge, and I'm just trying to expand my knowledge bank, and I do want to embark on that quest. So, of rescinding contracts and or I don't think rescind would be the right word, but yeah, I'm still on the learning journey. So some folks here, including on panel, may have put in more footwork than myself. I would imagine at least one, if not all three of them have. So
I'm working on completing a trust next week for a piece of property.
Beautiful.
And setting up a trust for basically a training and dog rescue. It's interesting because it's actually using the trust and being able to build on it so that we can actually rescue more of these dogs that are being euthanized out of some of these shelters. So, and getting them proper homes and doing some stuff. So there's amazing things you can do with this knowledge that I would have never been able to do before. So, and we've got a group of people that are all involved, and it's going to make it happen. So it's coming together, and it's going to start a community. That's the other crazy thing. This is building, because of the group of people that are involved in each trust, are wanting to actually start a community and then use the dogs to help protect the animals as well as the people on the property and that sort of thing. So there's going to be a lot of things that I'm going to be using here that I have never done myself. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And you don't understand that when he says he has a license, it's because he has a commercial business. So you can operate using the system as it is for the proper use with the proper hat on. It's choosing. It's a black or white in some respects, but at the same time, you can use it in the correct way. So when you're doing commerce, you're in a different position and you have to have a license to do that. So there's certain things you can and can't do without a license if you want to do it in commerce. But you can also do some of the same businesses without any of those licenses if you just wanted to through private, using all private contracts where it involves none of the state. So it's really interesting stuff to get into. I've got a lot more to go on my stuff.
Right. Like if I wanted to do some HVAC work completely on the private side without having to get, and I can get Freon or refrigerant, R22, 410, whatever. I can get it without having to have a license necessarily. I know somebody that has a license that could get it for me, and then that's on that side. But as far as him having it and on the private side letting me apply it, then that's a whole other transaction. There's ways to move around in this world. It's like what you were saying, they're hats and you wear them, right? And you wear them accordingly, because if not, someone's going to call you out on it. You're going to look goofy wearing the hat you're not supposed to be wearing.
Well, I'm sorry you're sick of the movement, but there is no movement.
There is no movement, and again, there's no advice being given here. We're not giving advice, not leading anyone to vice. So
yeah, this is not legal advice. If you need legal advice, seek yourself a competent counsel and be advised.
Please.
Right.
But again, it's not a movement because you're insisting that it's something new. This has actually been going on since men started having governments. So there was more than Adam and Eve when there was children and more children and groups of people. Government was instituted in some way, but also honor among men and freedom was established because of just the way this world is set up that way. You can't avoid it. You're either free or you're a slave in this realm, and you get to choose. And you get to choose how you use things so that you aren't being a slave to it. It's being in the world, but not of it. It's a really strange thing, but this whole place is set up to actually give you the options to be free or not. You get to enslave yourself, man.
Whoa, someone's got crazy background noise. Someone's opening a pantry or something.
Put some oil on that thing.
Yeah, man. Need some WD-40 on that bit. Okay, let's continue. I don't even know how far are we even halfway into this yet? Oh man, we're not even halfway. Let's I'm gonna speed it up even more.
And the beauty of Title 18 is these are all individual infractions. These are all individual felonies.
Okay.
So if he fucks with you, he's guilty of 2. This is just so far. I could find 15 more felonies that he's guilty of. I'm just showing you a couple, right? So he's guilty of inflicting bodily harm. If he kidnaps you, he'd be the second part. So he's got 10 years from the passport 11545. He's got another 10 years now from 18 USC 112. Now we can just keep clocking it up. It's about $1 million worth of liens easily, right? $500,000 for the first one, $500,000 for the second one to cure that of which has the damage that has been caused. Now here's the big ones that everyone should know about. Everyone in the whole country should know about these. Type in 18 USC 242.
Yo, Chronicle, if you want to enlighten us with, you can click the link at any moment. Come up and school us, please. Because what you're saying isn't really, I can't accept it as just as that. I want more, I want you to school me. I want you to prove that the 6 years of endeavor that I've taken in personal, betterment of myself, it was all wrong and in vain. Tell me.
Well, I want him to tell us how it's better to stay with what we're doing. If it's not working well or if it's getting worse, why are you so fearful of trying something or even looking into something different? That's all I would have to say. Is that you got a lot of fear. Every one of your statements has been based on fear. Every one of them. I'm afraid of this. Life will end. People will get hurt. It'll cost you over and over. I won't be able to drive. I'll be homeless. Are you full of fear, or are you okay with your life? Because this really sounds like that's all you're basing it off of is fear. And we're not telling you to do it. We're telling you to just go look it out and see if it's true. Then you have to decide from there.
All right, so it looks like now they're going into deprivation of rights under color of law. I always enjoy hearing different perspectives on this, on 242. So you're kind of doing a disservice here by not fully understanding what you're trying to teach here is going to make some people try this and it will backfire and be a burden in their lives. Well, again, that's one thing I always appreciate about Paul Enslaved and the fact, and some others who have done the same, where they have shown both accounts, multiple accounts, where it went in their favor and what some would call not in their favor also, when they had both positive and negative results. Well, what some would call positive and negative results. When you see it from a spiritual lens, you see that it's all in your favor in terms of learning on the journey of discovering self and what it all means in this realm. What it means to, again, why do they say that Christ walked on water, right? Law of the sea, maritime admiralty law, walking above their statutes and codes. That's what I see that allegory meaning.
Oh, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what it's talking about. Him calming the storm. That's how much control you get to have over this. And you got Peter that was trying to walk out to him, and he took his eyes off the prize and took his eyes off of it and sunk below the waters, but then was given a hand up. So yeah, there's all kinds of stories in there that associate exactly with what they're playing with here and what you're supposed to use it for. So again, you don't even have to believe the Bible to use it to see what the game is. It's just a game book for a lot of people that you can look at it and see it as a playbook. And I don't know what you mean by not being authentic. How about you be authentic and come on up here and explain to us your position and why this is all not a good thing, and it's not based on logic, when logic would say go read the code, and if it's there, that's all we're saying. This is what it's in the statutes. Their own statutes, policy, and code says this is true. It says it's voluntary. Taxes, it says it's all voluntary. All of it. So you can go read these codes and they will tell you the same thing.
No, but we're misleading people, right? We're out here just, we're misleading a grand total of 11 people out here. That's our mission.
Look, there's a reason, sir, why I don't have a larger audience. And to be fair, to be honest, I'm not upset about it, because I'm not at that point where I would want to be educating people on this necessarily. I'm not versed enough and educated enough on this. So this is class right now. You're in class, I'm in class, and we're reviewing this stream of individuals who on numerous accounts already I've disagreed with and found some faults in, as well as some others on panel here have found some faults in what and in the chat on what would have been said. I think really by one in particular. I can't remember which one of these gentlemen it was, but I see this movement again with the movement. I don't know what movement you're referring to, but steering people off a cliff. I'll leave it at that.
Bowel movement?
Maybe I need to look into this more.
Bowel movement?
Well, I appreciate though that where he admits that maybe I need to look into this more. But for now, I heard enough lies and ridicule, and yes, this movement is misleading. Again, I mean, the movement that you're referring to, I think, is the one that you've been led to believe exists from media, from mainstream media. You know, there are those who want to identify with the world and the trappings of it, and there are those who are seeing what it is for what it is and are trying to go back to nature, if you will. So I'm trying to put it simply as I can.
All I can tell you is if you want to look at the Bible scripture for what you should do, it's an honor of kings to search a thing out. So if you want to be kingly, search a thing out and see if we're actually lying or not. And if you think it was ridicule to say, well, this is what it is, it makes you a slave. It makes you obedient to a system of men. Those are just truth. They're not ridicule. It's not ridicule at all. It's just what it is. I had to come to the fact that I was a slave, obedient slave in the military doing wrong. And I'll freely admit that I signed up and took an oath to something that I should have never done because I didn't do my research to make sure I knew what I was getting myself into. And that's my fault. So if you want to ridicule me for that and saying, you're anti-patriotic or you're anti-vet, well, I am a vet and I was actually injured because of my service. And hey, it's my fault all of that happened because I chose to join up with something that was wrong. And I'm okay with that now. I'm okay with being ridiculed for what I did before and even for what I do now, especially if it makes me grow and makes me look harder at stuff.
Yep.
But truth is truth. And, you know, it only makes it sound like ridicule if it applies. It really does, unless you feel guilty about something or you are really seriously thinking that anybody's trying to ridicule you at all, because we're not. Just trying to figure out why you would be so adamant that this is a movement. Lies. I mean, you called us liars.
Yeah, you're making the claim. It's not us. You're saying, you know, all this negative stuff, and if that's true, prove it. Yeah. And
I'm willing to accept it. I'm willing to accept your offer upon proof of claim. Please.
We'd be most grateful to you if you prove us wrong, you know, on any of this.
Oh, I would love it. Please do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd rather be found out early that I'm wrong so I can change course again because I'm more than willing to.
Isn't that the foolish way to do otherwise? Isn't that foolish to act otherwise than that? Sure is.
So
Yeah,
I'm gonna have a good night.
Kindly get out of your imagined disagreements, please, sir.
Talcadianism.
Right. I actually, you know, just for fun time's sake, there was a synchronicity a minute ago too. I'll mention it
is to be made. We are to condemn the false judgment.
Oh, I love it.
Right.
It's my favorite.
Judgment, you idiot.
That's what I'm talking about, Jack. You're finally getting it.
Oh my gosh.
You know, men, they rule over beasts. Men don't rule over their next of men, you know. It's they only rule over beasts, and when people submit like that, it makes me think, are they really a man or are they just a beast? Just another beast following the beast system.
Well,
keeping all the beasts in line.
Wasn't that what happened to one of the kings? Didn't he turn into a beast for a time and have to eat grass and do all kinds of crazy stuff because he wouldn't obey the laws of God? Mm-hmm. He wrote it on the wall. A hand, they said, a hand floating in the air wrote on the wall and told him what was going to happen. That he's going to become a beast of the field for a number of months or years or whatever it was. And so, yeah, it's another example there in their laws that you can be treated like a beast or become a beast, even go from a king, because you're a child of the creator. So you are a child of the king. So you have authority and kingship, basically, while you're here walking in this realm, because you're using the authority as a diplomat of the king. So Give that up.
Absolutely.
You become a beast, a slave.
All right,
That's what
let's
beasts are.
continue. Deprivation of rights under color of law. Oh, I have the wrong. Okay, there we go.
Deprivation of rights under color of law. Now, this is the one that everyone's been looking for. Okay, this one basically says that if someone fucks with your rights at all, for absolutely any reason, under any false horseshit law, for any reason at all whatsoever, they're fucked. And the best part about it is the very, very end, where you have to the point where if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping, which is being arrested without a warrant, or without any fucking anything, which is kidnapping, or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years, or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death.
Now,
the only reason why people are walking around and getting kidnapped by the police is because they don't know their rights, and they don't know how to use the United States Code in an effort to defend themselves and to protect liberty and their rights. Okay, so it says here, whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties on account of such person being an alien, or by reason of his color or race, and are prescribed for the punishment of citizens shall be fined under this title and blah, blah, blah. Now, this gets a little more interesting, okay? Now, type in 18 USC 241.
I was going to say, knowing how our government works, it seems like these things are kind of written out for us eventually. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like going to fuck us over. You're not concerned about that?
No. So what happens is that when you're a U.S. citizen, you fall under Title 18 and they can use it against you. When you're a non-citizen national and you correct your status and you're an internationally protected person, you no longer are underneath Title 18, but you can use Title 18 against them. They cannot use it against you anymore.
Interesting.
And the key there is national versus citizen.
Precisely. U.S. citizen. You want anything you've ever signed in your entire life that's a U.S. citizen on it, you got to hunt it down, annihilate it, or correct it. Okay. Now,
correcting it should be just saying in a public forum, like in any courtroom with a reporter, just denouncing any contract with the government.
To some degree, yes, but to some degree, no, because the right to contract is infinite. I think even the Constitution talks about that, right? So contracting with one corporation, contracting with another corporation, contracting with this. So you can say, yes, the U.S. government, but that's just one corporation. You have all the other corporations that you've contracted with as well. So it comes down to the fact that now you've walked this road and now you got to walk it back. It's not that hard. You just got to do it, right?
So that's like all your banks and everything like that.
Yeah, all your banks, all your everything, your this, that, the other thing, everything, everything you can think of, right? And it gets easier and easier and easier pretty rapidly.
Does that even include your birth certificate and social security card?
It can, and it does. For example, I just mailed a whole packet to the Social Security Administration to have my Social Security account changed from U.S. citizen to other. Other is a specification that's normally used for refugees and asylees. But there's only 4 to select from. You can select from U.S. citizen. You can select from lawful alien allowed to work. There's lawful alien not allowed to work, and then there's other. So
he's applying the maxim of law that states a thing is unbound by the way it was bound. That's what he's explaining right there for you. That's a maxim of law. You can unbind yourself only in the way that you bound yourself, right? Because if you try to do it any other way, you're just going to keep binding yourself up like a rope.
So what maxim would that be?
It's a thing is unbound by the way it was bound.
Right, which is other worldly. Well, not otherworldly, but how would you articulate or
so like what he said? Yeah, what he's saying is every piece of paperwork and where you left your name and social security number and some kind of corporate status, that paper trail is the one that binds you to that, corporate federal jurisdiction, whatever, statutory jurisdiction, whatever you want to call it. And then that's where he's saying you got to get, follow up with all that paperwork, social security, all of that, and unbind yourself from the system the way that you bound yourself to it.
And that means going all the way back to the birth certificate where your mother was the informant and signed you away to the state.
Correct.
In a contract, she signed it. So she gave up her rights to you. And that was where the fraud occurred, is because you didn't have an age of majority yet. You're actually not even considered an age of majority until you do this correction, because you're showing still that you are not competent.
You're a minor.
As a minor, because that's what your mom signed you over as, to handle your estate and your affairs, public or private. You're a ward of the state at this point.
It's in probate. It's the state's running it, you know. Until you claim it back from them, you're a ward of the state.
They're doing it for your safety. They're doing it for your safety. But if you're die as a minor, that you'll be buried properly and given a headstone, which is in all capital letters.
Yep, dead man ledger.
Which makes you not a real person buried under there either. Or you are a person and not a man or a woman. It's really interesting, because even the headstones are telling you the truth.
Yeah, and I heard somewhere that the Vatican holds the record of live birth in a tomb. They have a place where it's like they entomb your soul. When they bifurcate your title, they entomb your soul, and then you're operating in the world of the dead.
They took your print, your footprint, your soul on a piece of paper when you were born, and they sent that off. And it was sent off with all your data on it so they could securitize it and make it a bond. And then, it's somewhere. They don't know exactly where, but they say it's under the Vatican somewhere in some tombs. So, as a dead entity. So, lost at sea, I guess.
Yeah, anything you have to crack a seal on is coming from the world of the dead. All your letters, anything that comes on like a little, 1x2 square, that's all considered a ledger, right? And it's dead man's script. It's all in the world of the dead, right?
Yeah, you kind of made me think of Headstone by Flatbush, but that's another time. Emmanuel might know what I'm talking about.
By Flatbush?
So
Flatbush Zombies. Anyway, whatever. It's a song.
So one thing I've considered too is that all these contracts are no different than we in the conspiracy theory groups talk about how rock stars and such sign contracts, sign their soul over to the devil. How is it any different if we sign all these contracts? Because that's all we're doing is signing the contract. How is it that much different than them? Can you really tell me it's different? It's written up the same way. They sign it with ink. Whether that ink be blood, I don't know. I've never seen one of those contracts, but that would still be ink, because they used to use more colors in writing to show whether it was a living person or a dead thing by using different colors of ink. So I'm working through a lot of this stuff on the spiritual level, trying to figure out what do these contracts actually mean? Do they have more weight, spiritual weight, than we think? Just because we always talk about all these actors and people that sign on with the devil. Well, how much different are we? Are we really that different? Do we sign on to the same kind of thing? Why are we criticizing them when we're doing the same thing, possibly? I don't know. Just something I think about.
But yeah, you got me thinking of this song. Now I can't get it out of my head. I've been rocking from the cradle to the grave. I'll be damned if I...
Nigga, 3 dope boys in the Cadillac, grave digger. Money over bitches on my headstone. Here lies some nigga getting paid for. Never take a loss on my headstone.
Yeah, I don't want to get hit though, but
When he take a L when I'm smoking hits, I be gang 3 times on my headstone.
man, that's throwback. I need to do a music stream tomorrow now. You got me motivated. Anyway, where were we? Conspiracy against rights. 241. All right, let's continue. How far? We're about halfway, finally. Almost.
I wrote an affidavit. I attached all of my passport information, and I mailed that in with a Polaroid of me in a pickle outfit. So that is on its way to be processed. I went into the Social Security Administration here in California the other day. The main teller had no clue what the fuck I was talking about. She went to her superior. Her superior knew exactly what I was talking about. And she even printed a piece of paper for the teller that was all about non-citizen national status, right? And the teller just didn't really get it. And she's like, hey, just go home, put some documents together, and then mail them in, and let's see what happens, basically. That's what I did. I went home and put some stuff together, and I mailed it in. So, but going back to this is what I think a lot of people on you guys' podcasts are going to be interested in. So 18 USC 242, that one is if you're dealing with one person, one police officer, one judge, right? Now, 241 is the exact same thing, but it's involving conspiracy. Conspiracy by definition is two or more people working together to do something to you. Now, the beauty of conspiracy is two things. First off, it increases the penalties 10x. So a 1-year penalty, a 1 year in prison goes to 10 years, a decade.
Thanks for coming through, Candy. Good to see you. And Emilios, unfortunately, I think that's as high as it goes. I don't know why, but it is a little quiet. Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure. Sounded louder before.
So if two officers pull you over and they're both rolling over your rights, now they haven't violated 242. They've violated 241. Now you can probably hit them with both because technically they're two separate infractions, two separate felonies, right? But the beauty of 241 as well, that's really, really interesting. And this is just a theory that I have. 241, because it's a conspiracy charge, it opens up a RICO case. So let's say, for example, you have two police officers that pull you over and they fuck with your rights real bad and you're really cool and you're chill and you know what you're doing and you're not being a dick, you're not creating hostility. They violate 242, 241, and if you have a passport, they're going to violate 1545. And if they try to kidnap you, that's another section. I'm not totally sure exactly what it is. If you're an internationally protected person, 18 USC 112. So now we're up to, you're looking at up to 10 years for the passport. You're looking at up to 10 years for 241. You're looking at 1 year for 242. And then you're looking at, I think it's 3 years for 112? So you're looking at a maximum jail sentence of 24 years just in the first 4 infractions that we're covering now. We're not covering kidnapping infractions, any other infractions that we may find.
And that would also mean 4 liens you could place, right, Brandon?
Yeah, and you're looking at $500,000 for 241, $500,000 for
112, right?
1545, and then you're looking at maybe $50,000 for 112 and another $50,000 for 241. So you're looking at over $1 million in liens very easily right now. The beauty of liens is you can actually take the lien, convert it into a security, and send it to the United States Treasury and contract with the Treasury to collect the lien for you. They're going to take 35%, and they will actually sick the Internal Revenue Service onto the police officers or whoever it is that's violating your rights to collect the lien that you filed on them. That's a whole.
And it's for that officer personally, and not for the department.
Yes. No, I haven't done all this. This is all just I've studied all this. I know for a fact that it's real. But the problem you're going to run into is you don't want to piss.
If you read that, it says
because the sheriff is your boy. The sheriff is your enforcement. Right? Yeah,
it says free to exercise or enjoy any right or privilege so secured, right? But who secures their rights and privileges? Not many people do. Who out there really secures their party, right? Because you don't have any rights under this statute if you didn't secure them. Just some food for thought. You can continue there.
Well said.
Able to collect on any of these liens. You can convert these liens into lien securities and sell them or get rid of them or trade them because they become stocks essentially at that point. But if you really want to push the envelope and you want to collect on your liens, you're going to need the sheriff. I've read things about how people go to the sheriff and the sheriff won't work with them, and then they find a way to like deputize themselves legally, and then they become a sheriff's deputy, like prejudicial, and then they can go and they can start taking the property themselves. If you want full blown warfare, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't declare war on the sheriff's office.
Yeah, that sounds like some Hatfield and McCoy shit right there.
That's not something that I would like to get myself involved in because at the end of the day, there is some truth in what's stopping them from turning off their camera, picking you up, and taking you somewhere. And honestly, frankly, if there was some fucking sovereign citizen meth head piece of shit that didn't have any teeth, that was just fucking screaming all the time, threatening all the time, and sending in fucking threatening paperwork and leaning everybody under the sun, moon, and stars that you do see in this area, I would personally get together some fucking officers that are in plain clothes, and I would go and pick that motherfucker up and take him somewhere, and you'd never see from him again because fuck that guy. Right?
All right, so this guy's obviously a fascist tyrant, fucktard, some might say. So I'm not sure where he gets his understanding or comprehension or whatever. But it's confusing to me at this point. So to say the
it's funny when they say things like that, then they indict themselves almost when they say things like that.
Right. So again, I don't know who that is speaking. Here, I'd have to, because the square is so little, I'd have to see. I'm not sure if it's this guy at the bottom. I'm guessing not. I'm guessing it wouldn't be Brandon Williams with the flag in the back.
That didn't have any teeth, that was just fucking screaming all the time, threatening all the time, and sending in fucking threatening paperwork and leaning everybody under the sun.
Oh, so it is Brandon. So I'm confused here.
Moon and stars that you do see in this area, I would personally get together some fucking officers that are in plain clothes, and I would go and pick that motherfucker up and take him somewhere, and he'd never see from again. Because
that's not something you talk about. That's just something you do.
Yeah,
the
well,
police might do that. If you tried to do all these liens, that would be what they would probably. If I was an officer,
exactly,
and somebody was leaning me and going about come take all my property, and I was pissed, I might get my buddies in the gang together and make that guy disappear. That's all he's saying. He's saying that's why it would be dangerous to do this, and this is why he does not recommend leaning all these people to just get the money and go after them, because that's going to inspire them to do something possibly very criminal.
Yeah, and who's to say if, a lot of these cop shootings are, in retaliation of someone that, could have possibly been leaning them in the background, and that's just never heard of, right?
Well, you got to wonder about that Chase, what's his name, Chase, that got shot, that supposedly had
Chase Allen, yeah.
a passport. Yeah, who had a passport supposedly that was up to par, showed that he was not supposed to be detained or anything, and they went after him. So was that, do I know if that was a real scenario or not? Who knows? But it made it look like, from what his family background was, that they had been going after a lot of the cops in the area, and a judge
and his mom
and their whole family had been doing things. So it's very likely that was a retaliatory strike to get rid of his problem making for them, and that's probably what happened.
That's what it seemed
But
like.
if it was real, and so does it happen to every person that goes around driving with a passport? No, because again, not everybody's going to go after these people like this or have some issue where they've decided to go after them. And that's why I think Wizard is right on when he says really need to come in and look at this as they made a mistake, and not all of this is on a retribution slide. It should be just about forgiveness for all and no liability for all in a lot of these things, unless it's an actual harm they've done to you, and then you probably should just take them through the regular process of not leaning everything, but maybe taking them to court and then winning from there, or taking their bond, so that you're not taking their personal property. There could be a lot of retribution that can happen, though, if you go after these people instead of just coming with equity and going, listen, I signed on to these things and I was wrong, and you've done these things and you were wrong, but here's our solution, and make a remedy, so that everybody can be happy and not feel like they're being gone after, because you do have to deal with them as a gang. They are a gang at this point. So you got to stand in a way that's not going to make you look like you're just out for retribution and you want all their things.
Right.
And besides, that doesn't make you any better than them if you're going after just all their stuff and trying to destitute somebody who's made mistakes because they know not what they do. So you got to be real cautious about some of the stuff. It's very powerful. It's powerful stuff.
If anyone's interested, I think it is still up on this channel. The Chase Allen stream. I think I had Mitch on. I had Zetetic Warrior on. Mars Life, Zetetic Warrior. I think I had a couple other people. The Real McCoy, maybe Christos. I can't remember. There were a few other people that came on. That was a good stream. That was.
Yeah, I remember that stream. I think I participated in some of that, if I remember right at the end. So.
That might be. Yep. Well, synchronicity then that you're bringing it up.
Yeah, if you're gonna be driving around without plates and stuff like that, and you gotta be ready to stand on that, and when I say stand on it, it's not have them rip you out of the car, mace you, baton you, and possibly shoot you. No, it's go with it. Let them take you to court and have them learn, right? Take them through the process, right? But that's what you got to be willing to go through,
Well, and that's where this whole determining whether you're just so fearful that you can't do this, and then you got to come to grips with what that means about you. If you're going to do it, you need to do it the right way, which is standing in honor, being peaceful, at peace. You don't come out these guys headstrong and charging, because they do have power of the system currently behind them, and they presume you are part of it. So, it's got to be calculated. Again, it's just kind of like playing a chess game. You need to know your moves that you're going to make and how you're going to do it so that you minimize the chances of that kind of a situation occurring. And besides, what's the need of it? I mean, do you really want to go to war? You can go to war with these people if you want, or you can learn to come in peace and come with equity and educate them, because they have the right to choose this system or not as well. They've been just as deceived as you are. They may have gone more extreme, but really, have they? I don't know. In some cases, they may not have.
Yeah, it's almost, you got to be like the kung fu master that doesn't necessarily strike his opponent, but can parry his attacks, and he's more defending himself, but doesn't want to even hurt the other person, right? He's just kind of dissipating that energy in a way where it's not directed or focused at either one of the people. It's a skill, and that's why I liken it to kung fu, right? It's like mental kung fu. If you're not ready for that fight, don't do it. Don't put yourself into a situation where you ain't ready for the Jedi mind tricks and ready to navigate through whatever it is that they're throwing at you, because you're going to take it like a punch and then you're going to want to throw a punch back, right? And then that's where you get into a fight. No, these people are going to come in throwing punches, but you have to know how to gracefully dodge, bob, weave until they realize, whoa, I'm not dealing with the average Joe that just takes the slap in the face. And then
going to war should be our last resort anyway. It should be coming in peace with all things until it's absolutely necessary. To have to do any kind of violence of any type, whether it be paperwork or physical. So, martial arts is probably a really good example because they teach you to avoid conflict at all costs. And that when you do whatever you've been trained to do, you only use it for the righteousness of it. You don't do it because you just want to hurt somebody back like they hurt you.
Right.
All right. Well, I got the link sent to me, so I didn't even have to do the work of finding it myself. So I appreciate that. Sexy pickle here. Someone turned themselves into a pickle, much like Mr. Rick. From Rick and Morty. If you don't know about it, then I don't know what to say. Okay. Let's get back to it. Where am I at? Which tab? Got too many tabs. Too many tabs here. All right. Let's hear this guy indict himself again. Possibly his feelings about this are different now because this is, I don't know, a year-old stream, maybe 2. I forget. But anyway, let's continue.
Yes, there is some truth in the fact that they can do that, but it's like, dude, don't be a fucking retard. It's that simple. If you have
a big problem for a lot of people, though, Brandon.
Big problem for a lot of people, and the
Don't
truth
be
is,
a retard. Yeah,
if Officer fucking Dumbledore is really causing a lot of problems, honestly, if you want to keep things really, really simple, you could probably go into the sheriff's office, speak to the sheriff, say,
okay, so this is from 11/22/22. Yeah, 11/22/22. All right, let's continue.
This Officer Dumbledore, man, he's a goof. He's a real goof, and the sheriff might have already gotten 5 fucking complaints on this guy, and he might be like, you know what, he's a fucking goof. He's gone. You don't know. It's you need to get more information. I frankly believe that most of the time officers are trying their best. My brother's a cop, but even beyond that, I've talked to so many cops, and I really don't believe that they're all fucking horrible. I believe the system's horrible, and they're tracking the same fucking thing we are. Okay, so you can use all this stuff to your advantage. You can use all this stuff, but the application of pressure, like I was telling Ryan.
Have you had this conversation with your brother, and what are his thoughts on it?
No, I haven't.
Keep saying that fear. You keep saying fear, but you all have licenses that you use. Again, I never said that I use it. I haven't said anything. I didn't even actually say I have one. But I definitely didn't say I use it. But even if I did, like again, you're insinuating things that aren't true. So you're saying we're not being true. You all participate in society like everyone else, and here you are preaching about decoupling when you're all fearful to do it yourselves. Unreal. Again, you may be projecting a bit here, sir, because not only did I not admit any of those things, I think you're just confused. I don't know what else to say. Any thoughts?
Yeah,
You're
he's
making
definitely
an
he's
awful lot of
conflicting fear.
assumptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never said one way or another whether I do or do not have a license or social. But if you want me to be frank, I haven't used any type of license, registration, or the like in too long to remember. So you could say that's because I've been hiding in fear and I've been avoiding society and been antisocial. You can use any projection or ad hominem or whatever, imagined disagreement, as the Talcottian one would say. But I think you're projecting a bit here, sir. It is it's the homosexual tranny bitch that goes away. No, chronic enlightenment is not G. As far as I'm aware, anyway. I'm almost positive that they're not the same gentleman. So let's continue.
Whatever chronic is smoking, it's not chronic and it's not enlightening. That's for sure.
Not at all.
If I remember correctly, he grows his own. Forgive me if it's not he, but they grow their own. I thought, if I remembered correctly, and they are not buying into the GMO agenda there with the GMO government weed. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Again, it may be projection with the fear talk that we're the ones in fear. I'm not sure what you're confused on, sir. Your imagined disagreements are showing. So
No. I haven't
Does
had this
your brother
conversation
know
with
about
my
this
cop.
stuff?
I don't know.
Do you
I mean,
talk
I'm
to him
sure he
about it at
does. No, I don't. No. He's new on the force. It's a very, very small town. He's fairly new on the force. He is your typical backwoods. Hey, if people aren't bothering nobody, you leave him alone. He thinks more of like an old school, like Wild West sheriff.
He's like a forest ranger almost. Yeah.
He's got that
Wildlife.
kind of a mentality. So frankly, he probably does know about some of this information. But again, I've talked to cops. A lot of the cops I've talked to, what they tell me is hey, my job is to follow what I.
And just to add, it's synchronistic. I saw because it's 3, 6, 9, 12. There's 3 hours, 6 minutes, 9 seconds, 12 watching. But to add to what I was saying, well, he's bringing up Florida now, and I'm just thinking it sounds like he's talking about Okeechobee, which the last time I was up there, I did have some issues with policy enforcement at a music festival, and it turned into, at the end of the festival, me driving home and thinking that 1 out of every 5 cars that was driving by was peering into the car that I was in with some other individuals. And I may or may not have been onto something there. I may have been a bit paranoid, but I'd say there was probably truth to both me being paranoid and there being some enforcement on our tail, trying to see at any moment us potentially doing anything incriminating while in the car so that they could pull us over. And luckily that didn't happen. But anyway, let's continue. I don't even want to go down that story.
What I think the line is when I'm out there.
I've done
when I
it
take you in
before.
and you fucking say whatever the fuck you say, it's all magic, and you just get out. That's not really my concern or my job. Like, that's the court, that's the judge. So like they think of it totally detached from the actual judicial system itself, because they think in their head they're supposed to take your body and move it into the judicial system, and then they're like, their hands are done, they're clean, they can go back out and do whatever the fuck they're doing. That's kind of how the ones that I've talked to think about what they're doing. They don't think of it past that point.
They don't even understand that most of what they do is a violation of their own rules, and that's why I carry the law books with me.
The problem,
even without becoming an American national or official guest or whatever, you can beat them at their own game just by using their laws against them. But the problem you run into is that a lot of cops don't know the law.
Well, it gets a little more complicated, but yet also a lot more simple than that. So if you're a U.S. citizen, technically speaking, you live in the District of Columbia, and the cops are policy officers for the District of Columbia. So technically speaking, they're employees of the federal government.
That is you, sir. That is you. I know. I get you. You're not into the Talcottian lore, but that is you, sir. That's you.
So are you. That's the problem. So when you're signed up as a U.S. citizen, they are policing their own corporate world. You are in that world voluntarily.
Right.
So
Like you said at the
once
beginning,
you exit,
they don't even understand that, though.
But they don't need to understand that. They don't need to understand that. Once you exit their world and you're no longer a volunteer employee of the private for-profit federal corporation, now their rules and their crimes and their laws don't have anything to do with you because it's policy, it's statute.
Right, it doesn't stop a road pirate from throwing you in the back of their car.
It does stop them. No, it does stop them. So it does, because I've had at least 6 or 7 people tell me when they present their 5-star passport and they're respectful to the officer. Now this gets creepy. They all say,
Bob, you gotta talk nice to the road pirate.
They say, no, this is creepy, guys. I'm gonna tell you something super creepy. They say, they literally, all the reports that I've gotten, the police officers have the exact same line. Thank you, Mr. or Mrs. last name, comma, have a nice day. It's the exact same words, bro. To the point where they're like told what to say exactly word for word. Because 6 different places in 6 different areas around the whole country, I've had 6 different reports of people telling me it's the exact same sentence, bro. Thank you, comma, Mr. or Mrs. last name, comma, have a nice day.
But yeah, because once you're a citizen, you're under their jurisdiction.
Exactly.
And you're playing by their rules. And so what I'm getting out of this is once you're a national, they got to play ball with you now. They can't just, you're not in their game. So their rules don't apply to you.
You can give them jurisdiction, though. If you go into dishonor, you're like a fucking retard.
Yeah, exactly.
You give them jurisdiction.
There's a lot of meathead dumb fuck cops out there that will gladly bash you over the head or shoot you, and will throw you in a cage regardless of what you say or evidence you present.
I think the percentage of that is very, very low, and I think it all comes down to how you handle the officer.
Well, yeah, obviously you have to stroke their ego, but
I'll tell you right now, if you're it gets better than that, because when you really understand the system, I'm over here with a hard fucking cock, hoping that they arrest me.
Bob, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall listening to you talking to that cop.
Please, for the love of fucking God. like if I haven't gotten pulled over, because it's like magic. When you learn all this shit, it's as if you don't even exist to them anymore. I drive in the carpool lane at 100+ miles an hour all day long. They just don't bother me. Okay, it's like magic. Okay, but if they did pull me over, I'd be sitting there with my cock sitting straight up like this. I could use it to fucking put donuts on it. Okay, thinking that all the money I'm gonna make and all the various points of Title 18 they're gonna get violated if anything happens during this transaction, and how rich I'm gonna get. Because the thing is that even if they don't pay me, I'm still gonna get fucking rich. Because you take the liens, you turn them into lien securities after 30 or 60 days, and now on a balance sheet, you have an asset worth millions of dollars. No different than owning a property, no different than owning a business. You actually have assets that you can put on your balance sheet as accounts receivable, and now you can actually get loans based off of your fucking accounts receivable of millions of dollars in liens that you have as fucking securities. So you're going to get rich.
I'm totally doing all of this shit because
any way you look at it, you're going to get rich. It doesn't fucking matter. Now, that said, doesn't mean you should be a fucking asshole on purpose to try to goad the police officer into beating the shit out of you and kidnapping you. That is completely
You don't have to. I recently got pulled over and they decided to arrest me simply because I would not do something that was unconstitutional that they were asking me to do. They told me to give them my ID, and I said no. So you don't have any right to. And they declared that they did, and it came down to it. They were just going to arrest me for registration, which they also didn't have the legal right to demand that I had. Like, I'm going to go all the way. I've looked into becoming an American national. I just haven't started the steps yet. But you can beat them by the rules that they have for citizens too. And that's what I try to tell people is like, look, you don't have to go through all of these steps and, find all your contracts and get rid of them and become an American national and do all of this stuff. You can do exactly what you're doing now and just make them follow their rules. And when they violate their own rules, then that's when you can also, go after their qualified immunity, sue these people, put liens on them still.
Those cops didn't actually arrest you though, right, Bob? You were able to.
No, I had shit to do the next day. So I said, look, under threat of violence and arrest, I will hand over my ID, but that's the only reason you're getting it.
Now hold on a second. Now the thing is that if you're filed as a US citizen, by law, you have said voluntarily under penalty of perjury, which is a felony, you have signed documentation that states that you live in the District of Columbia, you work for the federal corporation, and you have openly admitted that they have full jurisdiction over everything you own as well as your body. So when you say that even as a citizen, you can go up against them, you can do these things, I don't see how the fuck that's going to work for you. I really don't.
Well, because there's 2 separate constitutions. There's a
I understand that. You don't live in the United States. You don't live in the United States. Do you realize that if you live in Washington, D.C.
They don't either. So it's all fake. It's all smoke and mirrors, right? It's all bullshit. All their authority.
The 10 square miles.
Violence. Look,
they only have
wait. The source of their authority is their ability to initiate violence against peaceful people. That is it. That is the source. It's not some contract. It's not some piece of paper somewhere. It's not something filed with anything. It's their ability to enact force against you. That is it. And when they show up next to your car with 6 people, it doesn't matter what paperwork you got. They will arrest you or they will shoot you, and they will deal with the consequences later. But cops don't give a shit. Most cops that I've come across don't care, man. If you question their authority, if you question their ego, if you do not mind your P's and Q's and show them respect from word one, or if you even show that you know the law better than them, they will do anything they can to get you out of that car, on the ground, in handcuffs in the back of their car. Anything.
Dude, they have IQ caps. Like to become a fucking police officer,
These people are
you
thugs,
have to
man.
be under a certain IQ. Like
You have to
these
be under it.
motherfucking, these road pirates, these pigs are stupid. They're obedient. There's a reason why they did the fucking MAGA jab force on every single one of them, because they wanted to
They're
weed
the
out
hammer, man.
any single one of them that had any type of independent thought. They're fucking morons. They're violent psychos. Fuck every single one of you pigs. Fuck your brother too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of cops. I'm sure your brother's a fine person, but
It's
I don't understand the mentality of wanting to be a cop in this world, of wanting to rule over people, of wanting to put yourself in a position where you think you are above the law.
It's romanticized to kids, dude. Like a lot of kids think that it's like a firefighter type thing. It's similar, right?
It's a tyrannical mentality.
Yeah,
It's a different kind of person mentally that becomes a firefighter or becomes a police officer. One has an authoritarian bend and one doesn't. Now I recently talked to a cop at this stupid ass traffic stop. And one of them, whether or not he was just a negotiator and was completely full of shit or not, he seemed like a decent dude. And I just told him, man, I was like, dude, what y'all are doing is so fucking authoritarian and tyrannical. So you're violating my rights as a person to be able to travel without impedance. Like your rules don't apply to me, man. Like I don't recognize your authority and your rules don't apply to me. And he was like, I get what you mean, man, but it is what it is.
Now let me ask you a question. If someone tells you they aren't a part of your club, but then they turn around and sign under penalty of perjury that they are a part of your club, which one holds more weight?
When do you get to cancel that contract?
You can cancel whenever you want.
Of course. I have no contract with anybody. They think I do. I haven't signed anything recently. I don't do any of that. I can.
Chronic wants to put his name on it.
That's the beauty of a verbal
He
contract.
needs his name on it.
You know, even a legally binding one. You can
True.
Come and put your name on it. Your name on it. Come and put your name on
You
it.
have to actually.
You don't
go through
understand.
the
You don't
steps to
understand the
get down to
concept of own nothing, control everything. He wants to put
He
his
doesn't
name on it.
understand trust. He doesn't understand trust. He doesn't understand what that actually means. So yeah, he's putting together something. Klaus Schwab was dropping a major hint in some ways, but also he's gleefully laughing because the other side of it is the way that they're going to enforce you own nothing is already happened to you. You own a mortgage or a property that you've even paid off, but you still pay taxes. You don't own that property. You actually don't own it. It's nice that you think you own it, but because you still owe a tax debt every year on that property, that piece of real estate you think you own, even if you've got the title, you actually don't. They can come take it anytime if you don't continue to pay that tax. You're a tenant. That's what they call you. So you really don't own it in the first place. So the question is, are you going to put it in a trust so that you have complete control over it and it's owned by the trust that's separate from this government entity that wants to own you and own all your stuff? The same with your car. You registered your car. You registered your car.
You surrendered it.
You actually gave your car over. They own your car as well. They can take it from you at any time. They already do. If you get pulled over and don't comply with everything, or say something goes horribly wrong, they tow your car and they keep it in impound lock. And then you have to pay to get it back again. And then you have to pay every year to keep it registered and titled and licensed. More and more stuff that you don't own. So I don't know what you're talking about, but you don't understand the game. The overall game is that if you don't own anything either way, but you can control things in one side of it if you put it in trust of your own. But if you allow the state to own it, well, they own it all. And you have no control or no say.
So I'm going to do something, because I am at service. I do want to be at service. And again, I'm here for the people, like Bane said, for you, the people. Tomorrow, at your request, sir, we will be reviewing one Paul Enslave's video being pulled over by policy enforcement and driving away happily. So I would assume, as much as I would hate to make an ass out of you and me, that you have not seen the video I'm referring to, possibly aren't familiar with the man I'm speaking of. So I go on his channel fairly regularly. Actually, me and Emmanuel here, both on the top left two squares there, were both on his channel earlier. So that would be a great example I could think of someone I actually know in my life, at least digitally or metaversally. Well, someone's got some feedback there. Thank you, sir. someone that I actually know, who I speak to on a regular basis, who did have quite a successful encounter that was recorded, much like mine, but unfortunately mine's gone from years ago. But it was nothing to his execution and articulation of what he knows to be true. So we'll be reviewing that.
Actually, there's way more than just 10 videos of people being successful. I've found at least 20 or 30 people, different people that are being successful.
Yeah.
So there's not just him. So you're again.
No, he's just an example of someone I actually speak to on a regular basis who.
No, I'm talking about the chatter. He's down there saying that there's one fake video. So Paul is fake, and then you have to like 10 videos of that. Well, yeah, there's lots. There's actually lots of people doing this and recording it nowadays. And if you go look for it, you will find them. But you'll also find the counter videos of where people are being arrested and that sort of thing. It doesn't mean you won't get arrested if you do these things. But it is getting more and more common to see people doing this. I've seen people driving around doing this in my local area. I'm participating in it. I haven't had any problems yet. I haven't had anything to record, though. I haven't been pulled over or anything, kind of like what he says. I started driving without registration and all this stuff, and I haven't been harassed at all yet. So we'll see what happens when that goes down. But either way, it is lawful to drive without a license or to travel without a license. Can't drive unless I'm hired for commercial, and then I must have a license if I'm doing commercial like that.
Hey, Chronic Enlightenment, I'd like to see you prove any of us wrong on any of these points. You're not going to do it. I already know you're not going to do it. You just throw barbs. That's all you do. So, if you do prove us wrong, I'll apologize to you right in front of everybody. Okay?
We're getting saucy tonight. Yeah, I mean, there are clearly some different understandings here, understandings, overstandings of what we're doing here, what it all means. So, and where we're at in our.
Yes, I actually do know what will happen. Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
We've been discussing what will happen.
I'm not hearing. It could go one way or the other, but either way, I can handle either one of those situations, whether I'm arrested or not. That's the question. That's up in the air. That's officer discretion. So that's never something I can tell for sure what will happen with that case. But if I have to go to jail, I know what to do now. I know how to stand. I know actually how the system works and how not to sign anything. I know that they can't keep me in there forever. They can try, but they won't be able to because their own laws won't even let them. So I'm not telling you to go and drive without a license if you're not prepared. But no, I'm not afraid of driving and the consequences that may happen. Not at all. And I don't know what you're worried about. For me, either way, I'm probably going to be just fine.
Hey, dumbass. Yeah, I'm not sure if they know who that's to there, but I think this needs a question mark. No? I think that needs a question mark. But for those in the chat, this comment isn't for me, I don't think. So, although I may very well be a dumbass in many regards, I think this is for someone else. So.
No, Chronicle, you would go to jail for it and then walk out empty-handed.
Just like the man was saying, the code shows that I can use their own laws to actually come out way ahead by going to jail, even though I don't know if I'd ever take that option. I don't know. It's up to me, though. It's a choice I'll make at the time if I really want to do that. But at the same time, no, standing on my rights is my life. I mean, I don't want anybody to violate my rights of any kind. So yeah, I'm willing to go to jail for any of it because it's the right
let me
thing.
give you. Yeah. Again, I mean, I'll be. He might say that, or they might say that I'm parroting your comparison from earlier, but I can't help but find a better comparison given the time frame we're on. It was only coming up on 4 years ago in a couple weeks here, but just a few years ago, people were saying, much like you're saying here, with the same kind of logic and based in the same belief system, and I would imagine opinion structure that you've formulated, that you've not formulated, that you've built internally over your life, which is, much like people said back in 2020, 2021 with the treatments and the coverings people were wearing, suffocating themselves. It's very, very similar in logic to me, how you're trying
Which is
to
why I never wore one
equivocate.
of those things on my face.
Right.
I got thrown out of my bank, but I made it work out. They had to still let me come in eventually. So it was learning to work with them. But yeah, I wasn't going to give up that right to breathe freely.
Right. So I mean, some might say that there were detectives at the house and door of an individual who looked very similar to myself, who lived somewhere very close to where I live, and who is the same age and has a very similar everything. Who was standing on those very I'm trying to not sound retarded here. I think you get what I'm saying. For standing against the mandates that were in place, the so-called mandates, as they put it. So yeah, some people would say that they were crazy for doing that, and that they were asking for trouble. I would say that they were just standing on what they knew to be good, right, and true. So I don't think I would change anything if I could. So if anything, I would have just upped it even more. Upped the ante.
Speaking about antes, we were running this video about property taxes the other day. Remember that, Sean?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe these guys might be interested in getting into that.
I think I have that video saved. Yeah, I think I have that video saved.
Nice.
I can't remember the channel, but I added it to the legal lawful playlist. So
maybe type in taxes or something, or property taxes, maybe. Sure, if it lets you
US
search them.
travel cities.
But yeah,
but it is.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
There you go. That one's for you, Chronic, from Mr. Patrick, from Mr. Look Within here. uslawbooks.com/travel/travel cities.htm.
But you can't spoon feed him the information. Now you expect him to read it?
Right.
Well, and I have to laugh. He's saying the mask wasn't the same thing. Oh, really? I know several people that got arrested for not wearing a mask and are still dealing with the consequences of it. We actually have one on Paul's channel that is dealing with the consequences of that right now. So it doesn't matter if it was a law or not. They treated it like it was and threw people in jail. So if you're telling me it wasn't anything like not driving with a license, I would have to say you're wrong. You're not understanding your own right.
Yeah, well, I had my own experience with that. What twice? Once or twice? I think it was twice, because grocery, and then at that plaza. Yeah, so in 2020 and in 2021, I think. And I don't know if it was related to losing a channel and stuff, and it all probably tied together, or whatnot. But there was definitely eyes on. But there was other stuff going on too. I've shown videos of. Go ahead.
I never challenged the whole mask thing, right? Somebody told me wear a mask. You have to wear a mask in this. I would do an about face, take my business elsewhere. It was the people that insisted on having their coffee at that one specific Starbucks unmasked that found opposition and problems and fines. And if that established wants to play that stupid little game, well, you got to mask up if you want to be in here. Well, then, you're going to serve only the masked up slaves, because I'm not one of those people. I'll take my business elsewhere. I and everyone else that I know will take our business elsewhere. And that's how that should have been treated on a collective sense. And all of that shit would have just disappeared probably in less than a week.
Well, it did for some places. There were places I wouldn't go after that because of that exact reason. So, and some of them have gone out of business because they lost so much from the people that were going without
Yeah,
masks.
it's called
It
fuck
was
around
pretty
and
funny.
find out. Yeah.
My problem was my bank that day decided it was going to go crazy for me not doing one, and so yeah, I had to deal with them right then because I needed to take care of my business that I had set up in there. So yeah, it was fun, but it went well afterwards. But yeah, you don't want to go in and try to just start a conflict, but it sometimes happens whether you like it or not. Even if you're being really peaceful, if you won't comply and you have to go someplace, they may arrest you without you even hardly giving a thought. And it wasn't a law anyway, because I don't think you know the difference between what law and policy and code and statute is. You're calling them the mask wasn't a law. Well, no, it was a mandate, but a mandate's not much different than a policy or a code or even a
Yeah,
statute.
I don't even care what you want to call it. If you want to play those games, like I said, I'll just do an about face and take it elsewhere. I'm not going to play the
we'll
word
go
games
somewhere
with you.
else.
Yeah, it's as simple as that, you know? And I wish more people would think like that. People are complaining McDonald's is expensive, but I still see them lining up to, there's like 20 cars in the drive-thru, but McDonald's is so expensive. Stop buying goddamn McDonald's altogether, and you'll see how they'll cut it out. And that goes with anything, milk, anything you don't. In America, you vote with every dollar you spend or don't. That's the real vote, not the whole going to the booth and checking about. The ballot you cast is with every dollar you spend. And if you're complaining about milk being $6 a gallon and you pay for it, then you voted for that. You approved for that, and you're going to keep it at $6 a gallon every time you cast that ballot.
What are your thoughts on this? He said, Emilio says wrong. It was the people who fought that dropped the BS so-called mandate. And you're wrong on that. You don't fight on that. If you don't, I'm guessing you meant to say, if you don't fight, you lose. It was the ones who fought and sued that got it dropped and changed. Do you have any thoughts before we continue?
Well, there was some people that sued. I know one channel. What's his name?
It's hard to say.
Brandon something.
Right.
Or Brian.
Go ahead, sorry.
Brian, some guy that went after Walmart from keeping his wife and children from being able to go into Walmart. He was one of the ones that made a big hubbub at the headquarters and then filed a lawsuit. And I think they won that one, if I remember right. But yeah, there were several lawsuits, and I absolutely agree with people that were willing to do that and knew how to do that well, did it well, and it really helped. Just people not complying helped. So these are all parts of the same game. Walking with your feet and your dollars also helps. All of it helps. So I would say all of it. It's not one or the other. It can be both, just depending on what situation you're in and what the conditions are for your ability to be able to actually go after them if you're not educated enough to go into court or to deal with them behind the scenes. Like I know this guy did first behind the scenes, and then he went to court when they wouldn't comply with some of the other stuff.
Yeah, it was probably
them.
It was probably all the people that were like, "Oh, really? Can I get that in writing, please?" And then they got it down in writing, and then they conditionally accept it, and then built their claim against it. And then when it came to court, the other party looked really sad. That's what had happened, you know. But it's like you said, people had to know how to navigate through that, right? Instead of just take the presentment for face value. No, you got to put your mask on in here. No, I don't. You got to prove that I do.
Me, I carried around the paperwork from the state, from the state that I was living in at the time. The governor and all the governors did the same kind of thing, and it all said the same thing. It said it was public accommodation, and that there was an accommodation for anybody with a medical reason, religious reason, blah blah blah. It said it all. And so if you actually had read the mandate, you could carry it around with you because it actually gave you an exemption, and I used that exemption in many, many places. So there was no need for me to do even a lawsuit. Again, it depends on the situation, because if I had been harassed enough, even with the mandate showing them, the mandate says that I'm allowed to come in here with no mask, and they had denied me, I probably would have gone after them. But because people saw that and realized that it wasn't what they thought it was, they had misinterpreted it from the media and from their own understanding and not reading it themselves, and I was able to just function. And if more people had known to do that, just read what they had actually put out there, they would have found that there was an exemption the whole time in every one of them. I don't think there was a state without one of those in it.
No, I agree. I went through the whole thing like that too, just claiming my exemption. And every time the employer was just like, hey, are you going to get this health product? Or I would be like, and because they wanted you to sign a piece of paper and I just never signed it. They can't force you to sign anything. And people, I saw all the other employers just sign the damn piece of paper. And I was like, what? Are you serious? Oh, they just said sign it. I didn't sign mine. I didn't lose my job.
Yeah, and I took away their qualified immunity by doing that as well. So that they had tried to harass me further, remove me from the store, had me arrested. I would have had them because I would have been recording it as well. And I always kept my phone with me during those times when I was going into some place new that didn't know me. Because after everybody learned who I was, that I wasn't wearing one of those things, and I had the mandate with me, they left me alone. Nobody bothered me after that. And so it was easy for me. I know some places were not as easy for other folks. So, but yeah, they had no immunity with me showing them the law and having it right, not the law, the mandate right there that said I had an exemption. So no matter what happened, I was prepared for that. So I would have gone to court if I had to, but nothing I had to do. It didn't happen for me.
Okay, let's continue if you're about it. Let's do it.
That's my whole point.
As
If you
long as
sign,
publicly-
if you
in a public
stick
forum.
your dick in a dude's ass and then you say you aren't
Oh,
gay,
brother.
bro, you just stuck your dick in the
I think
guy's
that's
ass.
No,
That's a pretty
exactly
odd
like Will Bob
analogy.
said. You just have to verbally say no homo.
You just have to be public. Just say no homo. But no, I mean,
That's what.
Well, that I guess we picked up on an interesting spot there. But yeah, no homo, full bromo is how I usually put it. Let's continue.
Bro, you just stuck your dick in the
I think
guy's
that's
ass.
No,
That's a pretty
exactly
odd
like Will Bob
analogy.
said. You just have to verbally say no homo.
You just have to be public. Just say no homo. But no, I mean,
That's what,
publicly
in my opinion, that's what
you
you're
are
doing
not in
because
contract.
you're not signing one document that states you're a U.S. citizen. You're signing like the average person has like 4 or 5
Right,
or
but they're
6.
all subsidiaries of the unit. So if you denounce the authority of the United States government, then you automatically denounce all of their subsidiaries that only gain their authority through the authority of the United States.
And I
So-
understand that, but what I'm saying is that just like you said, you have to actually do that.
Well, yeah, you can do it right now. I mean, at any public forum, or if you go in to fight a ticket, you can say it in a courtroom to fight a ticket. As long as you publicly say it on record, then
Yeah, that's
all
true.
you
I
have to
mean,
do.
the on record part is a whole other thing we can get into. What's on record and what's not is a very interesting conversation. But look, I want to show you guys a couple things. So type in who's sharing the screen again. I want to show you guys a couple more things. Type in 19 USC 81O, and there's no space between 81 and O. 19 USC 81O, and then section A. This is referring to the District of Columbia. Okay, so when you sign documentation that states that you are a resident of the District of Columbia, which is you're a U.S. citizen, what you're falling under is section A of this residence of zone. No person shall be allowed to reside within the zone except federal, state, or municipal officers or agents whose residence presence is deemed necessary by the board. So what they're saying here is if you're residing in the District of Columbia or you sign under penalty of perjury that states that you are in the District of Columbia, you are by definition an officer or agent of the U.S. government. And that's why the passport is written the way it is, where it says that you represent the U.S. government in some foreign zone, right? So you're telling them that you live there. They're not forcing you to fill out any documentation that states that you live there. And you're saying that you live there over and over and over and over again. And then
I think I went over this earlier.
You did, right?
Yeah, I boiled it down to how, the US corporation is like McDonald's corporation and each individual person is like each individual McDonald's franchise, making them an agent of sorts of the whole big body. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. I'll check this out further with an open mind. See, that's what I'm talking about. And stop it.
That's
See
cool.
that? See
I
that?
like
Hey.
that.
That was deep.
A mind is like a parachute, man. It only works if you open it.
I like that. Like they say in the rooms of AANA, although I would disagree with a lot of things in there, I did get a lot of value from my time going to those meetings and whatnot when I was younger. But it works if you work it. So work it. You're worth it. Let's continue.
Over and over and over again every single year. Okay, so you're constantly repeating the fact under oath that you reside in the District of Columbia. Now, of course, they are tricking you with the definitions of the words, terms, and phrases, of course. But the way law is structured, it's fucking retarded, is that it's not their problem. It's not anyone's problem that you don't understand the law. You're under the law even if you don't understand it. Now, the secret to all of this, in my opinion, and it's on the most important video of my entire course, video number 17, where I go over this. All you got to do to protect yourself from all this fucking madness.
We love you, chronic intelligent or enlightenment.
I
Or
love
chronic.
you, brother. I'm sorry. I don't know why that happened back there. Chronic Enlightenment. It's a great name, by the way. And that looks like an incredible bud. I wish I had some of that right now.
If they pull you in and they ask you a
Hey,
question,
so do you know what makes an officer? You know what you have to do to become an officer, right?
You
Besides
asking
for
me?
your degree and all that, you actually have to take an oath.
Right.
None of us have taken an oath to be an officer of this government.
Yeah, first you got to get a packet together, go before a board, they scrutinize you, and if they deem you as one of them, then you take an oath.
Right. So if you've never taken an oath, you actually haven't sworn in properly to this. It says a resident officer
Yeah, you're assuming an office.
living in the zone, so you're assuming an office. So if you haven't taken an oath, that's your another presumption. You can write and say, we've made a mistake here in paperwork, and say, I never took an oath because I never intended to take an oath, because I'm not allowed to take an oath based on my spiritual beliefs. And yeah, you can quash that right there, that you are not a resident officer, because that's what they're assuming. The presumption is that if you claim to be a resident, then you're also an officer or an agent. And even an agent, like a special secret agent, has to take an oath. So this law, I mean, this statute or whatever it is, code here, right here, if you read it really carefully and think about what it means, and then start looking at what the requirements would be for each thing, you're not going to match them, because one, you don't live in the 10 square miles of Washington, D.C., and if you're not claiming to be an officer or an agent because you never took an oath, that's another disqualification. There's lots of ways to go about these things to get yourself removed and disqualify what they're presuming you are, because you made signatures on things that you didn't understand, that you need to confess to, basically say, I didn't know what I was doing, but I never took an oath. So
yeah, the system's very presumptuous in nature. So there's another maxim of law that states the facts negate presumptions. So you have to make the facts presently known and clear to negate any presumption, but you have to do it on the record. And when I mean on the record, that's like you got your witnesses, right? Certified mail, notary, all that administrative process.
At least 2 witnesses. And again, they take it from scripture. Out of the 2 or 3 witnesses, the thing is true. That's how you're supposed to figure out things, if it's right or not and true or not. So they've used that same idea where you have to get a notary and a witness. So yeah.
They should teach that in school. Like, you should not be like eligible to graduate unless you can initiate an administrative process, because you're going to need to. You're going to need to.
Yeah. Love
you
to
should
see
be
that
teaching contract and trust. Contracts and trust. You get those 2 things down and you got this stuff, because all of it's based on the same thing.
Yeah, because contract is the law. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's so weird. I'm checking my notifications. It looks like I have like 3 new subscribers, but my subscriber count hasn't changed at all. I even refreshed to see. I don't care about the numbers. I'm just saying, these fucking games are ridiculous at this point. All right, let's continue. I think I was thinking, do I want to finish this tonight? Because I could do a part 2, but I already put so much in the info and in the description. And we're already more than halfway through it, well over halfway. So I feel like just finishing it tonight. It's less than an hour left of it. Well under, actually, because I have it sped up. So I could easily finish it tonight. So
definition of, and then every single motherfucking word of whatever question they just asked you. Are you a person that resides in state of California. Well, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't fully understand the question. I would like to clarify it. Now, in law, if you don't understand something, everything stops, and they need to clarify everything before you move forward. All you do is say, let me write this down. Let me write this down. What are you a person that resides in state of California? And you go, great. Let's Judge Brown, let's get rolling. What is the definition of R? Well, it's blah, 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 blah. Okay, good. What is the definition of U? Well, it's blah, blah, blah. Great. What is the definition of A?
Is that not being like a dick though? Like
no. I'm genuinely interested. I'm there to learn.
That's pushing it.
I want to know. I want to know the definition of person. I want to know the definition of that. I want to know the definition of resides. I want to know the definition of in. What's
so it
in?
just slows the process down. That's
no. I really want to fucking know what.
No,
I get that. Yeah, I get that. That like you got to know.
What in the fuck are you asking me?
Right.
And what in the fuck am I answering?
Well, you have to come to a mutual ground of mutual.
What am I answering?
Right.
I'm willing to answer your question.
You have to agree on the definitions of the words before you can answer the question.
Dude, I will
That's how
answer
the courts are, man. They're really
I'm here, bro.
questions.
I'm listening to you. You're in your black robe. I am more than.
I'm not gonna say that he doesn't get it, but he's sensationalizing it a little bit. Because you're not gonna ask the definition of every damn word.
Right, but I get what he's
ask
getting at. I mean, I get it. You know, if we don't have a mutual comprehension of the words and terms, what they mean, then we have nothing. So it is going to be completely Socratic in that regard until that point. Now, if you have a mutual comprehension, but there's a different belief system, then that could, of course, be an issue as well. I mean, in authoritarian.
Well, how did Clinton get out of his problem with Monica Lewinsky? Depends on what is.
Depends on what is his, you said?
No, what is. Everybody said she was having sex with the Monica Lewinsky, and he basically took apart the sentence, and then they had asked him. So he asked him, what is it? What is? I think if that remember right, that's what he asked anyway.
Yeah, he was playing the lawyer word game.
Right, because they were doing the lawyer word game where it depends on what sex is. Because I asked him a question with the word is in it, so he asked him what is was, because it depended on what that meant, whether their claim was true or not, or what they were actually even asking him. And that's how he won it. It was just by asking that. That was a famous thing for a long time about how Bill Clinton had got away with just asking that question. So, yeah, even the sentence structure, if you can put a stop to them because they can't explain what it is, it's not going to go forward.
Yeah, because you can't. There isn't a gathering of the minds on that, right? You can't come to an agreement on something to which the minds can't gather at.
Okay, let's continue. Sorry, I was reading something in a different tab.
Fuck, you're fucking asking me, bro.
Yep.
That's all I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not being a dick. I'm not saying fuck you. I'm listening to you. My dick is hard right now, and I just want to know what you're fucking asking me. That's all I want to know.
Brandon, last time you said,
yeah, you might be right, man. He might be putting on a little bit.
The hard dick thing. It was at the worst time. I think it was like Nate's kid or something. Made some noise in the background, dude. When you're talking about having a hard dick, and then
he was talking about putting donuts on it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a bad. That sounds so bad, but it was we saw what happened.
So yeah, so it's
and Brandon, that's so huge because, like we talked about before, it's wordplay. We have to have a clear definition because citizen to me means something different than. So what rules are we playing by? That's what you're basically saying there. What rules are we playing by? Before I answer this question,
we're playing a game, and I am fucking excited about your game, bro. You want to play catch? You want to play baseball, bro? I couldn't be more fucking excited about this. Yep. Like I am so fucking excited. Like I'm probably would be like having heart palpitations right now. Like if you put me on a fucking thing, I'd be like on fucking meth. I'm so excited. Now the problem is I want to play a game. Let's play it. I'm down. Let's go. I'm here. Let's do it. I'm excited. Give me a jersey. I'll put it on. But I want to know the rules.
I got a question for you. And
that goes back to nature and cause, right? You have the right to know the nature and cause of an action being brought before you so that you could properly arm a defense against yourself. Simple.
Like, most Americans that don't have a ton of money, what is the monetary aspect of getting something like this done?
Next to nothing.
Okay.
I mean, you can file all your own shit. The definition, the most powerful fucking document in the world is an affidavit. If you really want a simple definition of what an affidavit is, because you're not going to find it anywhere else, it's a fucking piece of paper or a.
And what was that affidavit you mentioned earlier? You might not remember.
Well, there's many. There's all kinds of affidavits, right? You know, an affidavit is an affidavit pretty much is just a sworn statement. You know, you're affirming that what you are saying on that piece of paper is true under the penalties of perjury, right? And someone has to rebuttal that to be able to say you're wrong. That's how a proper rebuttal works. You have to come with facts that would negate your facts, right? And then that's when they could say, well, now we could charge you with perjury for being a liar, But yeah, that's what an affidavit is pretty much. You got the affidavit of denial of corporate existence, right? Which lets them know that you are not some fictitious corporate entity. You're actually the living person. And, in that, that's going to be the premise of it. But then after that, you're going to tell them what your business is and what you're trying to do. And it's good, it's part of giving notice, But it's pretty much a sworn statement full of facts that you deem to be true,
Yeah, well,
and they have to go through. They have to go through and rebuttal each line as well. So even if somebody goes through it, if they can't go through each line, the things that they can't rebut, they stand true.
And oftentimes these, like, when you file an affidavit, corporations aren't going to rebuttal it. They can't. They don't have they don't have the living power as you do to be able to rebut, anything really. And it's my contention that states can't even really make a valid claim, right? Because how can the state of be an injured party? It's a dead thing.
Everything, it would be hearsay as well. Everything they would be doing would be hearsay because they are not the person that was there, or not even person, the man or woman that was there or anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, that reminds me. Anytime you see like a city of, county of, state of, that's all an extension of the 10 mile square DC stuff.
Yeah, that's the city without. In other words.
Yep. It's not the real true land. Common law is a practice, whatever.
Right, because it would be, Worcester City or Miami City, but if it's City of Miami in all capital letters, then you're dealing with a corporate fiction.
Superior Court of, whatever, Miami or whatever it happens to be. That's the fiction too. All that kind of stuff.
All right, let's continue.
A letter or something that's notarized. And the definition of notarized is someone who represents the Secretary of State is watching you sign, witnessing the fact that you've signed, and checking your identity to make sure that the person who says is signing this document is signing this document. Another big fucking problem people have, they fucking text me all the time and I want to hit them with a goddamn brick, is the notary starts to read the document. That's not the fucking job for the notary to read the fucking document. If the notary starts reading the document, you say goodbye, go fuck yourself, you find a different fucking notary. The notary is supposed to check your identity. Are you who you say you are? And then, okay, I have validated that this human being standing in front of me is Brandon Joe Williams. Now, I'm going to physically watch this validated form of humanity sign this particular document. And now I'm attesting to the fact that I know who this guy is. I've checked him out and I watched his bitch ass sign this fucking piece of paper. That's all a notary is doing. That's it. Now, the notary represents the Secretary of State. So it's as if the Secretary of State witnessed your document. So if something happens, or if they fuck around, you can call the Secretary of State in as a witness. Okay, that's what notary is. When you notarize a document, whether it's a document that says, it could have your name and a little bit of information about you. I could say, I was taking a shit at McDonald's yesterday at 3:48 p.m. And then you could sign it and have it notarized. You can notarize anything you want, and it becomes an affidavit. So you could have a 400-page document that you write, and then as soon as you notarize it, it now converts into an affidavit. You could have a word or like 4 words or something that states something, and you can notarize it as an affidavit. An affidavit essentially is a declaration of truth. So when you write a letter and it says, I was here and I was doing this and here's the laws, and like a conditional acceptance, like I was going over with Ryan, when you notarize it, that's when the document gets all of its power. Okay, becomes an affidavit. Now an affidavit's fucking insanely powerful. I mean, you could be arrested, thrown in jail, and with the power of affidavits, you can get out of being arrested. You can get out of paying any sort of tax. You can get out of a mortgage. You can get out of everything under the sun, moon, and stars. You can control your entire life.
That's how I challenge tickets,
because of the conditional acceptance that
under the heading of an affidavit. I put that to practice on my first parking ticket. $35. It was really I was like, fuck it, let's try it, what could hurt? Put in my affidavit, said, hey, I wasn't parked there. You guys didn't put the extremes. I don't live there and you need to prove it. You'll get a response in the mail. I never got one. And I never got a follow-up saying, hey, you didn't pay this ticket or anything.
So what affidavit would that be that you're referring to?
I just made a sworn statement saying, hey, I wasn't here. This isn't my address. Why are you putting a ticket on my vehicle? I just kind of denied it, with like facts, with the fact that I don't live there, right? Because my car was parked in front of my girlfriend's house at the time. And it was a no parking zone, but there's a school right next to her house. And the no parking should have extremes for the school zoning, right? I was outside of that extreme. So I was asking them to prove that I was asking if they could prove that I was within those extremes and that I even resided there in the first place, because I have it established that I live somewhere else. They're not going to bother. It's kind of like when someone calls you out to a fight, the last man that swings wins.
They literally just made you an offer on the ticket, and you just sent them back a rebuttal to it, or not even that. Just said no. I wasn't even there. Just about, why are you giving me this offer?
Yeah, you got the wrong person.
He got it all messed up. So yeah,
there must be a mistake here.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
but you have to put it under the heading of an affidavit. And then when you file it with whoever that needs to get it, like the city hall or whoever, they know what they're getting in their hands. They know better than most people. And a notary, I suggest every family have their own notary. And it's not a big deal to become a notary either. It's in some states, it's, you pay a fee, you take a class, you swear in, and that's it. You're just keeping records.
You can often find a free one if you have a bank or a credit union. They almost always have at least one notary on staff every day. There's somebody there that's a notary. Sometimes they'll do outside paperwork. Sometimes they won't. It just depends on the bank or the institution that you might be using. So.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that, but I kind of shy away from using the bank's notaries. I try to find someone, on my side.
Independent. Independent. Yeah, but if you can't afford it, because some people can't pay those fees right off the bat, that's one place you can get it notarized. I know for free. I've never done it, but I do know they have them.
So, Mr. TCC said they don't want to waste the money. They want to generate revenue. $35 ain't even worth it to them.
Yeah, the effort to write the reply and rebuttal back and proving it. Yeah, it's not worth that $35.
Exactly.
But that's part of the deal. That's part of the deal here. Is a lot of times it's not worth it to fight you, even if it's for more, even if it's for a lot more money. If they know that you've got the winning game on the other side already, before they go any further, they just give up because
they're pushing script.
It's too much money.
Yeah, they're pushing script,
they're
and then once
they're pushing P, if you want to get down to it,
they're pimping and macking. They push a script, and then once you get them off the script and make them practice law, that's too much work. It's too much work. Never mind.
Yeah,
they work 90% of the time.
Chris down there says that AAA towing services also has notaries available. When you buy the AAA service, I know they have a bunch of different things they give you as part of that service, and I wouldn't be surprised because I was looking at the list of things they were offering. That's a nonprofit corporation, by the way, and they do quite a few different services. So some people really appreciate it because it is pretty good on the towing. But yeah, that's
I've heard a
cool.
lot. Yeah, I've heard a lot more good about AAA than I.
Yeah, you could get a passport through AAA.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, the post office is not the only place that you could get a passport from. Sometimes you could even get a passport through, I think certain universities have an office where you can apply for a passport. Yeah, a lot of people are like locked into thinking, oh, you got to go to the post office to get a passport. No, you don't. There's other places that provide passport services.
Yeah, I just
My
would
question
never
is,
thought
how
of
do you
them.
go through a notary process unless you know, I guess, the notary on an intimate level. I hate using the term personal, knowing what person means. But yeah, without having the so-called slave credentials, the
Well-
license, registration, what have you, how would you say, get a document notarized, for instance, without
Two witnesses.
Two witnesses.
You could probably bring in with you as long as they attest on penalty of perjury. That's who you are.
And that you live. That's what I mean. Okay, that you're the who you claim
you're living
to be,
man or woman. Yeah, that you are who
so do
you're
you
saying
think
you
that
are.
would be the extent of the info that would need to be provided?
Well, I've been told that you can use a Bible that's got family registry, because back in the day, and still some families still write down the names of all the children and everybody in the Bible. Then you can use an affidavit even from a parent or something as a credential. There's a bunch of ways to do credentials that are outside the system that are still recognized.
Yeah, back in the day, I think congregations, the pastor
Yeah,
could do
the
that for
pastor
you.
can vouch for you because he was there for births and deaths a lot of times, and it was the ones that christened children or baptized them in. So there's lots of different. You just got to be creative, and then find somebody who's willing to listen to you, and find the statutes and codes that say, yeah, you only need 2 witnesses, and you can do it this way or that way with these kind of witnesses, or you can bring in these certain things that you may have that will indicate who you are. So there are ways around these things. You just got to kind of look for them and be creative.
Yeah, they had to leave remedy. They couldn't just make a system where there wasn't any remedy for the person who did not want to involve himself in it, because it's free will.
I still have the link pinned, right? Let's see. Check, make sure really quick. Okay, yeah, it's still pinned. Yeah, if you want to come back up, or anyone else for that matter, feel free. We're moving along pretty well here. Let's see. Yeah, let's continue.
Affidavits, you can get out of being arrested. You can get out of paying any sort of tax. You can get out of a mortgage. You can get out of everything under the sun, moon, and stars. You can control your entire life using affidavits, because the conditional acceptance that I was talking to Ryan about, it is an affidavit. That's what it is. You're saying here's the various definitions. These are the facts. This is what actually occurred. This. You're saying these particular crimes have been committed as per Title 18. These are the various fines associated with these various things. Now, I need you guys to clean some things up to me. I'm conditionally accepting everything that you've offered me under the following conditions, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, you're signing under penalty of perjury. You're signing and you're converting that conditional acceptance into an affidavit by having it notarized. And you're saying everything I've said here is true to the best of my knowledge. And that's what you're saying. And when you convert that bad boy into an affidavit, it becomes a legal document. And then now you can take that legal document and you can mail it to a person registered mail. And then you can also mail copies of it to the attorney generals of the state and the US Attorney General. And then when they sign for the parcel, they're signing as witnesses the fact that you just served someone a legal document, an affidavit, and they have 30 or 60 days to either cure the document, to call a jury trial, or they've done what's called an acquiescence. They've acquiesced. When they acquiesce, whatever it is that you're asking about, whatever it is that you want evidence on, whatever it is that anything is going on, magically evaporates, and now you can start filing liens for all of the amounts that they've violated from Title 18. So not only is your mortgage gone, but now you can start filing liens and seizing their assets for trying to fuck with you on top of getting a free house. That's the way it works, okay? That's the way it works in law. Now, the thing is, people are like, oh, they just won't do any of this. The truth is, the structure of law is like a religion to these fucking people, okay? Times when you think they're going outside of the law, chances are they probably aren't. Like, for example, if you're filed as a U.S. citizen and they kidnap you, to some degree, that may or may not be legal, to be totally honest with you. If you're a non-citizen national and you filed all your documentations and you've handled all of your contracts, now kidnapping you is illegal. The problem is that if the private for-profit corporation decides that the fucking kidnap Moral Bob on November 16, 2021 isn't illegal, technically speaking, at that moment, it isn't illegal anymore.
Just to add here, it reminds me of AA, flight AA11, they said on that fateful day, blind 11. They said flight AA11, which is really 1111, that supposedly flew into the towers, which look like 11s, on blind 11. Anyway, that's the kind of off topic, but let's continue. Oh, when notarizing, you want to check the notary block, land jurisdiction, like Oklahoma State, Washington County, and ideally the notary will be identified as a public notary.
Yeah, legit notary is a public notary or notary public.
Okay, thank you for that, sir.
There is no constitution. There is no anything. They can change their fucking statutes whenever they want to suit them. You're in their world, bro. You are in their world. You've signed under penalty of perjury. You have jammed your dick up their ass. Full balls deep. You have jammed your dick up their ass. And they own you. They own you. And they can file bonds on you. That's how they fucking put you in jail. And then they hold your body as surety on the bond. That's how they do it. And they can only do that if you're in their world.
Like Carlin said, you have owners. They own you.
If you're not in their
He was in the club too, by the way.
world, they can't hold your body as surety on the bond.
You think?
That's how it's all financial. It's all...
Do you not think? I mean, he said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. You think that means he wasn't in it himself? Just because he said that and he was extremely on point with everything he said? I mean...
And nobody bugged him? He never kind of got any catchback for it either. You kind of they let him coast right through that whole bit.
Right. Well, they gotta let someone out there, right? To tell the people what's going on, to tell the truth in such a radical way like that, to be so radically transparent in their satire and delivery. Yeah, I mean, they gotta have. Again, it's just like a lot of these controlled op figures they put out there. So, I would.
Oh, you cut out there.
I cut out there.
Yeah, whatever he was saying is true. I always took it as truth. Whether he was,
no, for sure.
Yeah,
for the most part,
I looked past the comedy and all of that.
Right.
Well, if you can make people laugh about it, they'll think it's just silliness and foolishness. They don't think it's real.
Yeah, saying Hollywood does the same thing.
Yeah, it's a perfect way to put it out there and make everybody think nothing more of it. Just laugh it off and move on to the next laugh and not realize what they're actually getting.
How many times have I gone to the movies and said, "Oh my God, they're telling us," and everybody's just like, "Wow, that was," and they tell you, and then they sugarcoat it with explosions and drama and this and that. No, that could only happen in movies, right? But then years pan out and a very similar scenario takes place and everyone's very accepting to it. Nothing to see there. And life carries on, right? The whole predictive program and the conditioning of the minds through the media. I mean, I see right through that bullshit. I don't know if anybody else does.
I don't want to say hope. Hope's is hollow here, but for lack of a better term, hope that everyone here does, and I would think they do. So
yeah, I can't watch movies the same way anymore at all because that's what I do. And I was watching Red Dawn the other night, and it had stuff in it that I'm like, that looks like it's coming up soon for some of it. They were talking about the country was invaded because of all the immigrants coming across the border had infiltrated the country over the years, and they had finally gotten enough people together from those migrants that's how they started it all off. I was laughing so hard. I was like, that sounds like something that's about to happen.
Yeah, you know what's crazy too? Now that you're talking about immigrate, I'm in the Massachusetts area, And every time I go up to like a ski resort or a ski area, there is just an unprecedented amount of Chinese people. Like, I'm wondering, where are they coming from? Why are they in Massachusetts?
Well, they're not looking at the northern border like we do the southern, which is funny too. A lot of people come through those northern borders that most people don't realize, and a lot of them are Asian, of Asian descent.
Is there like
let's
Chinese or
not
not?
get into
I don't
the
know.
Asian hate now? You know, we don't want to.
no
I
Asian
know.
hate? No Asian hate, but is there like a takeover subtly happening? You know, like under our noses. You know, is it's like one day it's like surprise, we're here. You know.
Well, it's definitely I'm down, on Texas down here, and so the takeover is definitely happening on this side of some sort by a lot of different people, but there is a majority group, of course. But yeah, it's pretty obvious down here. But yeah, I would suspect that there's something going through the northern as well, and it could be a different group of people. Which that's exactly what Red Dawn was talking about. That's why it was split between the Ruskies and the El Salvadorians and Cubans and all that. And then they said China actually stayed out of it because they supported us because they got nuked too. And they lost so much population. So I started laughing. It's like, so China was out of it.
But they redid that movie too. If I remember.
Yeah, the
They
old
put it in
one's
the
great.
video game. Yeah, and they put it in the video games too, because I don't know if anybody's ever played Fallout, but there was like an add-on that they did to Fallout where the Chinese were invading through Anchorage. So, you know, it's just funny to me how they put it all in the video games, they put it in movies, and then lo and behold, a couple of years later down the road, things seem to pan out.
Interesting connections. I wasn't aware of that. Tons of Chinese in Oklahoma. Interesting. Well, I would imagine that Oklahoma is probably not the only state then doing that.
And they're not like the good English speaking Chinese, right? No Chinese hate here, no Asian hate, but like they're like very broken English. Like you could tell, like they're very fobby, fresh off the boat. They're not people that have been here very long, but there's a lot of them.
There are no Jackie Chan in Rush Hour, is what you're trying to say,
right?
But then again, you see the nasty side of Jackie in that the side you don't want to fuck with also in that movie as well. So, anyway, we're off course here. We're talking about Jackie Chan. Shout out to Jackie Chan, specifically the one who
new beginning.
Yeah, bodyguard, new beginning, right? For this, to add to this comment here, I think what you were referring to, Chronic, was actually right before Blind 11, if I remember correctly, which is why there was a lot of controversy that George Carlin had pre-knowledge of Blind 11, and he even spoke about it. I think it was the day before in a stand-up routine. But anyway, we're off course here. Let's get back to it. Shout out to 14 in the chat. We're already 4 hours and 11 to 4:14 a.m. I want to finish this out here.
Commerce. It's all maritime law. It's all from the UCC, right? So
hey guys,
when you separate yourself from the trust and you clean up all this shit,
oh man,
they can't hold your body as surety on the bond, and you can discharge the bonds as well.
Let me rewind that one more time.
That's an homage to our friend Jackie Chan.
Yeah, that's something good right here.
It's all maritime law. It's all from the UCC, right? So when you separate yourself from the trust and you clean up all this shit, they can't hold your body as surety on the bond, and you can discharge the bonds as well with almost no effort. The same way you would discharge a mortgage, the same way you would discharge credit card debt, the same way I just discharged $177,000 in credit card debt. You can do that exact same procedure to discharge the penal bonds that hold people in.
Did your manager just say $177,000? That's impressive.
Prison. You can get people out of prison with this shit like that. It's all the same shit. It's all based on debt and bonds, everything. So,
yeah, because in reality, they only need a certain amount of people in their game to make it work.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they got the prisons full. As long as they had that, they're good. And if you're one or two people outside this, they don't care.
I
So
see
let
what
it
this
go.
guy's
Completely
doing
fine.
here,
So be it.
to be
Yeah, I'll
honest.
take another.
He's segueing to a secured party creditor type program. This is what it's because he's giving you the good stuff, right? But then he doesn't tell you the stuff you have to do before you can get to the good stuff, which is the whole secure party creditor process. And that is such a convoluted process that you're going to need his help and guidance with. Just a thought.
I don't know, because actually he goes all the way through and shows you how to do it all the way through and charges nothing.
Really? For
Nothing.
free?
He does this all for free. All of it. The only
Alright.
thing he's got up for charging is if you want him to go into court with you for something.
Oh,
So he's
okay.
starting
But I
up,
mean, even,
and that's a new thing. He's just now starting up basically a common law firm to assist people that are in trouble with the law if they can't
I
figure
mean,
this out themselves or need some help. He's
when
setting
you
up
say
that
he
right now.
appears, when you say he appears in court with you, he's not there to represent you, right? I mean,
I
the
think he's,
most to coach you.
yeah, as counsel, because you are allowed constitutionally to have counsel. And
Right.
that means another person to help you get through maybe your own questions and all that. They don't speak for you, but they're there to counsel you.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's a different thing, but that's the only thing he's willing to charge for. He said, if I was charged for all this stuff, and he said, I can't do the charging on the information, but if you wanted me to do your paperwork, I'd do it for $1 million, $3 million, because he won't even charge anybody to. He said, I don't want to do your paperwork. It's your paperwork. You have to do it. It's for you. You have to know it and stand on it because I can't do it for you. So he's real plain. You can go check his website out. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's
I'm
the
just
first one I
speaking,
found that's
just
totally free. He's totally free compared to all these other ones that I'll charge $1,800 to do your paperwork for you.
no, yeah.
And do the
I mean,
process.
I'm not challenging the efficacy of the process because I understand what the secure party creditor process and what it entails and all of that. But the people that promote it, or I wouldn't say promote it, but the people that teach it, they tend to have this grift program going on around them.
Yes.
So
I've
that's
met
all.
tons
That's
of
all,
them.
yeah. That's all. That's the only reason why I mention it, right? So, but you know, I'll take your word for it. You know, if he's doing it,
He's
doing
one
it,
of the few.
and then
Again,
kudos
He's
to
doing
him.
it totally pro bono. Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's actually, he requires nothing from anybody on this information. He just won't do the paperwork for you. You have to do it yourself.
You have to.
So.
You can't. This is not something somebody could write up for you and then you just read it out. No, you have to know your
Exactly.
paperwork. You have to understand it. You're gonna present it. You're gonna enter it into the record. Yeah.
Yeah, he's already admitted where he makes his money. He does has written a couple books. Like I said, he's a professional in some kind of relationship speaking, counseling, something or other, and so he goes around and does some of that. I've seen one live stream where that's what he was talking about, was relationship stuff. It wasn't anything to do with this stuff other than how it associates with relationships, and it wasn't anything to promote this part of the channel, but he has separate things that he has going that he's making money. He doesn't use this to make money, but he is making quite a splash. He's been on Bad Wolf, who is James C. Lovett's channel recently, did a live stream. Where else have I seen him? It's on a couple other places too, where he's just giving people, like he is here, the information. He's updated several things. So this is an older video. So I would watch some of his newer stuff to see if he's updated any of this, because he's gotten even more precise and gotten further. So yeah, he's making headway, man. But he wants everybody to know this information if they wish to know it and take advantage of it. Seems to be genuine about it and pretty avant-garde about his humor and how he plays it. But he said it was too boring to study with other people, and that was one of the reasons he started doing all this funny pickle stuff and vulgar humor and talking about dicks and vaginas and everything else.
Yeah, you got to give them what they want, right?
Well, and it was to keep people interested. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You gotta keep people engaged.
It's clever. I can jive with that.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. If you have to, I would say do neither. But let's continue.
On a side note, just on some of the stuff I'm showing you guys, type in 26 USC 7701. This is a really beautiful area that you can dig up a ton of really, really amazing stuff. This is Title 26. Title 26 is the United States. It's the Internal Revenue Code. Okay. So this is a ton of really important definitions, like the definition of the word person, right? Which is one of the most important definitions in all of law. Definition of person, to mean an individual, which has a definition, by the way. Individual can mean also corporation, so that's also another good one to look at. A trust, a state, partnership, association, company, or corporation. So when they use the word person, you never ever know if they're talking about you as the human being or if they're talking about you as the corporate trust structure of your name in all capital letters. You never
4:20, if you got that, 4:20 a.m. East Coast.
Ever know what they're talking about. It's the vagueness. You're fighting a shadow. You're fighting a shadow. So if you can get them to, in extremely clear-cut language, tell you exactly what they're doing, that's how you stop fighting the shadow. You give form to the enemy, and then you can defeat the enemy. You can only defeat the enemy if they aren't a fucking shadow. Okay. The definition of the word person turns them into a shadow. Every single bank document, every single fucking voting registration, every single thing you've ever signed for your mortgage, the whole fucking thing, if it's 50 pages long, it describes you as person a million bajillion times throughout the entire document. That's the way you are described in all of your documentation. You never,
let no tongue prosper against you.
Because a person, which is your corporate entity, doesn't have human rights, doesn't have a constitution. So even after you fucking handle your U.S. citizen shit, you still have all this shit with the word person. And then you have to go and handle that too. Because if you don't handle that, now the other thing you can do is just simply take control of the trust. Just grab that motherfucker by the throat, take it over. You can take it over by trademarking your name to the USPTO, the United States Patent and Trademark Office. You can trademark your all capital letter name. You can regain control over your all capital letter name, and you can do all sorts of crazy shit with it. You can file a common law lien on your all capital letter name. You can do all sorts of crazy shit to regain control and wrestle control of the corporation of your trust name back. Now, when you do that, you regain control over a lot of this fucking weird, vague horseshit that they're trying to pull on you. But go down to definition number 39. That's the one I want to show you guys.
When you patent your name, are you talking your first, middle, and last name, like your full name?
It's the same way it's written.
All capitalized.
It's all capitalized. It's the same way, because the
it
thing
makes
is
you
that
a government corporate entity when they capitalize.
Yeah, you're
all
all
capital on all legal documents.
So
yeah,
when
I
you,
thought that was interesting.
When you trademark your all capital letter name, you're basically saying this is my property. This is my property. And you're grabbing it and taking it back because it is your property. So the government owns it up until the point when you grab it. And that's why it's a voluntary system. Again, they say voluntary system because it's voluntary, because you can reach out and grab shit whenever you want. You can walk out the door whenever you want. You don't know how to walk out the door. You don't know which door to walk out of, but technically you can walk out of the goddamn thing anytime you wake up and so please. And that's why it's called a voluntary system.
Have you looked into Frederick Graves at all?
No.
Look into Frederick Graves. He talks a lot about the laws and how to get around stuff. His big thing is winning in court without a lawyer. And he talks about all of the statutes, or definitions of words. Like he's really badass. I think you'd like his stuff.
I love that. That's essentially what law is. People don't realize that. I mean, you go into a court of law and it's these long trials and shit. A lot of it does have to do with this definition. But look at point number 39. Persons residing outside of the United States. If any citizen or resident of the United States does not reside in and is not found in any United States judicial district, such citizen or residents shall be treated as residing in the District of Columbia for purposes of any provision of this title relating to A, jurisdiction of courts, or B, enforcement of summons. Now, what does that mean? That means of all 5 or 6 of us that are on this call, if they want to pull you into their jurisdiction or use enforcement or summons on any of you guys, they can. They can't do it to me. They can't have jurisdiction over me in the courts. They can't enforce anything, and they can't summon me to anything. I mean, I suppose they could. They could offer me a contract. I don't have to accept that contract. Because so I'm not a citizen or resident of the United States, and I do not reside in, nor am I found in any United States judicial district.
So you've successfully gotten rid of all your contracts with the corporation of the United States, and you have a 5-star passport. And
you got it.
Awesome.
The IRS knows it. I've written to them. The Social Security Administration knows it. I've written to them just recently. Department of State knows it. I've written to them. I've eliminated my voter registration. They're gone. Everything's gone, man. I mean,
what was the length of time it took you to do it? If you
could,
if somebody
learning
really
it,
to get it done.
Learning it all in the darkness is what took so fucking long. But
well,
I mean, once you know, and like my free course covers as many of the fucking contracts I could possibly find. I'm pretty sure it's most of them, if not all of them. To the point where if there was some loose one that I've never found or something like that, you could take all of the work that you had already done to eliminate all the other contracts and take it into the courtroom and say, look, here's this proves intent. This proves intent. Look what I'm fucking trying to do. This proves intent. Make this a court of record right now. Make this a fucking court of record right now. Look at all this shit. I want all this is getting submitted into the fucking court of record because look, I didn't, whatever, but here's the intent. Here's the proof of the intent. This is the intent right here. You know what I mean? Yep. Intent is everything in the law. Okay. So to answer your question, once a person knows all the different areas and all the different zones, and it becomes fairly easy. I mean, you could do it in a few months, a couple months, and not even like working on it every day, just working on it a little bit here and there, getting some papers together, submitting some things, going to the DMV. I was in and out of the DMV, and I had all that whole contract sorted out in probably 20 minutes.
Where you just got rid of your driver's license?
No, you just sign it in a certain way and you change the way your address is listed. And then you when it asks you on the computer, are you a US citizen? Yes or no? You just click no. It's literally that fucking simple. They don't ask you anything more. They don't fuck with you. They don't start asking you questions. It's a goddamn question on the fucking computer because we're in a voluntary system. We really, really are.
Yep.
And you mentioned signature there, and that's a big one too, because there's a difference between your signature and your autograph.
Exactly. That's true. That is true. So the definition of signature is when you're signing on behalf of an incorporated element. The definition of the word autograph is when you're autographing as yourself as the living man or woman.
And that's why any contract always has signature.
Because you're
on the
signing,
line.
that's why they use the word person, and that's why they use the word signature.
Is there a way around that?
Yep.
Oh yeah. So type this into your search bar. It's a UCC 1-308.
All rights reserved, baby.
Normally it's the first one, but this one is so fucking well known that you're gonna go down right there. Acceptance under reservation of rights. Performance or acceptance under reservation of rights. A party, which is clickable, the definition, by the way. So if you guys ever, sometimes you can find some really, don't do it now. I mean,
no.
Okay, I know this guy's legit now. This guy's he burnt his midnight oil. I can tell he burnt his midnight oil.
5 seconds. Maybe there's something really wild there you're going to find because you find shit all the time. So a party that with explicit reservation of rights performs or promises performance or assents to performance in a manner demanded or offered by the other party does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. So it's a little bit of a weird way of saying, basically what you're doing is you're saying, I agree to do whatever it is that's in this particular contract, right? But I explicitly reserve all of my human rights. And if anything in this contract violates any of my human rights, it is explicitly expunged from the contract forever. So basically you're saying I'm only agreeing to what's in this contract, the points that don't eliminate my human rights. Okay. Now all you got to do is you write without prejudice or under protest above the signature. Okay. I use without prejudice, but technically you could use under protest. I don't know anyone that uses under protest, but you can use it. It says or the like. So technically, because this is like, we're really digging into this. So technically you could even say something different that's along the same lines. Like, for example, some people use all rights reserved.
Yep.
That would be or the like. That would fit under or the like. Or all, like, my rights are explicitly reserved. That would be or the like. You could use anything you want, right?
When you see that all rights reserved a lot in television and movies and shit,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. So that all rights reserved comes from UCC 1-308.
Excellent.
I got a question for you, man. I'm in the middle of a really intense and retarded custody battle. Do you know anybody that's done this, that's been able to get order squashed and things like that?
Yeah, David Straight. He's really, really big in this area, and he deals almost exclusively with CPS and children related.
Do you spell it like straight?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, family law, they don't mess with the 1-308. I've tried that. They won't accept anything that you try to use that whole rights reserve thing. You have to circumvent that a whole nother way.
Well, now he's bringing up David Straight, and so now I'm kind of like, oh man, I don't know. I didn't ever get too much into David Straight, but and his stuff, but I know he was on Vice, and there was a again, Paul was on Vice, but this is a guy who I don't know. I guess maybe I need to watch more of his stuff. I have I'm skeptical. And so
I agree. I'm not big hip on David Straight or whatever his name is. I can't remember if that's right or not. Yeah. But like he was saying, though, it's just that he's an expert in the CPS kind of stuff and child stuff. So he might have a real specialty in there that a lot of other people don't have, because this guy, he doesn't have children, and I don't think he's married either. So he probably doesn't even deal with that kind of trying to figure out how to work that system. And I'm sure Emmanuel could tell us more about how that's a trip, trying to deal with that, with this stuff. Isn't that what you said pushed you into legal lawful?
Yeah, that's what made me take the dive down the whole rabbit hole in the first place.
Was a custody battle, or was it divorce and custody, or?
Yeah, it was custody. Well, it started out as child support, you know. Kids disappeared. I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit negligent with that. You know, I was conditioned to think, you know, they're with the mom, so what do I got to worry about? Until, you know, I'm trying to get my life together, and then the summons to court for child support, I'm starting to get those, right? And it's like, well, I'm not going to quit my job and go under the table like most men do. I'm going to confront this. And then I started going into their venues, and, next thing you know, I'm like, how the hell are they already getting it out of my paycheck?
Yeah, I've got a friend that's dealing with that, and the wife is a nurse that's been caught several times with other patients' drugs, popped several tests with drugs. Daughter admits that they're drugs. This is in Louisiana, by the way, or on Louisiana. And daughter witnessed her using drugs. She wrecked a car and was found to be on drugs. And yet the state will not listen to him about stopping the child support, because she's using all the child support money to buy drugs. And be going into that all the time. So that's what's pushing him to start to look into this.
So the way he would have to attack that is by acquiring custody. One thing I learned, well, in New York, because in Massachusetts, they kind of tend to bundle those things in family court. But for some reason in New York, well, I know why they do it this way in New York, because it's a little bit more corrupt over there. But
surprise.
Yeah, so they treat child support separate. You cannot mention anything that has to do with custody or anything related. All they care about is how much is coming out of your paycheck, and how much you're making. That's all they care about. So once I understood that, and it also, another principle that helps men there too is the burden of proof is on the petitioner, and the petitioner oftentimes is the woman. So why are they asking men to come into these venues, providing pretty much they're inviting men into these venues to help build a case against
themselves. And it's because of that crazy marriage license that they've got all kinds of clauses.
Right.
Because of that marriage license.
Once I snapped out of that and I said, wait a minute, once I understood a little bit about, the law and process, and it wasn't much, it was just the basics. I started showing up, and when the judge was asking me, sir, do you have your pay stubs? I just gave him the blank stare look, like, you talking to me? They do it, and then they do it in threes. He asked me another way, in a different way. Sir, do you have your tax, last year's tax statements or whatever? Proof of income, sir. I looked behind me to see if, he might have been talking to somebody behind. And then I simply said, sir, I'm not the petitioner. And then that's when his eyes got kind of like big. And then he just made this, he like kind of did this and then asked her, ma'am, do you have proof of income? And that's when I was like, oh, so there is something to this, right? I can assert my right to plead the fifth in these venues, right? I could specially appear to them, and I don't have to do what they say.
Yeah,
right?
because you didn't agree to it. It wasn't you that made the request to the court.
Yeah, I want to see the proof that I'm not paying child support, right? Because at first I was giving them everything they wanted, and that's how they ended up in my pockets.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
that's
afterwards,
what happened to this gentleman too. I guess he didn't know any better. He thought, and they did. They threatened him to put him in jail if he didn't pay certain things and all kinds of stuff. So yeah.
So then I started going in and challenging it that way. And then once I mastered it that way, I started doing it by mail. And then she gave up altogether, right when I was starting to master it, she gave up. Yeah, she tried to move it to another jurisdiction. And then I was like, oh, great. Then I got the offer to appear. I told him, sure, I'll conditionally accept your offer upon proof of claim that I'm not paying child support. And I don't see any evidence presented with her claim. So if you're going to have me appear on such and such date, my schedule fee is X amount of money for the time that I'm there to, that you're going to have me there to review the facts. And that's all I'm going to do is to review the facts. So if you don't respond within 30 days, I'm going to accept your offer and appear on such and such date. In 7 days, they said her petition was dismissed due to facial insufficiency.
Wow. Yeah.
Did not even have to show up in court.
How powerful this stuff is.
Facial insufficiency. Wow, that's is that the terminology they actually used, or are you just?
Yeah, they're never gonna admit that they were wrong. They're just gonna blame it on the other party. Hey, you didn't come up with the proof because he said so, right?
I'm literally asking, is that the terminology that they use?
Yes.
Facial insufficiency. Wow.
Due to facial insufficiency, so meaning their petition was facially insufficient. It didn't meet the criteria to be able to proceed on.
Yeah, on its face was nothing. You can't proceed if there's nothing on the face. So
Right,
yeah.
right. I misunderstood, miscomprehended what you said there. Didn't comprehend. Okay. Where are we at? Performance or acceptance under reservation of rights.
IGHT. So with your kids and stuff like that, when you put them in public schools, you sign contracts. You sign contracts with the Social Security. You sign contracts with the birth certificate. All those contracts are used to take your kids. So all you got to do is you can go back to those contracts and you can rescind all of your signatures on all of those contracts. The children.
What if I didn't sign any of them? What if only his mom did?
That's a good question. I've never thought of something like that. That's a very, very good question.
I don't have my signature on his birth certificate, but there is
Go to court and file for custody. Half of the custody. It's your right. And I suggest that every man that had a child out of wedlock run straight to the court and file for your half of custody, because that's going to help you in the long run when it comes to child support. Because if you can contest that you have half of the custody, it's harder for her to prove that she is entitled to child support, because when you have even partial custody of the children, you can't be considered a non-custodial parent, right? It's the non-custodial parent that they make you pay the debt on, because what Title 4D is really a debt that you're paying. She swiped the card, you got to pay for it. That's the agreement. That's what Title 4D is. But if you know how to contest it properly and say, hey, actually, there's a mistake here. I got half of the custody of the kids. So she needs to prove that I'm not providing support. And she also needs to prove that she's providing her half. Thank you very much. And it just blows up in their faces oftentimes.
Yeah. Yeah. They can't handle having to do that because then she's going to be just as responsible.
Yeah. Can you prove that you've been taking your child to some kind of daycare, child support, karate classes, all the extra stuff? Oh, and by the way, did you get my consent on any of that extra, the private schools, the karate classes? And because they can't just take your kid to all of this stuff without getting your consent from it. And then because they can't just like apply for this stuff and then pass you the bill, right? Without your consent. It doesn't work that way.
Appreciate that. Yeah, again, I'm learning here on my own stream, and that's I love it. I'm in school.
I claimed him as mine, regardless of any DNA test or anything like that. I just agreed that he was mine. So
that's a good question.
I didn't sign his social security card. I didn't sign his birth certificate.
Did you sign anything at the school? Has he been in school?
I didn't. His mom put him in school without even talking to me about it. So I have no signature on any school documentation either.
I couldn't tell you. It's a good question. I couldn't tell you.
Interesting. Very interesting.
You're in a pretty dark world. This world is pretty. This is where a lot of human trafficking occurs. This is where a lot of horrible things happen because the courts and the state just means District of Columbia, as we've learned. But the state basically owns these kids, and the definition of the state is the District of Columbia.
How about the wordplay that they use with parents, right? You're a pair that rents the child.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of
unbelievable.
It really does come down to the definitions of the words. I mean, it just always.
Black's Law Manual, folks.
Yeah. Black's Law is the difference between a serf, a slave, and a completely free sovereign individual. The definition of the word sovereign means king. The definition of the word king means you create jurisdiction. You aren't under jurisdiction. There is no jurisdiction. You are the highest jurisdiction of your world. That is the definition of the word king. Now, the definition of the word king ultimately it is a little bit confusing when you start clearing up like definition of management, definition of king, definition of leader, and the etymology of these things. It comes back to servant or minister. So it starts to kind of flip in the opposite direction. And I've studied this in great detail. The point is that when you're a king, the whole point of being a king is that now you don't have to, because you always have power of choice, but really what you're supposed to be doing when you're a king is you're supposed to be serving other people. You're supposed to be a minister. You're supposed to be helping people. That's the whole point. You become a king and then you use that power to help. People are like, oh, I would never want to live in the feudal days with the king. And it's like, no, these people were cool with it because the king was cool. Some of them were not, but it's like the king kept things going, or the king would help people or assist people, or the king, a lot of times the king would just make decisions. People didn't want to make these crazy decisions. And it was just a guy who just stood up and said, hey, I'll make all these fucking crazy ass decisions that none of you guys want to make. I'll take responsibility for my own decisions. And then thank God, somebody who's willing to make these big, nasty, difficult decisions that no one else wants to make, that person will become a king. So the king does deliver something of value, even if it's just even if it's just deciding things for the people, I mean, that does have value. Someone has to do it. You know what I mean? So is that king willing to make those decisions and then possibly lose his life based off of the decisions that he makes? Well, if the answer is yes, and people are like, yes, here, have a seat. Here's the throne. Have a seat. And he's like, I'll do this. And he has a seat. It's that fucking simple. You're a king. Anybody can become a king. Anybody can become a king. You're not a fucking sovereign citizen. Kill me. I'll feed my dick into a wood chipper. You're not a fucking sovereign citizen. You're a king. That's what it is.
Even the Supreme Court said sovereign and citizen mean the same thing.
Well, I don't know about that. I would need to see that. That's
there's
I'm sure if you okay, there's case law for everything. If you want to find case law on,
that's why it's such a scam.
I want to be a flying squirrel that lives in fucking Belgium. You could probably find fucking case law to support that for you. Honestly,
there's people out there that live like that too.
I know.
Fucking animals and stuff.
So case law is a bit goofy because case law is basically just you went into a courtroom and you basically convince a judge who's an individual human being of something. That's it.
That's all case law because it means that just because one judge made a mistake, that another judge can rightfully make the same mistake.
Yeah, I mean, case law. I do believe most of the time, especially when you go back before like 1871, of course, I do believe a lot of the time, the people who are in these positions of making these decisions, oftentimes under tremendous political pressure, I do believe a majority of the time they are trying to do their best. I really do believe. Maybe 80% of the time,
as they say,
I really believe
the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yes, thank you. I really do.
Intent really doesn't matter if the actions aren't noble.
Well, in the law, intent is everything, and I do believe intent is a big part of it. It's no different than a child who has the intention to try to help you, and they pick up the fucking garbage bag, and the garbage bag breaks, and there's shit all over the floor. You wouldn't backhand the child so fucking hard that it breaks their fucking jaw.
No, but when their intent is to protect you and they kill you, or they oppress you or enslave you, and then that's when the backhand comes.
No, I do understand that. But I'm just saying, like I feel like both sides of this equation need to chill out, and I do feel that our side of the equation, the national / citizen / people who may or may not be in the system, but they don't really want to be, and they have the intent not to be. Again, intent can also work in your favor even for that. You start working out some of these contracts, have proof of what your intent is. But until you actually start doing it, you don't have proof of intent because your intent has been to sit and jam cucumbers up your ass on the couch for the past 5 years. You know what I mean?
And here's something to clarify for anybody that's listening. Maybe some people that are like, man, fucking, we have to have government because anarchy's chaos, whatever. Most of us, and Brandon, I'd imagine you are in a similar vein. In our world, these people still exist. Judges, police, these entities still exist. They're just funded different. And they have a different, different motives, different, financial motivations as well. Like where their funding comes from and everything. So, I was talking to a cop. That cop at that stop, I said, look, man, I'm a fucking anarchist, but I'm not a fool enough to think that in my world cops don't exist. They exist. Their incentives are different though. Their incentives and authorities are different. So just because we want to be free doesn't mean that we don't want order. For anybody that may be thinking that we just want chaos and just want, everything to be crazy. That's not what we want. We want order. We just don't want rulers.
Yeah, and it gets a little complicated on that too, because there's always been something. You have a monarchy, you always got something, right? Because most people don't want to make the big gnarly decisions. Most people do not have enough willpower and conscious runway to be able to make or to have these sorts of decisions on their shoulders. And it's the people who just willingly step up and say, yeah, fuck it, I'll fucking make these.
Yeah, but see, in this day and age, what big decisions need to be made? I'm 44 years old, man. I've never had to go, you know what? Got to go to war with my neighbor. Fuck it, I'm shooting. Like at no point in time have I had to make insane decisions where I was like, man, I better let somebody else make this decision.
Well, a small percentage of the population is legally psychopathic. Okay, so it's
I think it's a large portion. We could argue about what number we think that is at another time.
At the limit, I would say about 20%. At the limit, at the absolute extreme.
And I think significantly more would send you to die if they thought it would mean they would live. And that's pretty sociopathic.
Yeah,
they wouldn't even have to look at the consequences of the situation. They're like, fuck that, kill that motherfucker. I think a lot of people would do that at very low levels of shit too. So I think, man, at least half people, at least.
That could be. That's not necessarily the definition of like psychopathic though. When I say psychopathic, I mean somebody who's.
How about sociopathic?
Yeah, sociopathic is yeah. But when I say psychopathic, I mean somebody who would literally just they're looking to harm people. They would go out of their way and smile over the idea of some child writhing in pain. Okay.
Yeah, those are the guys that are walking on the subway that just throw people on the tracks,
Yeah.
They're just those sick fucks.
Yeah, like sick fucks. I think a lot of those kinds of people, especially when they get into positions of power, that you're seeing more and more and more of these people getting into positions of power.
Yep.
This is
because they're so that's how they work it though, Brandon. They traumatize these guys at all sorts of levels. Most of it starts as children, and then it works its way up.
This mentality is a symptom of the society we live in. I think in a free society, you don't have these sick fucks, man.
Well, it goes both ways. It goes both ways because when somebody who's psychopathic becomes into a position of power, they create a psychopathic system and they push the psychopathic system on the people, thus creating and accelerating the manufacturing of psychopathic people, right?
Yep, agreed.
So you have a lot of that that's occurring, especially the past several decades. I mean, these people have, I think it's David Icke, he calls it totalitarian tiptoe, right?
Yep.
We've been on this totalitarian tiptoe for a long time, but over the past few years, they decided they want to accelerate that a dramatic amount. It's not a tiptoe anymore. It's a fucking jet plane. Okay.
Well, just because people don't protest as much anymore, people don't push back as much anymore. Jordan Peterson has a good bit where he's like, look, man, if I want to move you back, I'm going to push up against you until you start protesting, and then I'm going to stop and I'm going to back off. And then I'm going to start pushing you again until you protest. And then once you do, I'm going to stop and I'm going to back off. And I'm going to keep doing that over. Society, you don't have these sick fucks, man.
Well, it goes both ways. It goes both ways because when somebody who's psychopathic becomes into a position of power, they create a psychopathic system and they push the psychopathic system on the people, thus creating and accelerating the manufacturing of psychopathic people, right?
Yep, agreed.
This is your corporate beta male.
Decades. I mean,
they've been created by the technology and the ease of comfort of life so that you don't have to be super manly, but you can be psychopathic and make it to the top of a corporation or a government. You don't have to be the warrior in the garden or the gardener or the warrior. You can be the Billy Gates, or who's a nerd. It's kind of like the Revenge of the Nerds, really.
I was just about to say that. Literally.
Yeah, it seems like it kind of is when you think about it, because these are not manly men in the old sense, like a John Wayne type. That's not what they are. They are literally pasty white beta corporate slaves that have gotten some power and authority in their heads. And then they have created a very crazy system that isn't based on what is really needed in the world for men and women to be. And it is men and women. It's affected all levels of society, all the way down to the children. And it's part of the system. It is. And it has been pushed by the nerds more than anything, probably in the last 40 years, I would say. My lifetime, at least, maybe a little longer. It's really been run by a lot of weak people, especially, you would think World War II veterans would come home and keep it very manly and but it wasn't. They'd already started weakening what men were supposed to be able to be capable of doing. They do call that the last greatest generation. So kind of wonder if that's where they finally zapped the food supply and everything else enough that people were estrogenized and feminized by the culture and the education and everything else, and the psychological warfare that's been played to make those type of people be able to rise to the very top.
Yeah, he was used to, when I watch like C-SPAN or something that has to do with politics, and you look at the people that occupy that room and you just scan it, you're like, these are the people that there's nobody that's like exemplary, masculine, firm. It's just a bunch of weaklings and pasty looking, frail old people.
And very, very, very forceful male dominating women. It just seems like that they've done the total flip to the other side, which isn't natural for us, and they've used a lot of means to do it that are artificial. So it's weird looking from somebody like me who was raised on a farm and have done a lot of things. It's just weird to look at the change in people over my lifetime. And we had 5 generations of family still living. So all the way back to great-great-grandmother. And to look at the difference in what they saw was manly and what I was raised with and what the culture is now and society's accepting now, it's just really strange. Very bizarre.
Yeah, when society, I think most historians will agree to this statement that at the end of every great civilization, there seems to be like a very big emphasis on genders and gender role reversals. I mean, look at Rome. Rome, it got to that point where it got very there was a line that was blurred between the genders to the point where everything just went to shit afterwards.
Well, yeah, you had Caesars dressing up in female clothing to emulate a goddess that they believed had put them in power, and so they literally were trans and cross-dressing and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, really crazy stuff. So yeah, so it's the same cycle again. It's definitely, that's what's gone on again. It's flipped the natural roles of what people are. How did they do it back then without all the technology? And I don't know. There must be something with our history that's not quite right. Something bigger went on.
But
just like what we're having here.
So I contend that they probably did have technology, you know, all these resets.
That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking there's something about the story that just doesn't work out, but it looks like the cycles keep happening the same way. And we keep thinking it's just a little more technology every time, but man, I don't know.
If you look at the picture in the center of the guy, that's the Chicago World's Fair.
Yeah.
Supposedly, we get the narrative that whole thing was built out just for a fair.
You know, it seems so unreasonable.
Yeah,
it really does.
Build like that no more, right? So
the thing is, none of them made any money either. All of them lost money. Every single one of them. You go look at the financial backgrounds of. So why did they keep doing them and doing them all over the world at the same times and different times all over the place? If they were all losing money, how many people could actually afford to dress up and go? Because I've looked at the prices of what things were, how much the average income and how much it would cost to go there. And, you know, these people are dressed to the nines and they're out there carousing and having an awful lot of fun. And it's just like, how many people really had the ability to go to that thing? And it's just weird because we had a weird, one of the newer ones, was it 1970, 75 or 76? I don't remember exactly what, but there was a World's Fair in Washington State. Maybe it was earlier than that because my mother and them traveled to it. But that was only 2.5 hours away by car, 2.5 hours away. So it's just kind of weird that back when we were told that they had to either walk, go by horse or trolley to most of these things, or horse-drawn trolley. There wasn't electricity everywhere. There were no cars. People were still horseback. So what would drive you to go all that way and spend that much money? It just seems, I don't know.
Yeah, and then all the world's fairs, all the recent world fairs, they don't compare to the older world fairs, right?
Not at all. They're not even similar. Especially the last few ones that they had. They had one in Dubai a couple years ago, I think. And it was just all technological stuff. It wasn't anything like these old, what we're seeing in these pictures, or even the ones that were 30 to 40 years ago. They've really changed. And so it's just, I don't know, man. It's just kind of a weird thing. But there is evidence that that a lot of that was actually built by people with wood and plaster. So it's kind of hard because I've looked at some of the pictures of the buildings, trying to decide if they've manipulated them all. And there is signs of some manipulation in some of them. So I don't know.
Well, some of those buildings, they actually shipped out of there.
Yeah, they did all kinds of weird shit. So almost all of them had a major fire. They burned down. They got destroyed. I don't know. And then some of them still have permanent buildings that were built like a normal, what we would consider, a massive building like that.
Well, that statue
in Europe.
That statue that you see over his shoulder still stands there today.
I thought that one disappeared and they put a replica or something.
Oh, it might be a replica, but there's a stela behind it, which, yep.
The legend is that there's two legends that I've heard. One that it was covered in gold leaf, and then another legend where it's solid gold, and that's why it disappeared, and that's why there was a replacement. Was that it was actually a solid gold statue that was old world. I don't know. I wasn't there. Again, it's kind of like this Bible thing. I'm like, I wasn't there, but boy, my suspicions are definitely it's possible that there was a lot of technology. The Atlantis story may be partially true. And maybe it was worldwide at one time. And then every time we get to a worldwide type of Atlantis technology level, and then we go crazy and go too far and blow ourselves up.
Yeah, and you see this type of architecture around the world, this Byzantine type architect, and they're talking now that this is like some type of Tartarian lost civilization type of thing where it was all around the world, and then slowly but surely over time they've been chipping at it and disappearing it because it kind of thwarts the narrative that they're trying to establish today.
Yeah, that we're the most advanced, highest level of evolution of humanity ever to be on the face of the earth, and basically they're making us into the new gods. And it's gonna not probably end very well if we don't straighten some stuff out, which I still think we can. I think that a group or a remnant or whatever you want to call it survives this somehow, and it's not always the big bad guy that had dug the holes deep in the ground and has all these dumbs and all that. I'm not always sure they're allowed to get away with this for as long as they do, and maybe the reset wipes an awful lot of them out, if not most of them. And they have to start like they did before, deceiving people to get ahead. I don't know. It's just kind of an interesting idea. Can I prove it? No, not at all. But I kind of suspect there might be some truth in some of these things.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely food for thought. That's for sure.
You could say to some degree there's truth and lies in all things.
Well, there's got to be a thread there somewhere because these stories keep coming up. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, this Tartaria thing is new." Well, I think the narrative is probably screwed up a lot, but it's kind of like the Atlantis narrative. It wasn't written by the original Atlanteans. It was supposedly 1,000 or so years later that, was it Plato that wrote the whole story down of Atlantis? So he was getting it told, it was handed down through generations, this story of this high technology culture that got so full of themselves, so egoic, that they thought they could do all kinds of stuff and they were sunk. So God intervened, or whatever happens, this reset. They trigger whatever they started doing was so outrageous that it got triggered. Tower of Babel story is kind of that same kind of idea. They push so far, get technologically advanced, get a little too close to the what they shouldn't, the prize, which in that story they wanted to kill God. They wanted to actually break into heaven and kill God. So is that the same thing happening every time? Is the egos get out of control, and so the slaves rise up eventually to God, I guess, and want to take over and try to be God.
It's funny that you mentioned that because someone's gonna make fun of me, the Vedas, but the Vedas actually say there's a part called the Srimad Bhagavatam, and I think it's in the 10th canto where it kind of sums up what the description of our age is like towards the end, and there's another part in there that talks about how this class of demons, they actually tried to kill God by cutting his head off. But all it did was bring them a bunch of bad karma. So they took birth again. They had to take birth again in the material world, but they did so amongst royalty. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, the bloodlines, ordained by God to rule over men.
Yeah, so they knew that they couldn't go against the laws of the universe and win. So they kind of said, okay, what we'll do is we'll position ourselves where we can lord over the universe and the rest of the slaves in it, so to speak, right?
Right.
Until God comes and steps in again.
Right. It kind of makes sense. It's a cyclic thing, it looks like to me. I mean, that's the way everything repeats. There's nothing new under the sun. It's happened before. It just kind of alters the storyline a little bit, so it's not so boring, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting to me because I see repeating patterns throughout whatever history I do know a little bit about, and I see geology around me that doesn't quite match the stories. I don't know. There's a lot of questions. A lot of questions about this place. I kind of wonder how rapid things will happen when they do go off because, the geology always tells you it takes billions of years and millions of years for anything to move and happen. But what if it happens like really, really fast, like within days?
Yeah, I heard that somewhere where you could make coal in a matter of weeks in laboratory conditions. So who's to say if maybe that's how coal is made, and it doesn't take millions of years to make coal, or petroleum, or maybe limestone doesn't take millions of years to form, because they've cut cross sections of piping that in a matter of just in 50 years, 3 inches of hardened rock formed. So does rock really take millions of years to form in every instance? Maybe not,
Yeah. But even natural disasters, that can move and shift continents and lift, mountains and sink cities below the ocean. Maybe it does happen overnight, like the Atlantis tale. Maybe that's how much change can happen, and you get a complete shift and back to a reset of some sort. Maybe those kind of things are really real. People in the mud flood talk and all that. So who knows? Maybe this stuff happens really rapid.
That's what Edgar Casey said would happen. There would be land where there was water and water where there was land.
I mean, I get that, like, we're not to trust the movies and all that stuff, right? But at the same time, no, because they're putting the truth out there very much so. So with that said, if you take into account all these movies, I mean, Deep Impact, The Day After Tomorrow, I mean, on and
2012, the 2012 one.
2012. I mean, yeah. So they're letting you know. I feel exactly how it goes down.
The latest one, Don't Look Up. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, that was another one. Don't Look Up.
I gotta watch that one. I gotta watch Don't Look Up.
Oh my God, you do.
The other one that just came out more recently, the Leave the World Behind one.
Yeah,
and
I haven't
Civil
seen
War
that
as
one.
well. Yeah, Civil
That
War.
one, Civil War is coming up, isn't it? It's not even released yet, is it?
Oh, you might be right. It might have not even dropped yet. You might be
Yeah,
right.
I don't think that one's dropped. But that one's another one
I'm
that's
still
like,
behind on so many of them, but it's like, I get it. You don't really even need to. But Songbird as well. So I never saw Songbird.
yeah. I saw some highlights of Songbird.
Convid 23, but we're already past 23 now. We're in 24. So, but some say that's still to come though. So the Disease X stuff may very well be playing.
Yeah, September 23rd this year should be interesting, is my opinion. There's some things that are.
Well, 9/23 is always a big date. So like
a big date.
Like how the Pope gave his speech at the White House on 9/23 at exactly 9/23. So.
Well, and this is a leap year, so it's 9/23 means there's 99 days left in the year. And then we just passed, I think it was February 17th. It was the first 99 days of the year. If I remember right, and what was going on that day? There was a bunch of stuff that happened on that day, and it's an old ancient pagan holiday again. There's some kind of relation to Lupercalia and all that with the Valentine's Day stuff. So all kinds of weird stuff that they put out there that makes you wonder.
What has the connection? Sorry, what again has the connection?
Lupercalia,
which
just passed, which is the first. It hit the 99 days. First 99 days of the year is completed on it, and then the last 99 days will be September 23rd. And it's just 99 is one of those numbers that gets out there a lot. So
it sure does. Betty White dead at 99, 9 months and 9 days after Prince Philip dead at 99 on the 99th day of the year. And Betty White, of course, dying 9 months and 9 days before, at 99, 9 months and 9 days before Queen Elizabeth dying at 96. So, yeah, it goes on and on. And Prince Philip died at 99 on the 99th day on the year, right when DMX dies, when his name equals 99 on Lil Nas X's birthday, who was born in 99. So yeah, you're right on the money with that one. But the 923 is, like Evan says here, Osiris number, a number associated with resurrection, Egyptian lore. Osiris number, as he put it. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just the 923 this year seems to be coming up a lot more, and it I don't know, it's just one of those ones I'll watch for this time. I don't watch for a lot of things, but that one was in the past, 2017. Wasn't that the first time everybody was claiming that the star pattern was such and such for? It was on 923. That they were saying it was a signal for a lot of the prophecies to come true in the Bible. It's the Virgin giving birth to Saturn, or not Saturn, excuse me, giving birth to Jupiter, and then the dragon devouring the child. And it was the star sign that came on 9/23, 2017. And it was a lot of people looking for that date because of that star sign was supposedly only seen 2,000 years ago when the Messiah was around. So that's why they were watching for it, called the 9/23 sign, if I remember right. By a lot of people, and you can see the star pattern. If you go back in one of the star charting programs, you can see what it looks like, and it has the Virgo birthing Jupiter, and so a lot of people were watching for that one. And I think the 9/23 is going to be important again because of the big eclipse that's happening this year, and being an election year, a leap year. It's kind of lining up just the way they would probably be looking at, since these people love that shit. Because it is.
Well, just
the
to see what
Matrix.
the odds. Yeah, I'm just curious to see what the odds of the synchronicity is here that Don's birthday would happen to be. I'm guessing he means 9/23. So if there's 15 in the chat divided by 365 days, it's a 4% chance that someone in the chat would
actually have that birthday.
Yeah, 4% chance statistically based on the odds there. So I would call that more than a coincidence. Call it maybe at the least a synchronicity there. So a divine synchronicity there. So interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. No, birth dates are interesting because they do play into things. They're really, really kind of, your own birth date plays into stuff. I've had some interesting things with mine being 10/4. It's come up several times in different things that have happened, either internationally or even just locally. Some just odd coincidence, you would call them, some people, but I don't call them that. They're more like synchronistic, with your birth date. So
Okay, even now with 18 in the chat, I just adjusted the math. It's still about a 5% chance. Not even a 5% chance. So divine synchronicity, I'm going to call it that. Oh, 10/4. All right, well, 10/4, sir. Now I know your birthday, so I'm going to send you a present.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, wow. You're up late. Jeez. I saw Z picking at you there. That was pretty funny to watch. The back and forth. Oh, Quantum Epic there was having a non-versation there with Mr. Z on his stream. I was tuned in there for a little bit, in and out, but yeah, we don't need to get into that subject at all.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. I caught, since there was nothing on and I was driving home, I caught I was listening to a little bit of Z, so that's all I had on my stuff that was up, just to see what he was talking about. Since I had heard that he had Crow on yesterday, and what's the other guy's name? I don't remember. Rose's
both of them.
man.
Yeah, both of them.
Jason. Yeah,
Lindrum,
Jason. And yeah, it was just funny because I clicked in, and lo and behold, just the moments I watched, because I literally watched less than 5 minutes because I can't stand the show. but they were immediately, people in the chat hinting that, it sounded like they were hinting that Paul had come on again yesterday during his show just to disrupt viewers from watching his interview with Crow and Jason, and that it was our poll that was hinting at it, and then
know.
Austin Murphy backed it up. I started laughing so hard. I was like, they can't help themselves. Even when they try not to mention his name, they're still talking about him. They're still talking about him.
I noticed that exact same thing. And
I just started laughing. I was like, oh my word, I couldn't have clicked on a perfect moment. Yeah, it was funny. It was a funny one.
Yeah, I had a little bit of some, I guess you could call it resolution with Arpol in the chat with some of his closeted, I guess, hatred of me. Well, not closeted, I shouldn't say. Not hatred either. Hatred's not the right word either. But yeah, he just likes to come out of pocket sometimes.
Blatant animosity towards you.
Yeah, there you go.
Those are just agents of chaos, man. They like to fuel the fires of public controversy.
And they did it on purpose. It was so funny because he was trying to hem and haw about it, and it was like he knew what they were talking about, but he refused to say Paul's name. It made me laugh so hard because I knew he wanted to say it so bad, but he is trying to keep the blood out of the water right now because he's got all this high-powered, what he thinks is high-powered flat Earth community doting on him right now. And
well, look, Paul did his thing or whatever while Z was on, but while that stream might not be up anymore, I'll have you know that Paul had no problem admitting that he was happy for Z, and I don't know if he used the word proud, but he was glad to see it. So I mean, there's no like. You know what I mean? There was.
Well, he came on to talk crypto, didn't he? Because I missed it, so it was taken down before I got to see it.
Yeah,
it started.
It started as crypto.
Did some restreaming of Z, and then even more so is doing some restreaming of Laguna with Grace Thorpe. That was just. It was.
Oh my word!
It was just a random chill stream he did.
Because he had talked about some television program or radio program he wanted to have. A night stream about, so we could all hear this guy getting reamed by people that were just idiots calling in and telling him he was wrong about his experiences or whatever. Didn't he say there was some radio show or something he wanted to broadcast? Yeah, I thought maybe that was what it was about. Grant something.
Oh
Grant?
No, that was just. Yeah, he played some crypto thing. He didn't play any. I don't think played any music, but I thought he was going to or something based on the thumbnail. But yeah, hey guys, bodyguard new beginning. Interrupted there a little bit. And for anyone who's not in on what the hell we're talking about here, apologies, but
the lore.
The lore, the Unslavia lore, the Jackie Chan lore, the bodyguard new beginning, Sarah Michelle Gellar lore. You're really truly you're not missing anything. Yeah, horrible ending, horrible beginning, horrible during, just horrible. I don't know. It's not a bit, but
yeah, it was set to self-destruct from the beginning.
Hey, you know, as far as the BitCon, I would just say it's all a scam. You know what I mean? So it's like I get where you come from, but at the same time, you know, unfortunately, not unfortunately, you do have to make it somehow in this world to survive. So I don't, you know, hate, like I say, don't hate the player, hate the game kind of thing. But I mean, I try not to hate either, and just again, I'm not making anywhere near what I would like to be making, but then again, I could be diversifying my income streams of income and incorporating more streams of income. So that's something that I'm looking to do going forward. So,
well, that Bitcoin, you know, it sounds like what you probably should do if you don't have high income to put into it. That's the poor man's way to get ahead on this game, I guess. So I've got some money in it. So
yeah, I haven't.
And I don't have much.
Yeah, I haven't lost with Bitcoin, you know. So if it's a scam, then I mean, I don't see where it is. You know, of course you got to watch it. It's a gamble. It's not, you know, somewhat volatile. It's not one of those investments like real estate where it just keeps, you know, appreciating. You got to watch it. It's something you play with.
So I appreciate Paul talking about it.
Say, you know, yeah, I see some people try to insinuate that like the whole crypto thing is only going to make the collapse come on that much faster and harder, and make it that much more inevitable. I would say it's inevitable either way. And even if that were true, I mean, is it better or worse that it's coming just down that much faster and more? You know what I mean?
Coming apart has a chance to come recovery. I mean, you got to hit bottom to go back up. So
yeah, many would say just get it over
faster.
With, right?
Yeah, get it started, get it over with quickly if we could, and restart.
I'm not saying that is the case, though. I'm not saying that it is going to expedite or speed it up at all. But I don't truthfully necessarily have enough knowledge into finance, and let alone
it's going to create a divide.
Yeah,
it's going to, and it already. It's going to create the haves and the have-nots, right? They're going to be the ones complaining that it was all a scam, and then they ended up having not. Where everyone who kind of entertained it a bit are the ones that have. That's what it boils down to, right? And they're always going to hate the one. The have-nots are always going to hate the havers, right? So it's a tale as old as time.
It is a great way to lose everything, but just like having money in the bank is a great way to potentially lose everything when one day you're
having fiat. Period.
Or having
fiat.
A great way. I mean, imagine just think of all the people who've been pulled over and let go, only to find out that wait a minute, their envelope of cash was just missing from their side door, or whatever,
Or it just goes inflationary to the point where it makes. You can't even get enough cash together to pay anything. That's what happened in Weimar, Germany.
What about just investing all your time, energy, and attention into a system that left you with nothing and will implode? It's just as similar,
Yeah. Well, that's why you got to learn the rules of the game so that you can actually maneuver through it.
Yeah, I'm not
so
sure.
You don't put all your eggs in one basket. You can't lose it all with Bitcoin unless you're putting it all into Bitcoin.
Yeah. No, I've got a little bit in it. Yeah, I've got a little bit, but then I've got diversified all over the place. Like they're talking food stocks and things. Sure, I've got all kinds of things. That's what you do. You got to have all kinds of things.
Assets, tangibles, right? I guess if you, whatever, precious metals, cryptocurrency, if you can, land, food,
seeds, water sources. I mean, just all kinds of things you kind of look at differently when you realize they all have value, some more than others.
Currency that only exists on.
Yeah, fundamentally, nobody eats computer chips and phones and tablet technology is good, and it's I guess you could invest in it and see a return. But I think one thing that you could solidly invest in and it'll never fail you is the things that people humanely need, right? Like food, clean water, seed banks, all that stuff. If you invest in those things like Billy Gates is doing, then
Yeah, he's no dummy when it comes to that stuff. So kind of copy on your own level of what he's doing.
Yeah,
I'm
at
an
the
awful lot of land. That boy has got a lot of land now. He's a big time landowner.
Yep, and I'm
TCC. Yeah, TCC said. I think they push a narrative that it's too risky. All they'd have to do is shut the power off, and you lose everything. Narrative to scare people into not even thinking about crypto. Digital currencies coming one way or the other.
Yeah, it's like it's like the money change in the 1930s, and even before that with the Rothschilds in England. They scared everyone out of a market, and then they bought it all up pennies on a dollar, and then once they owned it all, they were the majority holders of it all, right?
And then people were willing to give up their gold and silver because of it. And then it became under threat of force if you didn't give it up. At some point, with the last holdouts, they've used force. But all they had to do was get compliance at first, and it wasn't hard after that depression. It really wasn't.
So yeah, I don't think I added the link to this video, but I will be adding it into the description. But all the rest is in there, including the channel. I'm not sure if YouTube's playing games. It looks like they did, because I added links and the links seem to be gone, the hyperlink, so where you could click on it. I know they took away the ability to post links on Pineal Power, but I didn't think that was the case here. But maybe they've done that now without letting me know. Because they are supposed to at least let you know, like they did on Pineal. They at least gave me an email, let me know, oh yeah, you've lost rights to executive privileges, so to speak. But anyway, I think where were we at? I'm playing in the background, so now I gotta rewind. I think we were around 148. Yeah, damn, I'm glad my memory is still working here. Pretty sure we were.
Some child writhing in pain. Okay.
Yeah, those are the guys that are walking on the subway that just throw people on the tracks, you know?
Yeah.
They're just those sick fucks.
Yeah, like sick fucks. I think a lot of those kinds of people, especially when they get into positions of power, that you're seeing more and more and more of these people getting into positions of power.
Yep.
This is
because they're so that's how they work it though, Brandon. They traumatize these guys at all sorts of levels. Most of it starts as children, and then it works its way up.
This mentality is a symptom of the society we live in. I think in a free society, you don't have these sick fucks, man.
Well, it goes both ways. It goes both ways, because when somebody who's psychopathic becomes into a position of power, they create a psychopathic system, and they push the psychopathic system on the people, thus creating and accelerating the manufacturing of psychopathic people, right?
Yep. Agreed.
So you have a lot of that's occurring, especially the past several decades. I mean, these people have, I think it's David Icke, he calls it the totalitarian tiptoe, right?
Yep.
Later, TCC.
We've been on this totalitarian tiptoe for a long time, but over the
Be easy, Evan. Yeah, the totalitarian tiptoe towards a total transhuman takeover come 2029, as I put it, as I've been putting it for years, because 2029 is that nail in the coffin for the 2020, Agenda 2030, as they call it. Then again, not trying to fear porn here, because how many times have they, tried to say Agenda 21, and now Agenda 2030, then there's Agenda 2040 or 50. So
yeah,
they always fall short on their plans, and but that's not to say that they don't accomplish.
Yeah, but
eventually.
If you actually sit down and read a lot of that 2020 stuff, the Agenda 2020, they pretty much, they overshot with their plans, but they roughed out most of them.
If you overshoot, right, then as long as you even meet half the,
they roughed out most of those. So
well, you got to keep the inheritor, beneficiaries of the what they're pushing that are going to benefit from it. These families, whoever they are, you got to laugh because
they know that's going to happen.
Yeah, they know it's going to happen, but they got to make it kind of exciting to keep going on the next year. It's like we had this great plan, and we were going to go this far, and they get all wound up. Oh, we're going to make it this far. It's going to be cool. And they don't quite make it, but they get them really close. So then they can ask for more money and do it again and push again.
Yep.
It's almost like it's the same corporate kind of structure that's going on in these families. And whoever's running all this, I think they have a bit of competition between themselves on who can accomplish the more of their plans. Because this is a long-term goal. It's almost like teams. It's almost like they're operating in the same way as the corporation, very competitive.
Well,
there is definitely some kind of warring going on between some of them. It's got to be
funny.
the same things.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned about the whole warring thing, because many years ago now already. I don't know if you've heard of some guy called Benjamin Fulford. He's like a journalist that he went to Japan, and he started talking all this crazy stuff, how the secret societies are at war with each other, and that's why the end hasn't completely come yet, because they're not really, to terms. That there's a war between East and West, and things going on in the background.
They're gangs. They're going to have gang wars. It's got to be, and who's going to get the top? Because they're fighting for power too within their own system. That's why I say I don't think it's any different for them. It's just at a higher level and more extreme, and it affects all of us down below. It's kind of like a fractal realm we live in, even when it comes to how the society is structured, they've got to be dealing with some of the same kind of things we do out here with low level in a smaller community of a neighborhood that has a group of people that are disparate in their ideas of how things should go, and they form gangs, and they're fighting out who's top dog to own the territory and run the territory. So I wouldn't doubt that there is something like that. There has to be. People are got a natural innate ability to be competitive with each other no matter what you do. So if it's not directed in a good way, it would be in a bad way, but it would still be competition. It'd still be dog eat dog to get to the top.
Yeah, it's a
for
big Game
them.
of Thrones. It's a Game of
Yeah.
Thrones.
And it's exciting because what else do you have to be excited about if you almost own all the wealth in the world? What else do you need? You've got everything you could ever imagine having. You can get anything that comes out that you want anytime. So what makes life worth getting up for?
Yeah.
And I would suspect in their minds, it's not to serve other people and God, it's to fight the dog-eat-dog battle of a gang warfare that could end up being to our benefit, those of us who stay out of it, stay out of the way. There's a guy that always says, he says, pray, stay out of the way, and pray again, or something like that. Anyway, he's got this thing where he's like, just get away from these things that are happening as far as you can and hold out as long as you can. And then you better do some praying and being ready. So, but, how much is that going to happen like that? I don't know. But what if these people are warring hard enough that they destroy it? They destroy the whole plan if they go at each other hard enough. I don't know. So there might be a way to win, because that's what this guy kind of alludes to, is that there'll be an intervention of their own doing to themselves, that they'll actually destroy themselves before it all is over, and those who can stay out of the way and do the best at survival of this war that they're having
Well,
will come out on the other side.
Yeah, isn't that what the little black book has planned for us?
And that's what that little black book says too. So,
Yeah.
and there's
it
always
says
a
it-
remnant that survives, even though they weren't maybe as rich or prepared or dug in deep. That just seems to be the way it goes.
Yeah, the meek shall inherit the earth, while the merchant class bunkered up and begged for the mountains to cave in
Fall
on
on
them.
them, yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh.
It always sounded to me like the dumbs when I heard that one. When I read that one in the scriptures, I was like, yeah, that sounds like underground stuff, like tunnels.
Mhm.
So,
And they were hiding from the coming of the face of the Son of Man. So is it Jesus that they were hiding from, or is it us that they were hiding from, right?
well,
When we
that's the
finally
weird thing. The weird thing is the Son of Man, the first time the Son of Man term is used, it's actually in Genesis with Adam. So that's the first man. So is that the return of man, of a new reset of mankind, basically starting again from basically small enough groups? That's basically like Adam and Eve's story again. I don't know.
A
I don't
reset,
know.
maybe. Yeah.
It's just there's some weird things like that correlate in there. I don't know. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's Jesus, even though that's what the dispensationalist groups will tell you. It doesn't mean that it might be him physically at all. It might actually be something more literal in the interpretation of you get to see the return of mankind the way it was supposed to be, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I always found that part of Revelation interesting, because it kind of like nailed it, It's like, wow, you see all these, the merchant class, right? The deceivers, right? They were considered.
Oh, and the scribes and lawyers, yeah, how it talks about those being our downfall, and it even warns the last chapter of Revelation, says, beware of the scribes.
Mm-hmm.
Last verse, last chapter, beware of the scribes. And what will happen if anybody changes the book at all? And we know they changed it because it says beware of the doom that was going to happen if you change anything in this. Well, obviously that means that somebody changed it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, yeah. So
Wow.
It's just funny. It's wild stuff. But, like I said, I can't prove any of it. It's one of those things. Yeah, I have a love for the book. I see where it's being used everywhere. But again, one person's holy book seems to be another group's playbook. So
Yeah.
chicken and egg kind of thing. Where did it come from and how did it come to be? You know, who did that? Exactly, because it's very convoluted when you start looking into the history of how they got that thing together. I don't know.
Yeah, and just to add to Mr. Young, 516 here, some people might say that a lot of the infighting going on is certain schools, mystery schools, if you will, groups, secret societies as they're known, kind of clashing, butting heads, or clashing, if you will. Order of the Hermetic Dawn versus Order of the Phoenix, for example. Some might say that is a lot of what's going on. Yeah. The Occult Rejects might be a good source to inquire about that.
There's probably a lot of them nowadays.
Yeah.
I would suspect there's quite a few getting out.
Oh,
if
for
it's
sure.
getting as bad as it looks out here, I would
Oh,
assume
the
in there
Occult
it's even
Rejects
worse.
is an actual channel, and he comes around sometimes in the chat. I'm not sure about on this side, but maybe on definitely on Pineal Power. I'm not sure about on this channel, but anyway, yeah, I was checking his stream, or not his stream, but his I guess his girls stream, homegirl stream, or something. Spiritual Gangsters podcast earlier today. I was checking out Melodome, and then I hopped over there for a little bit on Spiritual Gangsters, and then I took a break, and then I think I was on Paul's or OTWs, and then Paul's. Wow, I checked out a lot of streams today, actually. Fucking A. Anyway, where are we at here? Let's continue. We're almost done, which is pretty awesome because it's 5:30 a.m. So probably be able to end by 6 a.m. In about a half hour. So there's less than 15 minutes left of this. So
totalitarian tiptoe, right?
Yep.
We've been on this totalitarian tiptoe for a long time, but over the past few years, they've decided they want to accelerate that a dramatic amount. It's not a tiptoe anymore. It's a fucking jet plane. Okay.
Well, just because people don't protest as much anymore, people don't push back as much anymore. Jordan Peterson has a good bit where he's like, "Look, man, if I want to move you back, I'm going to push up against you until you start protesting, and then I'm going to stop." And
yeah, except Jordan Peterson supposedly went along with the fucking thing, got the treatments like a dummy. Well, whether or not it was all theater or not is obviously a good point. But regardless, I mean, was promoting it, and so yeah, fuck these people, man.
back off. And then I'm going to start pushing you again until you protest. And then once you do, I'm going to stop and I'm going to back off. And I'm going to keep doing that over and over and over again. And in not too long, you're 3 miles from where you started.
Yeah.
And I don't mean fuck these people on panel. I mean fuck these puppets on the world stage. Trying to put themselves off to be the expert philosopher, sociologist, psychologist, jack of all trades. Yeah, no, fuck these people. The Petersons, if you will.
We got 4 protesters here in town. Now, mind you, I live in a tiny town in Western Mass. 4 white people that stand on the corner of the center of town every Monday morning with end racism signs. You've got to love it.
How fucking brave.
There's not a black person in our town. There's not a person of color except if they work in the farms.
Just end it. Like,
Yeah, you see a lot of that in Massachusetts.
The beauty of that communication.
Which part?
All over, especially in like the rural areas. It's like they've moved out of the cities and into the rural areas.
I'm not going to.
All the BLM signs and the gay pride with the goofy flags. They're all over the place over here. Bunch of useful idiots.
Well, when I was up there, I visited. I was up in Boston, extremely super Jesuit Boston, and that was August 22, I think, August 2022. And went to Cape Cod. And landed in Manchester. That was the last time I really traveled. And P-Town, province town of Cape Cod. It's basically like the Key West of Cape Cod, the tip of Cape Cod, province town, P-Town. There's actually a show about it. I found recently.
Yeah, it's where they do Bear Week.
Well, anyway, so yeah, it's a very interesting area to say the least, for lack of a better term. So let's continue.
You've got to love it.
How fucking brave.
There's not a black
brave.
person in our town. There's not a person of color except if you work in the farms.
Just end it. Like,
The
it can be,
beauty
like
of
it's
that-
something that can be ended.
No,
That's
the
stupid.
beauty of that communication is I'm not going to end it, but somebody else should.
Yes, exactly. It's your job
You
to
don't-
end it. It's
what
not
they
mine.
don't understand
Yeah.
is simply holding that sign is racist.
As
You
fuck.
are indicating that
Yes.
the race you're trying to protect is not capable of defending themselves.
Exactly.
So it's the soft bigotry of low expectations. Like, you don't even think these people that you think you need to stand up for them. Like, that in itself is fucking racist, and they don't even get that.
And the funniest part is these people struggle just to hold up this cardboard sign. You know, we're not talking about the finest specimens here either. These are just fucking people that when the shit hits the fan, they're gonna get swallowed up. You know,
Well, it's
It's
losers
like-
with nothing better to do. You know, like, it's generally pathetic people that don't have shit to do. You know, these younger generations have less and less that actually keep them occupied. So that's why they are in video games and they're protesting stupid nonsense. Their entire world, like, the metaverse is already here, man, for this lower generation, because everything in their reality comes out of a screen. And then real life is just what they interact in between those times.
Well, and Bob, it got put into hyperspeed in 2020 when all the kids went virtual learning, right? And then their whole world was through a screen. You know, they couldn't go to sports because those were all closed. You know, they couldn't go do activities and stuff. So if they even wanted to interact with their friends, for the most part, you know, aside from the parents that were sane, you'd have to do it through a screen.
Yeah, which is what they want, you know, and what Brandon is talking about, and what I want to do is basically, you know, you get the cheat code to this whole thing.
Well, just get out of the game.
You
Right?
know,
I don't
you
want to
get-
play this game
yeah,
anymore. This game is
you
bullshit.
get
The
out.
odds are stacked against me. I want out of this game.
Yeah, and as upset as you are, and as angry as anybody may be listening to this, you sign documents, you put on the fucking uniform, you went to a location. Now you have to go and you have to take off the uniform. You have to get rid of the documentation. You have to leave the building. You have to physically leave the building. You have to physically take off the uniform. There's a few things you have to do. It's like getting married. You wake up one day, you don't want to be with your fucking wife. You wake up, I'm not married anymore. Fuck it, I'm not married. If someone were to look at, if you heard someone else in a house saying I'm not married, and they're in a house and they have a wife who's standing right there, what the word that you would use to describe that particular person in that moment is delusional. So it might be very upsetting to be told this, but it's delusional to think that you can sign all these documents and behave in this way and have a driver's license and do all these different things, and then just wake up one day and have some vague idea of not being married to your wife of 20 years, and then just say I'm not married to my wife for 20 years, and then wonder why people don't fucking accept what you're saying. No, that's not how it works.
No,
You
that's
have
not
to
how
wake
it
up
works.
and you have to say, okay, I've signed all this shit. I've done all this shit. Let's sit down. Let's make a list. What are all these fucking things that I'm signed into? What do I need to do to get to backtrack on all of these different things? Exit all these different contracts. Not terribly hard. And then you just do it. And then once you do a few of them, it becomes very, very easy. And then now you also have intent. So now the more that you do, the more you can prove intent. So the more that you do, it snowballs in law. So that way, even if you do miss a couple contracts somewhere, you got all this intent and all this evidence. You're pretty good. You're pretty solid at that point, in my opinion.
You just got to get the ball rolling, right?
You just got to get the ball rolling, right? So the thing is that there is an exit door, and it is available for anyone that would like to walk through it. My point is that if you stand in front of the exit door and you tell people that you've exited the building and you're standing in the fucking building, it's delusional. If you want to exit the building, and once you, yes, it's very difficult to locate the exit door. I understand that. So people out of frustration, they end up standing there saying, I'm not in the building anymore, because they get frustrated because they can't find the fucking exit door to exit the building. And I understand that. That's where I'm trying to come in and help people. Okay. I've located the exit doors of the building. Other people have too, but I'm the first person to have put it together into kind of more of a cohesive whole and made it kind of fun and goofy. Okay. So all you gotta do is just find out where the exit door is and just walk through the goddamn motherfucker. It's that
So,
easy.
dude, this has been outstanding, Brandon. And guys, I appreciate this. This has been probably one of the most informative roundtables we've done. That's for sure. Brandon, where can they find your course?
It's onestupidfuck.com, and then there's a banner at the top of all the pages. It's you can't miss it. And there's a pop-up too that like makes fun of you for being there for 30 seconds. And
You can't forget that. I mean, onestupidfuck.com. That's pretty easy.
Yeah, I was just about to
if it's
say
like you've been
that.
loitering on my page for more than 30 seconds, let me infect your
And you
mind
should
with
go
email
read
address.
it because it's written like he's talking. I mean, he talks about how stupid, how angry he was when he found all this out, how stupid he felt. And so that's why he started with this whole one stupid fuck. He's the one stupid fuck. And he invented Mr. Pickle to deal with it, you know, because, you know, some people deal better with the pickle and saying dick all the time. So, but
Getty life in the house.
he's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, he seems to be. I would like to hear, you know, where he's at now, considering this is quite a, you know, well over a year old video stream here. I'd like to see.
Well, he's made a
where
lot
he's
of
at now.
progress from what I understand from what
I'm
seeing on this
I'm
one
sure.
compared to what I just watched the other
I'm sure he's
day on
matured in
James
many
T.
ways as
Lovett.
well.
And they were going, well, he was even admitting some of his process, or he's learned more, or he's found out that the system has changed a little bit again, so he's adjusted. So he's actually, you know, at least he's keeping really up on anything new that he's finding, and he's going to try some new thing. He was talking about he wants to try to get it was some kind of state where he could actually remove and put himself into each state and remove. I can't remember. Somehow he was going to actually get like a citizenship as a national to each state, because there was some kind of it's really strange how he was doing it, but he was saying then he would be immune in every state to even all state statutes without any issues. There was something he was planning on trying to see if he could manipulate some of the wordings and things that he was doing on some of his paperwork and actually get where he had some kind of status of being recognized as like a national of the state, each state, and it would actually help clear up even more problems when he would be traveling and moving, because then they would all have notice that he was totally not to be messed with in any way. So I don't know. He was talking about the other night on that James C. Lovett live. I just caught a moment of it before went over to Wizards, and then Wizard played the rest of it, but I didn't catch that first part. But it was interesting because he was like, I haven't tried this, but I'm about to do this, and we're gonna see how it changes some of the things that I've dealt with going from state to state. So I don't know. It was interesting. He's got new ideas at least.
Yeah, I like the fact that you mentioned that, you know, they're changing things. It's a dynamic game, right? They have to. Yeah, don't get it twisted and think that whatever it is that you did, whatever you sent is just going to stay like that. Some people are going to get together. They're going to be like, all right, they got us this time. So what are we going to do, you know, to manipulate the game the next time around in our favor? And that's what it's going to
give the House the advantage every time. And that's what several of these people have said. They said, you know, a lot of times they'll get one process down to, you know, get something taken care of and make it, you do it this way and it's been working. And then within a couple of years or whatever, it stops working. Everybody that tries it, it don't work. But it worked in the past. But that's because they've updated the system. Kind of like the Matrix. The system updates.
Yep, the system updates. Like Cyberpunk 2077, you know? Waiting for the new updates. There's still cracks in the system. But they're filling those cracks in. They're patching them up. And I think there'll always be cracks. The system was designed that way, right? To be a dynamic game.
Well, to keep flow, the energy, the currency, as they call it.
Yeah,
but the energy flow, exactly, and it will die. So they have to keep the flow going back and forth. And so there has to be these two systems, one positive, one negative. So you have a circuit, and that's how it has to work. You got the private and you got the public, and you've got to have these two in contrast working to correct each other. Basically, they can help correct or ground each other or something, if you want to call it that. But it's an electrical flow kind of thing, an energy flow thing. The way they look at everything, it's energy flow, water flow, currency, current. That's why it's all shipping terms as well. I mean, it's all, you know, when you start to understand that it's all related to the same kind of things, and that's why the words cross over.
Circuit
court. The same thing. Yeah, it's all there. They're telling you over and over that this realm we live in is definitely electrical energy, frequency, whatever you want to call it, and they're using it even in the court systems.
All right. Well, just because it's on
and in your economy, and the economy too. The economy works on the same principle.
Just because it's on topic and it's appropriate and it's a good interlude, and because his name just came up, like within the hour. This is a short one, and then we'll be back to end this stream out.
Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right.
You know what's funnier?
People who are smart enough
The
to sit
people
around the kitchen
applauding
table
to
and figure
that.
out how
Right. They're just everyone applauding along to the slavery. Like it's
Yeah.
so hilarious, you know?
And laughing and
No one's
laughing. Oh, it's so
slaves
funny.
right now.
And then they just move on to the next joke.
Mhm.
Right.
And not realizing there's truth in every bit of this, and that's why they're laughing, is because it twinges something in you.
Yeah, I don't know what's funnier, how much we paid for these tickets or the fact that we're fucking laughing at our literal slavery. This is
people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
You're not in it, man.
You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long, where they tell you what to believe all day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Man. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Imagine being like that.
More interesting videos like this.
Imagine having like one stand-up special that was that notorious that just went down in history to where people could probably recite it verbatim, and you know what I mean. So, yeah, I mean, I don't ultimately know if he was, well, he would, I mean, he was in the club, whether or not he was down with it or not. I forget how exactly he went out, but yeah, like Chronic was bringing up earlier, how suspicious, for lack of a better term, his 9/11 special was. It wasn't called that, but I think it was the day before, and he clearly was like alluding to, I don't know, he's making some jokes about planes and stuff crashing or whatever, but if I remember correctly. Anyway, so a great video.
I remember
there.
There was a bit that I think either Charlie Chaplin or his son did, where it kind of was exposing, you know, I can't quote it. It was so eloquent. It was a nice little bit, but it was so far back that I was like, wow, you know, they were telling it like it really is, you know, like the kid was saying, freedom, you don't have a freedom, you have to have a passport to travel. Is that freedom? And it was like a child being questioned by an adult. And then the child, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was like an old video.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I have that. I got that in my file here. I forget.
You got that? Pull it up. That's always refreshing to watch. And then we'll shut it down.
Let me see.
Or
well, the fact that that child, or that young man, I should call him, could actually speak that eloquently was just impressive. In this day and age, most of the adults don't even understand the words he's using.
No, they've gotten too many. Well, I'm not gonna say the word, but you know what they've gotten. Kids don't talk like that no more. They're half brain dead.
Did this movie scene just expose the truth? Decide for yourself. I got it all.
This kid from this movie exposed the government by explaining how they control us.
Leadership in government is political power, and political power is an official form of antagonizing the people. What magazine did you say he edits? Politics are necessary.
Politics are rules imposed upon the people.
In this country, rules are not imposed. They are the wish of all free citizens.
Travel around a bit, then you'll see how free they are. They have every man in a straitjacket, and without a passport, he can't move a toe. In a free world, they violate the natural rights of every citizen. They have become the weapons of political despots. And if you don't think as they think, you're deprived of your passport. To leave a country is like breaking out of jail.
Yes,
and to enter a country is like going through the eye of a needle. Am I free to travel?
Of course you're free to travel.
Only with a passport.
Will you allow me to say something?
Only with a passport. Do animals need passports?
Yeah, that was just a snippet of it. It wasn't the full version, but I should download the full version, huh?
And that's where Wizard differs from a lot of these guys, is that child quotes right there is one of the things he kind of hems and talks about a lot. He says that, I don't think I need a passport because those US codes, especially the agriculture code, defines animal as not only all the different species of animal, but includes the species of human. So why do we need a passport? And that's why he doesn't get a passport. He's doing it with different credentials. He's using older forms of credentials, from what I understand. So,
well, it's to my understanding that if you have all of the supporting documentation that you need to apply for a passport with, your cover page and your affidavit and all that, that should suffice for travel. You don't need to actually have a passport, it's just that, I guess it's a service you could apply for, but I've heard, and I'm not going to tell anybody to go out there and do this, but I've heard that if you have all of the things necessary to apply for a passport, however you may want to apply for a passport, that should be enough to show at any checkpoint for travel.
yeah, I've heard that too. I've never heard of anybody doing that, but I've heard that is a possibly viable route because it follows their code, and it's something you could consider trying to do at some point if somebody wanted to try that, just to see if it test it. But no, I've never heard of anybody being successful at it. But I have heard, since I have, a little exposure to the diplomatic stuff at one point when I was in my service, some of it was just going through our area a lot, and so I had talked to some of these people, and I realized too that we also had a diplomatic invite as military personnel when we came into Iraq. I didn't have to have a passport to come to Iraq. I had a special order that was stamped by Iraq that was an invite. It was basically a visa, and that's what Wizard is talking about, that he will just get invites and use as a visa as a minister, and to the world, basically, so that he can get invited to places and travel that way, because a visa is over a passport. It's an invite. It's an official invite. So
yeah, it's like a guest pass. That we did that in Qatar when I went to Qatar.
You see, we've played with some of this in the military because we are living under military rule right now. This is martial law, whether people realize it or not, and they are using these same forms. And when I saw that, I was like, so why don't I have to have a passport? I never could put two and two together when I was in the service. I was like, because I didn't have the knowledge base. But later on, when I started learning about this stuff, I went, I get it now. We were actually invited there by the government. By the time I went into the country, we had already gone in and taken over, and the whole system was being run by AmeriCorp, whatever you want to call America. And so it was an invite. And I went someplace else that I went on a visa one time and not a passport. I think it was somewhere in the islands. Where was I?
Everywhere I went.
Dominican Republic. I didn't have to have a passport. I got a visa. It was an invite. I just had to tell them that I wanted to come visit. I was on a building trip to help build a a building for some missionaries, I think, or something. I can't remember. But they needed a building built for the locals to be able to do schooling and stuff. So I ended up on that, and that was an invite. So
Yep. Everywhere that I went with the military, I did not need a passport. I've been to Germany, I've been to Italy, Qatar.
Yep.
None of that was done with a passport.
Yep. The military got me a passport because I was supposed to go one place that needed a passport on all of us, and so they had given us all passport. I had my picture taken and all kinds of stuff. It was like, this is weird, but I still have that passport somewhere in my belonging, and I should look through it sometime since it was issued by the military for me.
They let you keep it?
Yeah. They never took it back. Yeah.
Really? They did that with me for one mission, and they ended up keeping it. I told them, why couldn't I keep it? And after reviewing why they could keep it, I realized they could keep it. They were the ones that applied for it. They kind of applied for it as the minor, right? Like, I'm the minor.
Yeah, and that's why I want to look at it again, because I haven't looked at it since I've been learning all this stuff. It's been years since I looked at it, but I know I have it because I kept all that stuff. But yeah, I kind of wonder if there's some value to it that I don't understand yet at some point. And I've got my Geneva Convention card too, and it never got marked out either. I've still got that. So I've got a couple of different things too. They never asked for it back. Even my old IDs, I've got a lot of old IDs and all kinds of stuff. So I always wonder, those are contracts too. So I'm going to have to do something about them. I just don't know exactly what yet.
Yep.
But yeah,
So what do you think?
strange
You want to
things
finish
like
this
that.
one out?
I think they're
we were
real
almost
close.
done, I think. Yeah, we were really close to the end here. Shout out to 20 in the chat, so that's cool. I think that's the first we hit 20 tonight, or I should say this rising now at this point, with the sun probably coming up within the hour. So I should have, I guess, named this Slave World Solutions Super Stream, because coming up in 6 hours here. So where were we at? I think we were around 150. Shoot, you know what? I don't remember. 152
stuff.
maybe.
So if they even wanted to interact with their friends, for the most part, aside from the parents that were sane, you'd have
their entire world. Like, the metaverse is already here, man, for this lower generation, because everything in their reality comes out of a screen.
Yep.
How much were we past this? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
I don't recall.
Well, and Bob, it got put into hyperspeed in 2020 when all the kids went virtual learning, right? And then their whole world was through a screen. They couldn't go to sports because those were all closed. They couldn't go do activities.
Yeah,
and stuff.
right about
So
here we were at.
their friends, for the most part, aside from the parents that were sane, you'd have to do it through a screen.
Yeah, which is what they want, and what Brandon is talking about, and what I want to do is basically, you get the cheat code to this whole thing.
But just get out of the game. Right? I don't want to play this game
yeah.
anymore. This game is bullshit. The odds are stacked against me. I want out of this game.
Yeah, and as upset as you are, and as angry as anybody may be listening to this, you sign documents, you put on the fucking uniform, you went to a location. Now you have to go and you have to take off the uniform. You have to get rid of the documentation. You have to leave the building. You have to physically leave the building. You have to physically take off the uniform. There's a few things you have to do. It's like getting married. You wake up one day, you don't want to be with your fucking wife. You wake up, I'm not married anymore. Fuck it, I'm not married. If someone were to look at, if you heard someone else in a house saying I'm not married, and they're in a house and they have a wife who's standing right there, what the word that you would use to describe that particular person in that moment is delusional. So it might be very upsetting to be told this, but it's delusional to think that you can sign all these documents and behave in this way and have a driver's license and do all these different things, and then just wake up one day and have some vague idea of not being married to your wife of 20 years, and then just say, I'm not married to my wife for 20 years, and then wonder why people don't fucking accept what you're saying. No, that's not how it works.
No,
you have to wake up and you have to say, okay, I've signed all this shit. I've done all this shit. Let's sit down. Let's make a list. What are all these fucking things that I'm signed into? What do I need to do to get to backtrack on all of these different things and exit all these different contracts? Not terribly hard. And then you just do it. And then once you do a few of them, it becomes very, very easy. And then now you also have intent.
Yep.
So now the more that you do, the more you can prove intent. So the more that you do, it snowballs in law. So that way, even if you do miss a couple contracts somewhere, you got all this intent and all this evidence, you're pretty good. You're pretty solid at that point, in my opinion.
You just got to get the ball rolling, right?
You just got to get the ball rolling, right? So the thing is that there is an exit door, and it is available for anyone that would like to walk through it. My point is that if you stand in front of the exit door and you tell people that you've exited the building and you're standing in the fucking building, it's delusional. If you want to exit the building and once you, yes, it's very difficult to locate the exit door. I understand that. So people out of frustration, they end up standing there saying, I'm not anymore, because they get frustrated because they can't find the fucking exit door to the exit of the building. And I understand that. That's where I'm trying to come in and help people. Okay. I've located the exit doors of the building. Other people have too, but I'm the first person to have put it together into kind of more of a cohesive whole and made it kind of fun and goofy. Okay. So all you gotta do is just find out where the exit door is and just walk through the goddamn motherfucker. It's that
So,
easy.
dude, this has been outstanding, Brendan. And guys, I appreciate this. This has been probably one of the most informative roundtables we've done. That's for sure. Brendan, where can they find your course?
It's onestupidfuck.com. And then there's a banner at the top of all the pages. It's you can't miss it. And there's a pop-up too that like makes fun of you for being there for 30 seconds. And it's just like you've been loitering on my page for more than 30 seconds. Let me infect your mind and your email address with my filth or something like that.
OneStupidFuck.com. And have you looked how much that thing's worth? Man, that's got to be worth a decent amount.
I've probably made it worth a decent amount. Yeah, because when I first did it, everyone thought I was fucking totally batshit crazy. Like I lost friends, I made friends, like it was just crazy, right? So now that I've actually made it something interesting, but it's my brand now. So the brand has sort of become the value of One Stupid Fuck. It just sounded great, right? So, but yeah, I have a free contract killer course. It's a lot of material. It's like 23 hours of video, but it's fun. It's linear. I promise you, it's not overwhelming. If someone's listening to this roundtable is I'm not kidding, 10 times more overwhelming than my course. My course is 1/10 as difficult to understand, and it's 1/10 as more linear, 10 times more linear than this roundtable has been. So if this is 10 times more than you think you can handle, then my course will still be okay for you.
I'm down. I'm gonna give it a shot. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I got nothing to lose at this point.
At this point in time, like I like making cops kick rocks all the time just based on their shit. So the more ammo that I can have going up against these fools.
So you're the opposite of me, Bob. I avoid them like fucking.
I do too, man. I don't do anything, but I also don't obey their bullshit. I don't register my vehicles. I don't show my driver's license just because they ask for it. Like I don't bow to their shit. Like I'm going to show you, no, man, I'm gonna make you work for this shit if you're gonna be a tyrant fuck. Yeah. Like you're gonna have to work for it. You're gonna have to show me that you're a tyrant. Show me you're a tyrant, and then I'll be like, all right, here, tyrant, here's your bullshit.
I love it. Bob, where can they find your stuff?
Hidden in Plain Sight is my podcast. I'm on all your podcatchers. Shit's bumpy right now. I'm moving and stuff, so I haven't dropped an episode, but I'm dropping one with Micah Dank this week. That one should be pretty cool, and then I'm doing some more stuff in the future. And then you can find me on Instagram at The Hidden Pod and at Spaces Faking Gay, because it is, and I can prove it. Other than that, man, I'm just trying to be out in the country and stay away from people.
Oh, fuck. I love it, Bob. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Nate, where can we find you, brother?
Sorry, man, I didn't really talk too much on the show, but this was interesting. Thank you for inviting me on. Brandon, you're a wealth of knowledge. I'm definitely going to check that out. I love the name of your website, onestupidfuck.com. That's pretty amazing. I'm One Stupid Fuck, so definitely check that shit out. My show is called The Reality Czars. You can check us out. We try to put out as many episodes as we can a week, but dude, I've been so fucking busy. I've been slacking. We put out a Bigfoot documentary. We just have fun. Come check us out.
Nice.
Thanks for coming, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys.
Right, what do you got going on, man?
Ryan's just looking for that mortgage burning, man. He's just waiting, man. He wants to roll up that fucking mortgage and smoke it.
Dude, I do, man. No, I was just listening. You know, I didn't talk much here either, you know, but I don't have much to offer in the space, mostly just questions. I feel like some of my questions are kind of dumb. One that I was going to ask was actually, again, this may be a really stupid question, but if I signed a contract for a vehicle and that contract is done, now I own the vehicle outright, would I have to change my information with that too? Because you're saying go back to all your old contracts and all that shit.
You don't own your vehicle. So what happened is there's something called a manufacturer certificate of origin. And that's the original title that you had gotten from your actual manufacturer, such as Ford or Chevy. When you get a title from the state of Arizona, which is not the state of Arizona, you're gifting them the MCO in exchange for a title. So the District of Columbia owns your vehicle.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you want to change,
David Straight goes into great detail about that.
I'm sure. Well, that's why he mentioned him as a well, I don't want to say a tutor type, but yeah, he seemed to mention him in a positive light, or a the light of somewhat of a teacher to him. So the way he mentioned mentioned him earlier, if I remember correctly. All right.
The MCO.
Yeah, I gotta check out some more of his stuff. Admittedly, I'm not very familiar with his. I've only seen maybe a couple short video, or not even short. I think there was a longer video, and I only saw a bit of it, and I thought I would get back to it, and I never did.
From the state of Arizona, which is not the state of Arizona, you're gifting them the MCO in exchange for a title. So the District of Columbia owns your vehicle.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you want to change that situation and you don't want the District of Columbia to own your vehicle, which is how they get jurisdiction over you during a traffic stop. On my state national resources page, I have a website. I believe it's called mcostore.com. They sell you bond paper where you can print up your own MCOs and you can actually mail them in. I don't know exactly how it all works. It's coming up on my to-do list here pretty soon, but you can basically get an MSO, you can print it up yourself and then send it in and get certified. And then now you have your MCO back in your hands, and now you don't have to worry. And then you can actually write an affidavit, send it to state of Arizona, let them know that you have a new MCO, let them know that your title is now void, and you can disconnect from your vehicle from state of Arizona, quote unquote, by doing it that way. That's the very short version. You know, shockingly, this area of like vehicles is one of the more complicated areas. But
yeah, man, I'm sure like all this stuff's super complicated. I was curious about that, but like
well,
I said,
a lot of this stuff is really simple, but the vehicles is more complicated.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff is actually really simple.
It's just a lot.
It's just a lot, but for some reason the vehicle part is like overly complicated. Like
okay,
getting away from the IRS is as easy as eating a ham sandwich. Getting a 5-star passport is fairly difficult, but still pretty easy. But registration and title of your vehicle, God, it's some of the more difficult stuff you can do.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, I figured I'd ask though. I had my chance. You know, I didn't want to that slow, dude.
In my opinion, the simplest and easiest way to temporarily regain a lot of legal power over your automobile is to put your automobile into a private trust that you open. That's just a contract trust. It's called a pure contract trust. It has nothing to do with the government at all. It's not something you go to the government to get. You just write it up and then people notarize it and boom, it exists. And then you can put your automobile into that trust and you can actually get it plated in a different state. I got mine plated in South Dakota. That's how I get around smog here in California. So I don't have any smog laws.
Nice.
So on my registration, on my actual vehicle registration, it has my trust name and then it says trustee and then it has my name in all capital letters. So it's not the best thing in the world, but it's a huge, huge, huge improvement over just owning a vehicle under your own name in all capital letters. But that's like the mid-grade level, the high that I like the mid-grade level because you actually have plates. They're not going to pull you over. They're not going to really fuck with you, blah, 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 blah. Once you get into the MCO level though, you don't even need license plates or nothing. You can just put, you see these sovereign people and they put fucking whatever on there. If they actually have an MCO, you can do that.
Yeah, that's where like what I tell people here again with the law, law 502.003 states that no, you unless you're engaged in transporting people for compensation, you can't enforce licensure or registration laws. So that's in their code book. Like
that's for the state. That's a state.
Right.
State
Yeah,
thing?
it's a state. Yeah,
that's your state, right?
Yep.
What state are you in?
Texas.
Yeah. So Nevada has the same thing. I have a buddy of mine who's been digging through Nevada statutes. So some states do have these really cool statutes, and if you find these statutes, then yeah, you're good to go. My training and my studies and is more like super all encompassing, all 50 states, everything.
I love it. We'll have to talk more, man.
Yeah, man.
This is really fascinating what Bob is saying, because if you do dig through your local stuff and you find stuff, you can use it. It's not that you can't use it.
Right.
It's just that it becomes a little complicated because the statutes of state of Texas, the chances are state of Texas, it's still located in the District of Columbia. So it's still a little weird, because it's like, okay, state of Texas has these local state laws, but the state of Texas is located in the District of Columbia. And that's the part that doesn't really totally make sense to me yet. Because it's like, how does that even, it's literally all just an illusion. It's all just a fucking illusion.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there is no spoon.
At the end of the day, there is no spoon, literally. So I like the more fundamental stuff. Like, for example, where is city of Austin located? And then you ask that in a court of law and they go, well, technically it's located in the District of Columbia. And then you just like throw out your hands. What the fuck are we doing here? You know what I mean? And then you just won. I like that kind of shit more than getting into all these state statutes, because you don't really know. You don't even know where the locational jurisdiction of the state statute is. I mean, I have no idea.
Interesting, man. Yeah, it's great stuff. Yeah, man. What about you, dude? Anything new going on over there at the Great Deception?
Oh man, same old. We got some old world stuff going on, some interviews and deep dives and stuff like that. This was awesome though. I love this stuff. I'm fascinated by it. I'm going to be digging into this contract killer course now. I'm all about it. At least getting started and see where it takes me.
Learn something new, man. Yeah, that's cool.
This was awesome, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great night. Everyone stay strong.
Yeah, if you guys give me a link to this video, audio, whatever, I'll share it with my email list. I got a pretty big email list and stuff. So just let me know, and I'll put it on my website too. I have a podcast section now. So
perfect. Will do. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it, man.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for having me on the show, guys, or the shows, I guess. This is like a multi-show deal. So thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate the guest spot. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right. So that was a stream there from Beyond, or I'm sorry, let me get it right. The Great Deception Podcast. You had Ryan from Dangerous World Podcast, Brandon Williams from onestupidfuck.com or at onestupidfuck on YouTube. Great name. Bob from Hidden in Plain Sight Podcast, and Nate, which was their, I guess, equivalent of their Lou Bass, if you will, because he was a lot of parallels to Lou Bass, in my opinion, including the hunting thing. And then Nate from Reality Czars Podcast. So yeah, they touched on the U.S. corporation and legal system, definition of citizens, United States citizen, Black's law versus statute, states being subcorporations of U.S. Corp in D.C., U.S. codes, U.S. national versus U.S. citizen, liens, the role of notary, signature versus autograph, without prejudice, well as all these codes here. This is the description here for the stream. I have most of the description for their stream on mine, as well as some timestamps that I grabbed from a comment that someone had left. Now, this is not an accurate timestamp codex for my stream, but rather for their stream on their side. So if you that's cringe. If you are interested, I'll leave this stream link for the original stream in the info as well, in the description rather. I don't think I dropped it yet, so here, let me put it right here. It is better at this here, I think. Yeah, so they also went over 18 U.S. Code 1545, 112, sorry, 242, 241, 810. I'm assuming that's supposed to be an O and not a 0. I don't know. Actually, I have to look that one up to fact check. And then 19 U.S. Code 8110 or 810. And 26 USC 7701, and then UCC 1-308, UCC 9-307H, and 22 CFR 51.3, and much more, as you can see in this timestamp codex here. So, yeah, if anyone wants to review the original stream for whatever reason, well, I guess minus all this commentary here, it was about a 2-hour stream, I think, on their end. So obviously we're at 6 hours here. Much added commentary, much appreciated as well from Chris and Emmanuel and Damsel Medic. If I missed anybody that came on panel, I don't think I did. So great stream, guys. I appreciate it.
Oh no, thanks for holding it, Sean. I was able to keep an eye out for you just because you mentioned it in Paul's chat before you left that you were going to talk lawful legal stuff. So thank you for posting that. So it gave me a chance to kind of keep an eye out, and I had time tonight, and this morning. And I appreciate it.
Yeah,
great
thanks
stream.
for.
Yeah, I plan on doing more streams like this. So I'm still in the very much in the learning stages, admittedly. That being said, I know that a lot of it is a spiritual, metaphysical fight or dance, if you will, even an art and much more. So I don't see it necessarily as a journey of acquiring as much information and knowledge as possible. So, but at the same time, there is some truth to that. Knowledge is power. Knowledge applied is wisdom. And yeah, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, right? So my people perish for a lack of knowledge. All roads lead to Rome. I could go on and on. Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir. I see that up behind a little bit on the comments, but
Hey, Sean.
Stream. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna let you go here. I gotta run soon, actually. So, but thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the talk. It was very stimulating. Shout out to everyone else on the panel.
Thank you, brother, for coming on and allowing me to have some time with you. That was really enjoyable. Thank you.
Likewise.
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without you guys, truthfully. So It really couldn't have been. It would have been a much shorter and much more valuable stream. So, thank you again, for real.
And I'm headed out too. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Denzel.
Later.
Later.
All right, you guys, appreciate it. For real.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Chris, you got feedback.
Oh, hey,
You got some
Chris.
feedback.
Good for having you around too. Thank you again, brother.
That's so crazy. So Josh says that the stream is very ironic due to the fact that today he lost his wallet,
Likewise.
which foolishly had his Social Security in it, as well as his ID and credit card. So awesome synchronicity. Well, not awesome at all, but to put into perspective how systematically we were rendered useless without these so-called credentials, and mentally it can ruin someone's entire day. Yeah, I would say, or much more than your day, if these documents are lost. Yeah. Yep. Well, thank you, Divine Spark. Yeah. Yep. It's ridiculous indeed. It really is. After research, I remember mine by heart, but as a safety measure, you might have to get. Yeah. Enslaved by day, pineal by night. I love that. I love that, sir. Appreciate you. I appreciate y'all who came through. And if anyone does, wait, yeah, my niece went for her son at birth certificate. It was a crazy process. Retarded, actually. It's given a number here. Should stay the same. If anyone is feeling generous, there is a way to contribute there at the bottom scroll bar on Cash App at Sierragavi. I think I put it in the description. I might have actually forgotten, but I'll put it in there. I need to figure out how to like auto fill my descriptions for my streams. So not only can it have a way to contribute, but also obviously the copyright disclaimer and all that kind of stuff. So I got to figure out how to do that and Google it and whatnot. I should have done that quite a while ago. It's probably not that difficult, but where is it at here? Oh, here it is. I have this comment here. Much love, much love. Mushy lube. OTW is probably going to be on in like 5 hours. Let me just put this before I end the stream because then it won't stay up. Although the majority of my views come during the stream, or more than half of the views come usually during the stream versus after. You know, on the live versus after. But yeah, you guys are appreciated. I hope you got some value. Faithful that you got some value here tonight. I know I did. So I really appreciate Chris and Emmanuel and Damsel Medic coming through. And it's been fun. And it's been educational. So any final closing words, sir? Mr. Christopher?
That was a lot to take in. Went over tonight, so that's a pretty good.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
rewatch
so I
this one.
appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch this one, which is a lot to rewatch. But
I'm a little tired,
there are
so it's kind of
certain
hard to talk.
streams that
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, there's certain streams I like to rewatch of mine.
See you later.
BZ, and yeah, I haven't read your back chat comment here. I see it's there, but I'm looking in the chamber for a good video to close out with. And I got too many videos here to choose from. That's the issue. That is one of the issues. It's not good to have broadcast silence, but sometimes silence is actually very peaceful. Actually, it should more often than not be peaceful. Because if it's the other way around, then you have to really be probably time to what's the word? Check your inner space. How about the sad reality of our world? No, that's kind of sad. Puppy monkey baby commercial. No, that's not appropriate. Ken Copeland laughing. No, that's not really appropriate either. See, now I just ruined the whole. This is why you got to have it prepared, because you just ruined the whole point of playing an outro song. How about This Is a War? I think I'll be all right playing that. I think I'll be all right. This is a war on the children. Carry the cure with a sickness.
Yeah, that software can be pretty tricky, right? Yeah.
What's that? All right, we're going to do it. This is a war. Much love, y'all. Peace, prosperity, and pineal power. Have a great night or day, depending on where you're at. And see you on the next one. Whoa, that's trippy looking.
This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war. This is a war that we living through. Never reveal to you that they also leaving killing you. They don't tell you what the hell you agreeing to. She been hurting you, don't know who leading you. Keep on proceeding to follow. Your mind is so hollow. Are you being coddled by government swallowing up everything that the media tell you without a question or a problem? All of the sheep being slaughtered. They poison the water, removing the father. Ain't trusting these daughters. Ignoring blue collar, keep printing the dollar. And washing your sons and your daughters. Ain't got any honor if I'm being honest. I just ain't picking this side, but I'm not a ride for my freedom and die for my freedom and question the government lies. A lot on my mind and so little time. Gotta think all of us needing a sign. The devil he hides an ego and pride. They sell, then they paying the price. God won't give you more than you can handle. Government should be dismantled. Every politician got a scandal. Prepare for the war, we going to battle. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war. I'd rather be red pill, get killed, than ignorant living and meat that still. Don't stand up for something, you falling for nothing. Don't wait till the world that we know fall ill. This is the revelation of a generation losing civilization. I'm determinated just to liberate us with our dedication. For the Terminator, fuck your medication. The administration can alienate us or exterminate us. I just keep on praying for your salvation. You are outdated. Society becoming outrageous. Keep your house painted for the firstborn. The angel of death in its worst form. We being scorned, look out for their horns. Remember this isn't their first war. They coming prepared, so just be aware. They do not want to hear none of your prayers. This is a war that ain't playing fair. They feed off your fear, they wanting you scared. Death and despair, it's all in the air. Just be aware. You think I care? The more that you know, the more that it's clear. This is a war, it's already here. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war. Home of the slave, till the crickets make a sound. Where's the bold and the brave? We all have to stand our ground. Home of the slave, till the crickets make a sound. Where's the bold and the brave? We all have to stand our ground. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war.
When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. Another great quote, if I'm not mistaken, is also Jefferson, which is, I might butcher it a little bit, but every so often the tree of liberty needs to be refreshed with the blood of tyrants. And that might sound a little extreme, a little violent to some, but if you know history, then you know it's very much true. So whether or not the Nuremberg trials happened or not, I'm not sure. But that's a topic for another time, a discussion for another time. So appreciate everyone once again for coming out, and have a great night and or day. I'm just trying to pin the rest of these great comments that came in. This is a funny one here. You guys are nuts. A lot of people came out. Definitely more people than definitely more chatters than there are likes, but that's okay. I won't take it too personally. And I'm gonna have to download this one because a lot of times they'll
Yeah,
try
like
to hate
12-teen,
me
right?
for
12-teen watching.
12-teen. Yeah, a lot of times they'll take the good streams down for the most nonsensical reasons. And I think we also had some progress with Mr. Chronic. I know we did because he seemed to. Well, feedback. He seemed to be at a better headspace with the information, if you will, and receiving it, being open to it. So that was great to see, and that's what I'm here for, man. You know, I'm here for something bigger than live streaming, YouTubing, trying to become some type of YouTuber personality or anything like that. I'm here to learn as much as, if not more than, to teach. So, yeah. With that being said, I got value here. I'm pretty positive everyone else did. So that helps me to know that I will have a great night of sleep. So much love, y'all. I'm out. Thank you, Chris, once again. And see you guys on the next one.
Yeah, later, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm out. Night, night. See you soon.